snap up until, this mini tornado that we just had on Friday. Maybe Mother Nature, I hope she has played out with this crap because we are fed up with it. Who do we call about this crap?
Well, thankfully, nobody was home. Nobody was hurt.
Right.
Yep. So that's all good. But it's just a mess to have to take care of.
Yes.
Just a mess to take care of. So yeah, everybody's okay. House a little messed up. So anyway, hope everybody got through Friday. The weekend was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and there were still some people, I believe, in South Jackson that their power was out for over a day. Yeah, because I saw some friends of mine that I went to high school with and grew up with that their power was out in Melissus, if I'm right, for a while. And I was like, oh my God! And
still,
no, it's back on. But it was out. I understand for about a day. That may or may not be right. I know ours was out for about 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah,
and like I said, I live way out in the country, so once it goes out, I'm like, I'm getting out of here. There's nothing to do except sit around and talk to the deer and the squirrels fluttering around and all that kind of stuff. Can we
do the morning show at like 4:00 on a Saturday?
That'd be perfect. We can talk to management and see if we can tape it and send it in.
Mostly sunny today, high near 76. That's the forecast. Tonight, increasing clouds, low around 52. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high near 67. Increasing clouds tomorrow night, low around 46. Wednesday, showers likely.
Oh, no.
Here they come again.
Oh, Lord. On Wednesday.
And I got to have some stuff done before Wednesday.
Yeah.
Man. Showers in the forecast for Wednesday. Cloudy with a high near 54. And then Wednesday night showers, Thursday showers, Thursday night showers, Friday. It kind of dwindles off, but we've still got showers in the forecast for Friday. And so anyway, I hope everybody made it okay. So here we are on a Monday, and it feels like a Monday. It is a Monday. It feels like a Monday.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the worst part of the week. It won't get any worse than, well, we hope that it won't get any worse than right now.
Just bide your time. Get through today. That's what I'm telling myself. Just hang on.
Exactly.
Hang on.
Yep.
It's going to get better. 187 years ago today in 1836, the Alamo fell after a 13-day siege by Mexican forces led by General Santa Anna. All 187 defenders, including Davy Crockett and Bowie knife inventor Jim Bowie, were killed by the Mexicans. Davy Crockett left West Tennessee to go to Texas to fight.
He's the one that had that famous saying.
And what?
Can we say that on the air without the FCC?
Sure. Well, you've said worse. Go ahead.
And I'm paraphrasing here. You can all go somewhere, but I'm going to Texas.
Y'all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas.
There you go. That's it.
If you want to visit that, you can visit the Madison County Courthouse right here in Jackson.
Is that on one of those historical markers at the courthouse?
Yep. Y'all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas.
I wonder if he said that at the train depot down on Royal Street.
I don't know. I don't even know that he actually said that, but that's the lore. That's the legend of Davy Crockett.
We're claiming it.
You know, he was a politician, representative here in West Tennessee, and things went awry. I'll have to look up exactly how it happened, but yes, y'all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas. And he did, and he died. In defense of the Republic of Texas. But that was 187 years ago today. Let me scroll back up. That was 1836. 1836 when that happened.
So let me see.
By the way, John Wayne played Davy Crockett in the 1960 film The Alamo. Did you watch that? You know, they remade that film some time ago in our era. Are you the 1960s era? I don't know how old you are.
I'm 57. I was born December 1965.
Okay. Well, you may remember that. I'm not a big John Wayne fan, and I know. Sorry. A lot of people, John Wayne fans. I know. I'm not. I don't like Westerns. I'm not into that.
I like some of it.
But that movie came out in 1960, The Alamo. But in, I guess, my era, not necessarily yours, but they remade that movie. Billy Bob Thornton was in that. Who else was in that remake?
Billy Bob Thornton, did he play Davy Crockett?
I don't know. I don't even know that I even saw it. Did you see that movie?
No,
Anyway, they remade it, and I just know Billy Bob Thornton. I don't know. I'll look it up. But the Battle of the Alamo took place this date in 1836, 187 years ago today. Why is this not participating? See what I'm dealing with? Monday.
It is Monday. This is as bad as it's going to get. So if you're waking up out there right now thinking, oh my God, is it Monday again?
This is good as it's going to get, folks.
This is it. It's all going to get better from here.
124 years ago today, back in 1899, Bayer patented aspirin.
And we need some right now.
Aspirin's been along for a long time.
Apparently 124 years.
But no, Bayer patented it.
Oh, so it may have been around before that.
Oh yeah, we've been chewing on trees of bark of trees for a long time. That's where it comes from.
I didn't know.
You got a headache? Go find a tree.
And there's plenty down and around here that you can just gnaw right on.
But Bayer, the company, patented aspirin. When's the last time you had a Bayer?
A Bayer aspirin?
Yeah, you can't find it. That's gone.
I've had generic aspirin. Had some last week.
Okay, Bayer, Anacin.
Anacin. It's been a long time since I had that brand of aspirin.
Okay, well, let's. What's another one? There was Bayer. There was Anacin. What's another brand of aspirin that you remember?
The generic kind.
And what was that called?
I don't remember. Because
so many of those medicines that we took when we were kids aren't around anymore. Dristan. When's the last time you had a Dristan?
It's been a long time since I had a Dristan. I do have some nasal spray in my medicine cabinet right now.
Dimetapp.
Been a while.
Those aren't around anymore.
You know what? This is a crazy thing.
No, Triaminic.
Yep, hadn't had that in a while. A crazy thing.
Those aren't around. We don't have those.
Those name brands have gone the way, I guess, of the generics. So anyway, there is a generic brand of nasal spray.
Afrin.
No, it's generic.
When's the last time you took a snort of Afrin?
It's still on the shelf. But I'm a cheapskate, and I don't care if it rots my brain away. If it'll save me $1.19, I'll buy the generic brand.
What I'm saying is there still Afrin?
Yes.
Can you get Afrin?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I don't buy it because it's, about 41 cents too high. So
G-Unit buys generic, y'all.
Absolutely. So there is a generic nasal spray, and I don't buy it for this purpose. I buy it, when I'm full of snot. But anyway, so
Look,
what I was going to say is that this, and I completely discovered it by accident, but when I use this type of generic nasal spray, you know what it reminds me when it's starting to drip down back in the back of my throat?
I can't even guess.
What you might snort.
I cannot even
for
imagine.
an effect.
No.
Cocaine. Swear to God.
Well, that's why it's so effective.
I guess.
That's why it's so effective. And that's why it's not available anymore.
It'll clear you out.
Those little bottles that everybody snorted back in the day.
Yep.
Oh, my sinuses are bothering me. Oh, it's this time of year. It's the pollen. It's this. It's that. No.
It wanted that.
Did you use that excuse?
No.
No. You were just wide out in the open.
I bought the real stuff. And I didn't want it stepped on by Eddie Ray and Boo Boo and all those guys. No,
you cannot have my Afrin.
No. But there is still a generic nasal spray. I can't believe we're talking about this.
I know you because I know people like you, and you hid the Afrin. You hid it.
I hid the good stuff.
You hid it.
And I only had the generic stuff where people could find it in my medicine cabinet.
Look, man, y'all just have a good time. Raid the refrigerator. I don't care what you do. I'm going to be back here for just about 5 minutes. I know. I know you people.
When you disappear in the bathroom for about an hour.
Man, G-Unit's hitting that Afrin. Y'all watch when he comes out. He's gonna be lit.
See if he ain't wiping his nose with his sleeve on his shirt for a while. Sorry about that, y'all.
Woo! And they Afrin. But is that still on the market?
Afrin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, I've had allergies off and on for all my life. So there was a Rhinocort, and you shot that stuff up your nose. And that was a prescription back in the day.
Okay.
So there was Rhinocort and 2 or 3 more they would give me back in the day because I had allergies and whatnot. And they would give me the choop choop, up your nose.
At the ear, nose, and throat doctor.
Well, yeah, kind of. But the Afrin thing, I mean, you could get that off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently you did.
You know what? I was nearly wed one time.
Nearly wed.
That was one of the words we discussed last week.
I remember.
Was nearly wed one time to this one chick. And I don't know why, but we would be sitting somewhere and all of a sudden she would just break out in a dripping sweat all over the place. And I could never guess, and her words would be flowing like this, and she'd just be kind of chin on her tongue. And finally, she fessed up to it.
Oh.
And she was rolling on cough syrup.
Yeah. Slurp.
She would go buy 3 or 4 things of cough syrup and shotgun them.
She was on the slurp, or as they call it now. In fact, I don't know if they call it this now, but what I remember, purple drink.
That's it.
Purple drink.
That was it.
Drink.
And I'd never been around anybody who was doing that before until this chick. And she was getting tore up on cough syrup, man.
You need some purple drink.
We went from Davy Crockett to this in a matter of minutes.
We're going to do birthdays coming up. It's already the bottom of the 6 o'clock hour. It's Daybreak 96.5, News Talk 965.com. We're back after this.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
All right, at 6:33, we're just moments away from a sports update. But before we get to that, it is 6:33. It's 53 degrees here in Midtown at the Ching-Langley Ford Studios. 53 feels like 51 at the airport. 57 degrees, fair skies. Mostly sunny today. High near 76. Increasing clouds tonight. Low around 52. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high near 67. Increasing clouds again tomorrow night, low around 46, and Wednesday. Showers likely, mainly afternoon. Cloudy, high near 54. That's where we stand up on this Monday. .34, we're 26 minutes away from the top of the hour. Here comes G-Unit with sports on this Monday morning. So what's going on?
Man, let me tell you what. It is all basketball all the time right now, Greg. Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by Jackson IV and Wellness, Jackson-Madison County School System, Mulligan's. Log on to mulligans.com, Family Medical, King Jewelers, and Corbin Cardiology.
Here we go.
Well, the dance card is set.
I'm so glad. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for.
The dance card is set for the women's high school basketball tournament this week at our former alma mater,
Middle Tennessee State University.
And
the Murph.
And
the Murph.
You got your radio career started at the on-campus radio station there.
No, that's not that's where it kind of coalesced.
Well,
no.
You used to work at the on-campus radio station there.
I did. Yes, I did.
Let me get it straight. There we go. So the dance card is set for the women's high school state basketball tournament, and West Tennessee is well represented throughout the area. In Class Single A, Dresden, Wayne County, Trenton Peabody, and McKenzie make up the West Tennessee contingent.
They're all going to Murfreesboro?
They are all headed to Murfreesboro.
Wayne County.
Wayne County, from our friends down south that go to Savannah, stay on Highway 64, headed east just a little bit, and you'll run right into Wayne County.
Is that Wayne County, or is that Collinwood?
No, that is Wayne County, where Waynesboro is at.
Yeah.
So they are undefeated.
Oh, you are kidding
I believe
me.
they're 32-0, and they are rolling into the dance.
Nice.
With a lot of momentum. So congratulations to our friends down at Wayne County High School.
Very much.
Dresden, Wayne County, Trenton Peabody, and McKenzie are also in the Class Single A dance from West Tennessee.
So they're heading to the Murph.
Headed to the Murph this week. Tip-off for the very first games is coming up on tomorrow morning. In Class AA, our friends just to the north up in Dyer, Tennessee, Gibson County have punched their ticket, and they are headed to the tournament. Decatur County Riverside, they're also in the tournament. And some of my old stomping ground, where I've had some family at for generations, Scotts Hill in Decatur County. So there are two schools in Decatur County that are headed to the dance, Scotts Hill and Decatur County Riverside. And then the prohibitive favorite in Class 2A, Martin Westview.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So what is the outlook for these teams? Do we know who they draw?
We do know who the draw is, and what I just wanted to do on this sports segment was kind of focus on the teams from West Tennessee that were in the dance. So in 3A is loaded. Say it with me, boys and girls. Loaded. With teams from West Tennessee, including two from Dyer County.
Yes.
Dyer County, the Choctaws are in the dance.
They're the Choctaws? I didn't know that.
They are the Choctaws.
Dyer County, the Choctaws.
Now, nobody's protested the name of the school yet, so they are still the Choctaws.
Have they always been the Choctaws?
Probably.
I did not know that.
As well as the Dyersburg Lady Trojans have also punched their ticket. So Dyer County and Dyersburg have punched their ticket.
All right.
Congratulations to Katie Embry up at South Gibson High School. She has put the Lady Hornets into the dance for the very first time in school history. The Lady Hornets are headed to the dance. So I know you got a vested interest in that. The Lady Hornets are headed to the dance for the first time in school history.
Nice.
Big tip of the cap to Katie Embry up there. And also, the irresistible force and the immovable object
here we go
combined, the number one team in all of Class AAA, the Southside Lady Hawks, are rolling into the dance after destroying Murfreesboro Central. I believe the score was 61-35, something to that effect. But they beat the pants off of Murfreesboro Central. Dan and I were there this past Saturday night. So the Southside Lady Hawks, they have punched their ticket to the dance, and they are dancing tomorrow.
Not only is that team lit, the fans and that south side of Jackson, absolutely lit.
They are stoked about it.
They will punch you in the face at drive-through.
Just because.
They're the Southside Lady Hawks.
Or if you get to arguing about the best barbecue in town, that's always good for a fist fight for somebody from the South Side.
They will take you up on it. No doubt.
We will. So West Tennessee is represented because I are a Southsidean. Did I say that right?
No. You missed it all over. But we understand because, you're Southside. We get it.
All right. So congratulations to all the West Tennessee teams headed to the dance. We'll go through that really quickly one more time. In Class Single A, Dresden, Wayne County, Trenton Peabody, and McKenzie. In Class 2A, Gibson County, Riverside, Scottshill, and Westview. In Class 3A, South Gibson, Dyer County, Dyersburg, and Southside. In Class 4A, there was not a West Tennessee representative outside of Memphis, but nonetheless, for the first three classes, West Tennessee is loaded at the women's dance.
That's good news. I'm glad to hear that. Are you guys going to Murfreesboro?
We are. Yep. I'm heading up there tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
I am. I'm leaving.
What? You're not going to be here?
I wanted to tell you on the air.
Well, you are.
And I hated to spring it on you like this, my brother.
You're not going to do the morning show. You have to do women's basketball?
The first game tips off at 10 a.m. Now, we're not
going to be on the air?
We're not doing the first game at 10 a.m.,
okay.
But to have a complete picture of when Southside plays of all the other schools in that class, the very first game tips off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Well, if you were anyone else, I would tell you places to stay and to hit up.
In Murfreesboro?
Yeah.
I know where to stay.
I know. If it was anybody other than you, I would do that.
And I know where to go.
I'm not going to do that.
How many times were you thrown out of Toots?
Oh, my God.
Can you count them?
Oh, Toots.
And for those of you who don't know, Toots was Hooters before Hooters was even a thing.
Yes, it was. Absolutely. And I don't think I can go back in there.
Are you permanently barred from Toots?
It's been 30 years or so, but
1994.
I mean, I'm guessing that my picture's still on the wall. Do not this dude in. I mean, I don't know.
Do not allow entry.
Look out for this dude.
This morning's sports brought to you by Lifeline Voice and Data, Cambridge Men's Clothier, Precision Auto Body in Milan, Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, Jackson State Community College. Plan your future at jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab and Medical, The Range Indoor Shooting Range, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Carico's Pizza.
There we go. 6:42, 18 away from the top of the hour. The CEO of Ford Motor Company says they're not working on fully autonomous cars anymore. Nope, that's not their focus. Instead, they're focusing on eyes off the road features that would let you play on your phone or even sleep while driving on highways.
They're doing this already with driving Teslas.
Yeah, well, we've got the story. We'll break that down for you next. 6:42, 18 away from the top of the hour. This is Daybreak.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free Solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring forward?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900. Pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Probably a little bit like you. There was a lot of talk about the COVID-19 vaccines. I didn't know what to believe, and I tell you, everyone has an opinion. Some of my friends got vaccinated and some were against it. But I knew this was an important decision, so I went to somebody I already trusted, my doctor. It's your call, so talk to your doctor or healthcare provider and make the decision that's right for you. You can go to getvaccineanswers.org for the latest information. That's getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6. Wake Up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Okay, 6:45, 15 away from the top there. We tickled your fancy earlier, before sports or after sports. The CEO of Ford Motor Company says they're not working on fully autonomous cars anymore. Nope. Not doing that anymore. Nope, not Ford. Nope, not us. Nuh-uh. Instead, they're focusing on eyes-off-the-road features that would let you play on your phone or even sleep while driving on highways. Ford is working on a new feature that would let people take naps behind the wheel. Ford Motor Company, Ford. Their CEO just talked about it in an interview with Fox News. Until recently, they'd been working on fully autonomous cars where you wouldn't have to drive at all. And I think that's where a lot of motor companies are going. Tesla, sure. You know, BMW, sure. Audi, sure. Now Ford has entered the game. They have all abandoned that for now.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, that's not safe. We all agree on that, I believe. Instead, they're working on something they call eyes off the road features. Basically, they want to make AI, your friends,
ChatGPT and all those guys.
Yep, that's you, your friends. They want to make artificial intelligence so good at driving on highways that you wouldn't have to pay attention at all. You want to put that on I-40?
You know, if nobody's paying attention, then who's paying attention?
Good point. You could just be on your phone the whole time or even asleep, they say.
That's what I have my nephew for. Hey, you drive, I'm going to sleep.
The CEO of Ford Motor Company says the consumer demand for this is through the roof. I cannot agree. Does it make you nervous at all?
Yes. Yep.
Obviously, they'll have to prove it's safe enough before any laws would change to allow people to sleep in their car. He said he doesn't, the CEO of Ford says he doesn't think we're very far from it, but didn't give a timeline.
Thank goodness.
You know.
Maybe somebody can divert him from this timeline.
Now, it's worth noting that there are a few idiots out there who are already doing this in their Teslas.
Oh yeah, we've seen this on YouTube videos and TikTok videos and Snapchat video, all that kind of crap.
We've seen that.
Yes.
They're on their phone, they're watching Netflix, and their car is autonomous.
I saw one not long
they're
ago
not doing anything.
Where the driver was literally asleep at the wheel.
Yes. Who did that song?
I don't know.
Well, no. It's a group, Asleep at the Wheel. 80s country bunch, Asleep at the Wheel, right?
Are you going to make me look
Get
it up?
on it, man. Get on it. What are we doing?
I'm Googling this.
Not ChatGPT?
No.
You're nervous now, aren't you?
I am shook.
You're nervous.
All to the core.
You're nervous.
Let's see.
The sleep at the wheel. Sleep at the wheel.
Take me back to Tulsa. Bump, bounce, boogie.
All right, I'm gonna do this.
This sounds about as bad as Low Cut Connie.
I had a conversation over the weekend
about Low Cut Connie. Did you?
I had a conversation over the weekend about Low Cut Connie. I was like, man, I'm all into some Low Cut Connie, and they were like, what? Low Cut? What?
Who is she?
That was the response I got. It's like, who is Low Cut Connie? Who is she?
That's what I said.
Like, Low Cut Connie. I said, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But I'm all into some Low Cut Connie.
We got to get Low Cut Connie on the show, man, before the Beale Street Music Festival. We've got to do this.
They are one of the acts that is going to be at the Beale Street Music Festival coming up May 5th through the 9th. Now, they're not one of the headliners. Robert Plant and Alison Krauss, one of the headliners. Lumineers, name it. They're all going to be in Memphis. But one of the other
supporting acts.
Supporting, I guess you'd say. And I would not want to diss them. I would not want to diss them with having that misnomer.
Okay.
But Low Cut Connie. Or what did you call him the other day?
Crosscut Carl or something. I know I butchered it horribly.
It doesn't matter. It makes it even better. It makes it even better. Low Cut Connie will be at the Beale Street Music Fest coming up in May.
At first, I thought Low Cut Connie was a chick,
as we both did.
And then I thought,
I will admit to that, we thought it was a woman.
Yep,
woman.
And then I thought, is it a rap group? Nope.
No. I was thinking it was kind of like a burlesque kind of
right
shimmy, shake kind of thing. No. It's a band. The band is called Low Cut Connie, and it's like 3 dudes.
You know who was on 60 Minutes last night, now that I think about it?
Not Low Cut Connie.
No, not Low Cut Connie, but they were on, one of the founding members was on 60 Minutes last night, and it kind of reminded me of what we heard, Low Cut Connie, when you played some music on it last week, I think.
Oh, we're gonna do it again today.
Did you watch 60 Minutes last night?
No.
David Byrne was on 60 Minutes last night.
Talking Heads.
Yes, sir.
Talking Heads.
They were burning down the house, and they were same as it ever was.
Yeah.
And
I love the Talking
What's
Heads.
the wartime in?
Yeah, right. They came out of their Rhode Island School of Design, Providence, Rhode Island, where that band gelled.
Okay.
And then they just made it weird as hell.
Oh, get out! Yes,
weird as hell, but it clicked.
Yep.
In the late 70s, early 80s, and then they, I don't know how they did it, but they pushed into the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Radio started playing them. Radio is what made Talking Heads. We wouldn't, you wouldn't, I wouldn't, nobody would know the flipping nothing about Talking Heads if it wasn't for FM radio.
FM radio made them stars, and just about the time, if I recall, they started to peak, then MTV came out,
yep,
and then they just exploded.
Yep.
After that, they had FM radio on their side. They had MTV on their side because those music videos were really cutting edge and artistic.
And it was right up their alley.
Yes,
because they came out of that design, the art of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they came from. Rhode Island School of Design. That's where they came from. They were doing that way before MTV. But when MTV found them and the record companies found them, poof. And now we know Talking Heads. So
that's who Low Cut Connie sort of reminds me of.
Low Cut Connie. We're gonna blast you with some Low Cut Connie coming back. It's 6:55. We're 5 away from the top of the hour. G-Unit's going to cue you up some Low Cut Connie.
Oh, Lord.
Coming up.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional Showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Determined to get to the bottom of the origins of COVID-19, a Republican-led House panel to hold its first hearing this coming Wednesday. This follows FBI Director Christopher Wray's admission that COVID most likely got its start in a Chinese lab. A public safety training center under construction in Atlanta, firebombed by rioters over the weekend. Molotov cocktails and bricks flew, heavy equipment torched by the black-clad rioters, several dozen people detained. Well, now there's been a train wreck in western Ohio. The freight train jumping the tracks Saturday afternoon in Springfield Township, about 45 miles west of Columbus. This time, though, no toxins on board the Norfolk Southern train.
Looking at the data coming in from Hazmat and from the Ohio EPA, since there have been no releases, we're looking at clean air, clean soil, and clean water for our residents.
Clark County Health Commissioner Charles Patterson on WKEF-TV. A railroad station master in Greece charged with negligent homicide stemming from last week's horrific train crash that left 57 people dead. The country's worst ever train wreck was a result of the head-on collision of two trains. Snow shovels at the ready.
We're looking at a northern kind of clipper-like system that's going to bring some moderate snowfall from the northern plain to the upper Midwest. So like the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
National Weather Service meteorologist Brian Hurley in California's San Bernardino Mountains. They're still digging out from massive amounts of snow. Some people remain trapped, having a hard time getting food and other essential supplies as they await rescue. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures down 39 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
It's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
South Korea and Japan hoping to revive a more robust trade relationship.
Senior official at South Korea's Trade Ministry, Kang Gam-shan, says the two governments have agreed to start bilateral talks to return the bilateral trade to the state before July 2019, when the export restrictions were imposed. South Korea's government has decided to suspend the WTO dispute resolution process during that consultation. Ties between Seoul and Tokyo have long been complicated by grievances related to Japan's brutal rule of the Korean Peninsula from 1910 to 1945, when hundreds of thousands of Koreans were mobilized as forced laborers for Japanese companies. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The fate of Bakhmut appears to be hanging in the balance as Russian forces continue to encroach on the devastated eastern Ukrainian city. News and analysis, townhall.com. Kansas may buck a national trend.
State legislators are considering a proposal that many disability rights advocates say could help employers who pay disabled workers less than the minimum wage. A Kansas House bill would expand a state income tax credit for goods and services purchased from vendors employing disabled workers, so the vendors could have some workers who don't get the minimum wage. Employers nationally have been moving toward paying at least the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. More than a dozen states have banned below minimum wage jobs for disabled workers, and a bipartisan proposal to do so is before Congress. Rhonda Rockstra reporting.
A flight to Florida from Cuba was forced to turn back yesterday after it struck birds. It caused an engine to catch fire, filling the cabin with smoke. WSVN-TV reports a Southwest Airlines flight hit the birds while the plane was gaining altitude. No injuries are reported. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Sad news over the weekend, coming back to you at 7:09 on this Monday, Daybreak 96.5. Newstalk965.com is the website. Greg Wood, G-Unit, with you on this Monday morning. It's 52 degrees outside, 52 feels like, and at the airport this morning, National Weather Service. Sad news over the weekend. Gary Rossington, Lynyrd Skynyrd's last surviving original member, who also helped found the group, died yesterday at the age of 71.
Man, you talk about a legacy of memorable music.
This one in particular is about Gary.
Listen, one of the very first lyrics, "Oak tree, you're in my way,"
Yeah.
I have parked a few cars upside oak trees in my day.
Here we go.
Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell?
Gary Rossington, former member of Lynyrd Skynyrd, the last surviving member of the original lineup, Lynyrd Skynyrd, died yesterday at the age of 71. He cheated death more than once, Rolling Stone reported. He survived a car accident in 1976 in which he drove his Ford Torino into a tree, inspiring the band's cautionary song, That Smell.
That's it.
Just 1 year later, after that, he emerged from the 1977 plane crash that killed singer Ronnie Van Zant, guitarist Steve Gaines, and backing vocalist Cassie Gaines with 2 broken arms, a broken leg, and a punctured stomach and liver. And he came back. He died yesterday, 71. There's no more Lynyrd.
Thank you, Gary Rossington.
Yep. That's him right there.
One little problem that confronts you. Got a monkey on your back.
In years later, after the accident that inspired this song, he underwent quintuple bypass surgery back in 2003. Suffered a heart attack in 2015 and had numerous subsequent heart surgeries, most recently leaving Lynyrd Skynyrd in July of 2021 to recover from another procedure. At recent shows, Rossington would perform portions of the concert and sometimes sat out. He was not in good health. But Gary Rossington, dead at 71 yesterday. Did you know that this song was inspired by his accident in 1976?
I did not, but
Oak tree in my head.
I can identify with Gary Rossington.
Cocaine and whiskey bottles
Yes,
in the
sir.
floor.
All of it. Yep. Man, did I spill my stash out? And you know my problem? One of my problems was...
Y'all listen up. Cautionary tale from G-Unit.
I never had a wreck when I was drunk driving in another state. All of my wrecks, I was almost home.
Well, that's where they happen.
When you're almost home.
Yes. That's where they
I
happen.
could never figure it out.
Yeah.
But all of my wrecks, I was,
Were you listening to this?
Probably.
Of course you were.
On cassette.
8-track. His accident that inspired the song was in 1976. So the next year, I'm guessing this came out. That Smell. What's your favorite Skynyrd song?
God, there's so many of them. We were talking about it during the break. Call Me the Breeze.
That's a J.J. Cale song.
Written by J.J. Cale.
J.J. Cale. That, Call Me the Breeze, Cocaine, After Midnight. Those are all J.J. Cale songs.
Yeah.
Well, Skynyrd, though. What's your favorite Skynyrd song?
God, I hate to say it, because I know you're going to go gaga over it.
I will not. I will not.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay. Well, yes, that is obviously. I won't play that because that's too obvious.
But here's one of the reasons why. Because my nephew and I are huge.
And don't ever say Freebird. Do not.
Noted.
That's ridiculous.
Duly noted.
Okay. All right. So other than, I'm not going to play Sweet Home Alabama.
My nephew and I love going to football games, and we have had a blast going to Alabama games, even though I'm a diehard Tennessee guy.
Yeah.
they do it right down in Tuscaloosa, and when they play Sweet Home Alabama in the stadium, you've got 100,000 rednecks that will lose their lunch.
It means something. It means something.
It sure do.
It's your skin, bruh. It's your skin.
So, it just, it will make the hair stand up on your arm when they're playing that.
Here's mine.
When they're playing it down in Tuscaloosa.
You know this one?
Yeah. I imagine you probably lived this a few times. You and I have probably both lived this a few times.
Lou, bring it to me. Woo. Come on, girl. Oh, Linda Lou. Man, you gotta love Linda Lou. Woo! Come on. Gary Rossington, last surviving member of Leonard Skinner, dead over the weekend, 71 years old.
This is something they might play down at the Pine Ridge.
Oh, don't. We made a deal.
We did make a deal.
Okay.
I was studying a rug down at a place called The Jug with a girl named
Linda Lou.
When in walked a man with a gun in his hand, and he was looking for He said, hey, that fella with the hair colored yellow, what you trying to prove? 'Cause that's my woman there, and I'm a man who cares, and this might be all for you.
Here we go.
I said,
excuse me. I said, excuse me.
I bet that's happened more than once down at Pine Ridge.
You would know.
I would.
Last Thursday, the zoning board in Boca Raton, Florida, held a meeting to change a law regarding the bulk storage of flammable liquids. It's kind of innocuous. I mean, it seems pretty plain Jane, right?
Yeah, seems that way.
Pretty boring stuff.
Okay.
But it was open to the public, which always makes things interesting. If you've ever been to
like a city council meeting, county commission, something like that.
Yes. When they asked if anyone had questions, a woman who identified herself as Ashley Cream walked up to the microphone.
What does Ashley look like?
Ashley Cream walked up to the microphone at the city council meeting in Boca Raton, Florida. She was in a wild outfit, had an old guy in a wheelchair with her, and asked the board to create a holiday specifically for sugar daddies. Sugar daddies. Look at this. You pulled it up. She wants a holiday for sugar daddies. Y'all, I'm not even making this up.
I don't know how she's standing up.
The video is...
Can you see this?
The video... Oh, my... Whoa! Hello!
Don't let your tell the kids to look away.
What in the... Your video screen is not hardly large enough to...
Be careful.
They can't get all of that in the frame. That's a lot.
Oh.
That is a lot. Holy moly.
Help me, Jesus.
Anyway, the video is trending online. G-Unit's already found it, and he's frothing at mouth. She argued that sugar daddies and to be appropriate and equal. She argued that sugar daddies and sugar mommies are a huge part of the economy.
Now we're getting somewhere. Okay.
She said they pay for things like college educations, cars, homes, and the occasional body enhancements.
Yeah, looks like Ashley Cream. You know what? I shouldn't.
She appears to have two very enhancements herself, but claimed it's all natural. Okay? The old guy who was with her was not really with her. He didn't say anything.
Right?
She asked the board to make this Friday, March 10th, coming up, March 10th, into this week, Sugar Daddy Appreciation Day.
Listen, if there's anybody out there watching this and you're a sugar mama, call me.
Call G Unit. He's available. He'll clear his schedule.
I may not be easy, but I am cheap.
The chairman of the city council politely shut her down, said it was more of a city council issue. Well, this was county. This was a county planning and zoning meeting.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You're in the wrong meeting. Let me direct you to the appropriate meeting for this.
The chairman shut her down and said it was more of a city issue.
Let me give you the
Don't bring it to the county. You take it to those turds at the city.
Let me give you the right phone number for you to call to get on the public comment section of the next city council meeting.
This is not a county issue. That's for those idiots in the city. Take it to them. We're not hearing it.
You can appear before Scott Conger the first Tuesday of every month and the city council. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
The dating site seekingarrangement.com. You on that one too?
I have no comment.
Seekingarrangement.com. Have the website seekingarrangement.com. They've already come up with a holiday for sugar daddies. They did that 2 years ago. They've gone through a rebrand since then, so the site no longer exists. So I'm sorry to inform you. Sorry to inform you. But if you want to celebrate, it's June the 15th of this year.
So sugar mamas
and sugar daddies,
mark that down.
Sugar daddies and sugar mamas,
June 15th,
mommies
is your day. We'll do whatever you want, darling.
Hang on.
This is a public hearing. Does anybody from the public like to speak on this issue?
Oh, no.
Here we go.
This is it.
Okay.
Oh.
Is it about this issue?
Oh! Look at that profile.
Then come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Need the wide angle.
What is the what?
Need the wide angle to see the profile.
No. Look at.
And dude got up out of his wheelchair.
Oh.
Is this thing on?
She
State
can.
your name and address for the record.
It's all propped up on her
Hi,
chest.
my name is Ashley Crape.
5 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say
5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Everybody's looking absolutely fabulous.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, darling.
Serious, but I am here as a concerned citizen and voter. You guys might not be aware, but Florida has the largest per capita population of sugar daddies in the U.S. Miami, Palm Beach, and Boca lies the most concentrated populace of these aged benefactors. Sugar daddies, both gay and straight, and yes, even sugar mommies.
Here we go.
There we
are
go.
responsible for college educations, cars, homes, rents, jets, Birkins, and the occasional body enhancement.
Here we go.
Can they fix Greg? Can they fix Greg's house?
Supporting our local economy. Let us celebrate these giving, generous Samaritans as I stand before you, requesting that you decree a Sugar Daddy and Mommy Appreciation Day on March 10th.
Amen.
To honor those who have given us so much.
Preach it, sister.
So, are you a sugar daddy or are you looking for a sugar mommy?
I decline. I plead the fifth. I can neither confirm nor deny.
It's already a thing. It's already a thing. Well, I say that the website, what's it called?
Seeking Arrangement. Well, it used to be. It's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone. That's what has gone away. That's gone away. But if you want to celebrate on sugar daddy or sugar mommy, and we can't decide which one you are, you gonna be sugar daddy to somebody?
No.
Okay, so sugar daddy is out.
I've been there and done that. And I am retired. That part of my life.
No more sugar daddy for you.
No, sir.
So you're looking for a sugar mommy.
Call me. I'm just saying.
That's on the books. It's on the books. Not gonna lie. It's on the books. 7:25 morning sports is on the way. We got state tournament action coming up this week, right?
We do.
This week.
The girls have punched their ticket to the dance.
And we've got more teams than you can count.
Man.
From West Tennessee that's showing up in the Murph this week.
For the ladies.
The Murph.
We're going to run down the boys in West Tennessee that are remaining coming up in sports just in a bit.
Here we go. Back in a moment.
Look what's going on inside you.
Woohoo!
Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. The smell of death around you.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
go to therange.com.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Women's Night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
I spent a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. And in 09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
All right, 7:31 on this Monday morning, 52 degrees here at the Midtown Studios, Gene Langley Ford Studios, 52 degrees, feels like 52 as well. 52 at the airport as well, so all is well in the world. Now we've got G-Unit to mess it all up for us. What are you doing? Sports this morning.
Man.
You'll screw up our nice weather. You got good news for us?
What are you talking to me?
You got good news for us or what?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm setting you up, man.
Weather's going to be nice.
I'm laying the foundation. You just got to come right in.
Last hour, we talked about all the girls' teams in the area that had punched their ticket to the girls' tournament,
which starts
tomorrow morning
in Murfreesboro.
At 10 a.m. Central Savings Time.
No.
There's
no No.
We're not even at saving time yet,
right?
Are we?
No, it's standard time right now. Standard.
So it's
time.
daylight. So it's standard and saving.
It's not standards.
Standards and savings.
No.
Okay.
No. It's standard and saving time.
Okay. So yes, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Here we go. We're at the Murph tomorrow.
We are.
Okay.
This morning sports brought to you by Jackson IV and Wellness, Jackson Madison County School System, Mulligan's, log on to mulligans.com, Family Medical, King Jewelers, and Corbin Cardiology. So Greg, last hour we talked about all the girls teams that have punched their ticket to the state tournament, which begins tomorrow morning in earnest at the Murph at our alma mater,
yes,
Middle Tennessee State University,
yes,
in the borough. So the West Tennessee boys teams are still left to punch their ticket, and that takes place tonight.
Okay, so what are we talking about there?
So win tonight, and you have punched your ticket to the state tournament in Murfreesboro, and this is on the boys' side. Boys tournament takes place next week.
Right.
The girls' tournament is set.
Right. Starts tomorrow.
So to get to the boys' dance, you have to win tonight. This is it. Win and you're in. Lose and you're done.
Go home.
That's it.
Get on the bus.
It is single elimination.
Yikes.
Tonight.
All right, so who's on the lip here?
All right, here
who's
we
on
go.
The lip?
In the West Tennessee teams, McKenzie Rebels,
yes,
their girls have already punched their ticket.
They're in.
The girls are.
Yes.
The McKenzie Rebels boys team can punch their ticket tonight.
Ooh, against?
We don't know. The only thing I did was compile a list of all the remaining West Tennessee teams.
All right. So it could be from anywhere.
It could be from anywhere.
Right.
So McKenzie boys have a chance to punch their ticket along with the Middleton Tigers.
Middleton?
Yes, sir.
That's down around my way.
Yeah, I'm saying.
That's Hardeman County right there.
Yep.
Middleton boys.
They are the number one ranked team in all of Class Single A in the state.
You are kidding me. Why did I not know this until just now?
Because you rely
That's my homies.
You rely
That's
on
my
me.
homies. I'm a Hardeman County boy.
For all your sports stuff. So Middleton has a chance to punch their ticket to the dance tonight, along with the Humboldt Vikings.
Okay.
Humboldt is still in.
Really?
Win, and they go to the dance next week. So 3 teams remaining in the area in West Tennessee in Class Single A. McKenzie, Middleton, and Humboldt, they all have a chance to punch their ticket if they win against their opponents tonight.
Where's Bolivar Central?
I'm getting to that.
Really?
Good question.
I kind of said that facetiously.
But that was a very good question.
Okay.
In Class 2A, remember the classifications are based on enrollment.
Right.
A Single A being the smallest enrollment schools. Class 2A, Union City can punch their ticket. Gibson County can also punch their ticket. Their girls are already there.
Really?
Girls. So there are a couple of schools that can put their men's and the women's program.
They got both going.
McKenzie can do it.
Yeah.
Gibson County can do it. And also, the one remaining team in Class 2A that can punch their ticket from the area, your alma mater, the Bolivar Central Tigers.
You are kidding me.
Yes, sir.
This is the boys' team.
That's the boys' team.
They can punch their ticket, what, tonight?
Tonight. Win tonight.
And they're going to the Murph.
You go to the Murph next week for the boys' tournament.
Yikes!
So you could wind up with 2 schools
from Hardeman County,
from your neck of the woods.
Bolivar Central and Middleton
could very well easily happen against the opponents that they have tonight.
Those are the only 2 high schools in Hardeman County. I went to Bolivar Central, but Middleton's just down the road.
Right down the road.
So they both could end up in the Murph.
Yes, sir.
Next week.
They can.
Wow.
And in Class 3A, we talked about South Gibson, how they punched their ticket. The ladies punched their ticket.
Yes.
We talked about that earlier. The men tonight can punch their ticket if they win. They are on the road and playing a team in Nashville. If they win tonight, they can also punch their ticket, the men's and the women's programs from South Gibson High School in the dance.
But the women are already there.
Women are already there.
Yeah.
So a lot of incentive for the South Gibson men's basketball
Let's
program.
Let's go Hornets.
Coach Keith Runyon. Keith Runyon, a very good coach. He's a friend, and I like him a lot. He has a chance to punch his ticket and take a team to the state tournament for the very first time in his career. Also, our friends down in Chester County.
Oh, man, here we go.
They are still in the dance.
Yeah.
They can punch their ticket formally to the state tournament if they win tonight.
At home?
Chester County is at home tonight. They play at 7 o'clock.
Hello.
And the Eagles Nest is going to be rocking tonight down in Chester County. Also, Haywood County and Fayette Ware, they play each other for a chance to go to the tournament. So either Haywood County or Fayette Ware, one of those 2 teams, will be in Murfreesboro coming up next week.
Wow.
And finally,
both of those teams are very accustomed to being in the state playoffs.
They have a regular parking space at the state tournament.
Very much.
Finally, our friends over in Ripley, they have a chance to punch their ticket tonight to the men's state tournament coming up next week. So congratulations to all for making it this far, and best wishes for all the area teams. We'll run them down quickly one more time. McKenzie, Middleton, and Humboldt in Single A, Union City, Gibson County, and your alma mater, Bolivar Central in 2A, and in 3A, South Gibson, Chester County, Haywood, Fayette Ware, and Ripley are all still have possibilities. They are keeping the hopes alive to make it to the dance next week. They can all punch their ticket with a win tonight.
Are you guys going to be anywhere tonight?
We're not tonight. No.
But maybe later. Maybe. Fingers crossed.
I don't know.
I mean, you got to carry Bolivar Central. I mean, just because.
If I can find a sugar mama that will sponsor it,
I can hook you up.
All right.
I drove through Hickory Valley yesterday. There's somebody there in Hickory Valley that'll punch your ticket. We can get you in there, Hickory Valley, and they'll be for both. They'll be for Bolivar and Middleton, Hickory Valley.
It don't matter who it is. They're like either one of them.
As long as you provide them with a cool drink of water, they'll hook you up.
And some lemonade on the
no.
porch.
Lemonade doesn't have an R in it.
Sweet tea doesn't have an R in it.
It's got to be water.
Water.
It's got to be water.
Okay.
cool drink of water.
This morning's sports brought to you by Lifeline Voice and Data, Cambridge Men's Clothiers, Precision Auto Body in Milan, Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, Jackson State Community College. Plan your future at jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab and Medical, The Range Indoor Shooting Range, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Carico's Pizza.
Here we go. It's 7:40, 20 away from the top of the hour. Back after this.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Are you looking to move up in your career, change career paths, or maybe even thinking about finishing that degree you started? Jackson State Community College is here to help you greenlight your career. If you're 23 and older, you may qualify to go to college tuition-free through Tennessee Reconnect. Yes, you heard that right, tuition-free at Jackson State. Whether you're earning your degree for the first time to advance your career or finishing a degree you already started, Jackson State Community College is here to greenlight your career. It's time to take the next step in earning your degree. Learn how at jscc.edu/reconnect. Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Gary Rossington, the last surviving member of Leonard Skinner, passing away yesterday pardon me, 71 years old. Last of it, there's no more Leonard Skinner.
What a legacy to leave.
What are we going to do? There's no more Leonard Skinner.
We need some more good Southern rock bands.
Man.
To talk to the regular guy.
Yep.
Else I'm gonna lose my mind. So you ask me no questions, and I won't tell you no lies. So don't ask me about my business, and I won't tell you goodbye. That's right.
Here we go. I mean, what person has not ever rolled the windows down and gone 110 miles an hour down a straightaway on a highway listening to Leonard Skinner?
Man, roll.
Or worse or better, whichever way you want to roll. It's Leonard Skinner.
I'm going to roll the windows down to my truck on the way home from the show. Crank me out some Call Me the Breeze, baby.
That is a good one. That is a good one. A while back, there was a TikTok debate about who should place the divider on the conveyor belt at the supermarket checkout. Do you use the divider?
Sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, because you want to keep your stuff separate from the person in front of you. Now there's this. A meteorologist from Arkansas. That should tell you probably all you need to know right there.
Kind of wondering.
Named Ryan Vaughn, obviously not his real name. Like Greg Wood is not my real name. G Unit's not your real name.
Right.
You don't know our real names, and that's on purpose.
It's done to protect the innocent.
Ryan Vaughn, meteorologist somewhere in Arkansas, has started a new debate. How do you position the divider on the checkout belt at the supermarket? Across the width of the conveyor belt?
Yeah.
Or down the middle?
What?
Which seems ridiculous to me.
That's stupid.
But it sparked a debate. In a Facebook post, he said, I'm at the store tonight and noticed some of you don't know how to use the divider, he said. You need to put it long ways to trip the sensor and keep a distance. Some of y'all use it as a privacy fence.
Oh, Lord.
I've never even thought about that.
Nope.
So if you put it long ways ahead of your
groceries,
purchases, stuff. If you put it long ways, it reaches the eye and keeps it further away from your person in front of you. That's what he's arguing.
See, this is crazy because now I'm going to think about this.
I know, right? I never thought about it, but now I am.
I think about how much toilet paper I use. I think about Low Cut Connie. And
we got some Low Cut Connie coming.
You have an influence over me because now, finding out that the last surviving member of Leonard Skinner has died, I'm going to be cranking up some Call Me the Breeze today.
Yes.
And you know what? I bet somebody listening out there is like, man, I didn't know that guy died.
Yeah.
And they're looking to put
they're tuning up some Skinner.
Some Skinner.
Yeah. And you should.
Like if they're working on the factory line today, they're going to be blasting out some Skinner today.
All right.
I bet it's going to happen.
If you're at the supermarket today and you have the person in front of you, which it's not really a thing anymore because you have to check yourself out.
Yeah.
You got to do it yourself now.
Mm-hmm.
There is no such thing as a conveyor belt and doing all that, which is what this story is about. But this guy says if you're at the supermarket and you do, in the off chance you do have a cashier and have to go through a line, that your proper protocol dictates that you should use your divider bar, for lack of a better term. You should use it long ways. You should use it vertically, not horizontally. Because if you scoot it down, it catches the eye and will stop before your purchases get to the checkout person.
Excuse me.
You never thought about that, did
No.
you? I didn't.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but the meteorologist from Arkansas said I should do it this way.
Ryan Vaughn. Don't look him up because I assure you that's not his real name.
I'm not.
Naturally, the comments were all over the place. Some people had their minds blown, as I did, while others thought that his technique was an absurd waste of space. Stay in your lane, bruh. You do weather, not groceries. Others joked about even more ways to go about this, like placing it diagonally, standing it on its end.
Try that, yeah.
Or using multiple dividers to make shapes.
No. No.
Don't do that. If you are lucky enough to get a cashier, don't do this garbage.
Please don't.
Don't do that. If you are lucky enough to have a cashier, and I'll look for them. I watch for them.
Yep.
Which lane is open, and I will stand in line before I will check myself out. I mean, I check myself out 8, 9, 10, 12 times a day in the mirror.
Oh, Lord.
I don't need to go to the grocery store and do it.
You better stop.
You better stop. 7:52. We're 8 away from the top of the hour. This is Daybreak 96.5 News Talk 965.com. We're back after this closed out.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
King Jewelers is not your typical run-of-the-mill jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom handmade jewelry to suit your taste or melt down your old stuff and create something completely new. Grover has over 35 years as a certified jeweler with While You Wait services that include free jewelry cleaning, fine jewelry, friendly staff, custom designs, quality repairs, and of course, Grover. KingJewelersJackson.com, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Go, brother. Go on. Give us some.
I was air guitar champion at Southside for about 10 minutes.
Give me some.
Talk to me! Yes, sir.
I keep rolling down the road. I ain't got me nobody.
7:55. We're 5 minutes away from the top of the hour. Really quick, because we got to close this out, and I got another break to get to. The Chris Rock special on Netflix. Have you watched it?
No.
Okay. I started it last night and couldn't get through it. I was like, obviously he's still angry about the Will Smith
I don't blame
slap.
him.
I don't blame him either. Not one moment do I blame him for being angry. I couldn't get through it. It's obvious that he's still harboring some things about that.
Okay.
You know, and he stayed silent about it for so long.
Yep.
And I credit him for that.
Took the high road.
He did. He took the high road, and I credit him for that. Good move. Good move. But this special, I got about 30 minutes into it, 25 minutes into it, and I had to turn it off. Chris Rock is a funny man.
Mm-hmm.
I like Chris Rock. He's funny. But this, you could just sense it underneath his. What I saw in the first 30 minutes or so, he doesn't address it directly, but it's under there.
Okay.
It's under there, and you can feel it and you can sense it. And I didn't really find it funny. Now, that's my initial engagement.
Okay.
I'll watch the rest of it tonight. I had to go to bed. I got to be here at 5:30 in the morning, man. I can't stay up till whatever up night.
Hey, you're flying solo tomorrow. Don't forget.
Oh my word!
I figured you'd be happy.
No, I'm not happy at all. That's going to be a problem.
Well, hey, look. What about this? What if I call in from the road?
Okay. Yeah.
And I can kind of pinch hit that way.
Yeah. Do that.
Okay.
If I'm here by myself, I'm just going to get mad.
I'll text you and say,
I'm just
hey,
going to be mad.
Here's what I'm calling.
Nobody wants to hear mad.
Yeah, Mad Greg would probably not go over well.
Well, I've done Mad Greg for many, many years, but I don't want to do it anymore. 7:57 is the time. 56 degrees, feels like 55 or 55 at the airport this morning. Going to a high today around 70. What?
It's going to be nice.
74.
Nice. Call me the breeze, baby.
Call me the breeze. We'll see you tomorrow, or I will. Keep your fingers crossed for G Unit tomorrow.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. They were traveling in a minivan with North Carolina license plates. 4 Americans in Mexico abducted by a band of armed men just south of the border in Matamoros, Mexico.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for the return of the 4 kidnapped. Matamoros is home to warring factions of the Gulf Drug Cartel, and the U.S. consulate has issued an alert about the danger.
Correspondent Donna Warder. The fate of Bakhmut appears to hang in the balance as Russian forces continue encroaching on the devastated city in eastern Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Russians are out with a video touting the Russian defense minister's visit to Mariupol.
Russia is keen to project a sanitized image of control over parts of occupied Ukraine. The defense ministry says Sergei Shoigu's trip was to check the Russian military's work to, in its words, restore the infrastructure of Donbass. Those words will grate in Ukraine, given that Russia is responsible for the destruction in the first place. The United Nations estimates 90% of residential buildings in Mariupol were damaged or destroyed in the months before the port city finally fell to the Russians in May.
The BBC's Danny Aberhart. There are still people trapped by massive snowfall in California's San Bernardino Mountains. Getting food and other essentials has been a real challenge. And while more snow fell over the weekend, the National Weather Service's Brian Hurley says things are beginning to look up.
The California snows that we talked about are starting to wind down a little bit. Now, they still are ongoing in the Sierra, but it's not as heavy as it had been.
First Lady Jill Biden tells CNN we would never even discuss something like that. Mrs. Biden dismissing the idea of a mental competency test for the president. Dow futures down 22 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Afghan universities have started reopening after a winter break, with female students barred from returning by the Taliban.
Several Taliban officials say the ban is temporary. The Education Ministry has talked about the need to first provide a suitable environment. And there is evidence of disagreement within the ultra-conservative government about this issue. But it has steadily rolled back women's rights and freedoms in education, jobs, and other areas. This has increased Afghanistan's isolation at a time when its economy is collapsing.
That's the BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher. Israeli lawmakers have advanced a bill that could allow Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to keep a $270,000 donation he received to pay for his legal fees as he battles corruption charges. He's on trial for charges of fraud, breach of trust, accepting bribes, and a series of scandals. Netanyahu insists he has done nothing wrong. News and analysis, townhall.com. Iran's supreme leader is speaking out about a series of suspected poisonings at girls' schools in the Islamic Republic.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei says officials must pursue this matter seriously. It's important. If there's some hands behind this and some persons or groups involved, this is a big and unforgivable crime. It's the first time Iran's leader, who has the final say on all matters of state, has spoken publicly about the suspected poisonings, which began late last year and have sickened hundreds of children. Videos of upset parents and schoolgirls in emergency rooms with IVs in their arms have flooded social media. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
For the first time, United Nations members have agreed on a unified treaty to protect biodiversity in the high seas, including 2 weeks of talks in New York. More on these stories at townhall.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
My name is Stephen and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Women's Night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest of
.com. Then click to download.
Dance like I don't give a shit. Why are you like?
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free Solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, News Talk WTN.com. Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. News Talk WTN.com and 96.5 FM.
On the air in 3, 2... How long is this going to take?
Morning, friends.
Maybe it's time to head out.
Gotta head to work.
On Monday.
Monday?
Yes, Monday.
Monday? Who goes out on Monday? Listen, I don't have time for this.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm on my way to breakfast.
Who's ready for some Java?
I could stand some coffee myself.
Are you ready? I'm ready.
Well, here we go.
It's showtime.
This is not headline news. Tennessee banned drag shows on public property. From now on, they'll have to tuck it indoors. Sorry, that was take it indoors. Experts say a bug discovered in an Arkansas Walmart is a Jurassic-era insect, now sadly with a crippling addiction to meth. Researchers say a full day on Saturn is only 10.5 hours long. But you can make it seem 10 times that long by playing a continuous loop of Adele's greatest hits. And today is National Dentist's Day. You know the drill. This is not headline news.
That's some fun, baby. You look lame.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Monday morning.
Good Monday morning.
It is 13 minutes past 8.
It is 13 minutes past 8. It's Dan Marino. Past the hour. Dan Reeves. That's my name, along with Gina Langley. Good morning, Gina. How are you?
Hey, Danny. I'm good. It's Monday morning, as Gina points out the obvious.
It is Monday morning. Water's wet. The sky is blue. She's a master at recognizing the obvious, but you've got to say good Monday morning.
Good Monday morning.
56 degrees already. We expect to top out in the 80s today.
Oh, no way. Really?
Yes.
Tanning Bell. Right? It's spring.
Spring is sprung. And we get, daylight savings time kicks in. What is it? It's next week? We're going to double check that for you because we're going to need to know.
That's thanks to George W. Bush. They moved it up earlier, right? During his administration?
I'm not sure when.
They did.
If I was him, that's what I'd hang my hat on.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And I tell you, I do believe that goes a long way in making up for 3 wars on a credit card and bankrupting the world.
We get spring 3 weeks early.
I noticed yesterday I was out at the tower.
Yeah? Tell me about that.
Yeah, climbed to 345 feet.
No way.
Yeah, dropped my phone. Tell you, the OtterBox works. Now, it landed on the grass.
You dropped it 300 feet.
No, it was about 200 when I dropped it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It bounced and a few times, but the stinking thing still works.
$50 well spent. That OtterBox.
Yes. And we've got high school basketball this week. Me and the unit hit the road in the morning. The Jackson Southside Lady Hawks 30-0.
No way.
Yes.
I take it they had a great weekend.
They blew out. They put another rented mule. This time it was on Murfreesboro Central and South Gibson. I told you, South Gibson fans, don't give up on that basketball team. They're great. They're ranked in the top 10, but they play in the same district as Jackson Southside.
And there's no stopping those ladies.
No, it was a rented mule that they put on, it was a government mule that Southside put on South Gibson girls.
How did that
in the
end?
Oh,
region championship. It was 71-38, I believe was the final. But they played them within 3 the first time they met this year. But then the next 3 meetings were blowouts.
They're just unstoppable this year.
They are. Brett McNeil's the head coach. He's a great American. They're very well coached. It's talent and coaching coming together. If you've not seen them play,
the perfect storm.
It is. So they play tomorrow at 2:45. We'll have the game right here on News Talk 96.5 FM as Jackson Southside will play Upperman. Those two teams met last year for the state championship. This year they're going to meet in the first round. But still, if Southside wins that game, well, whoever comes out of this one will be the favorites.
Now is this when you
to win it all.
Now is this when you do little brackets and you speculate who's going to win the state championship?
March Madness.
Kind of like March Madness in those brackets.
Oh yes, it's that time. You don't do that with high school. Well, at least you don't do it and talk about it. You don't betting on high school sports, but I think people do that.
Well, March
I've
Madness,
heard.
I know the whole bracket.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And that's coming up toward the end of the month, isn't it?
Yeah, the SEC tournament, the man is next week or week after in Nashville, Tennessee.
One of my favorite towns.
It's A.D. Hall, so don't laugh. We've got a lot to get into today. We've got a lot to talk about. From the Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson, Tennessee.
Woohoo!
Gene Langley Ford is at 3500 Easton Drive at Humboldt. The dealership is service truly built. Now straddling Easton Drive on one side of the street is the new car division, the other side the pre-owned division of Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And with any new car, truck, or SUV purchase, you get a lifetime warranty from Gene Langley Ford. Now that's standing behind your product.
It's the dealership that's service built.
Yes, it did. You can build that vehicle from the ground up at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can secure financing. You can even set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can get up in here. The phone line 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. Call us. Whatever's on your mind, that's what we talk about. We check the pulse of West Tennessee. You can text the program. It's 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398. That's the text line. Presented by Advanced Rehab and Medical. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. We got local headlines. We've got a lot to talk about. Gina had a big weekend. We're going to talk about that when we return as well. Where'd you go?
Went to the comedy show. Leanne Morgan played at 4 o'clock and then I think at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. I posted the pictures to our News Talk 96.5 Facebook group.
Yeah.
Completely sold out 2 shows. She originally had the 8 o'clock show, sold it out. They added the 4 o'clock matinee, sold it out. Phenomenal show. Teresa Jones bought our tickets, and literally, Danny, the stage floor was right here when we sat down, right in front of my face. I asked Teresa, "You could not have gotten us any closer?"
That's a good girl, Gina. It's just, hey, you always got to ask for more.
Thank you.
You know?
But I posted those pictures on our website,
And
our
she's a
Facebook
comedian?
page. Yes, and she's from Knoxville. Apparently, she's been a comedian for over 20 years, but recently had an appearance with.
I forget the manufacturer, just a
random
ad for YouTube.
placement ad for YouTube, and all of a sudden her career just exploded. And she's got a Netflix
special that's dropping next month.
Her name is Leanne Morgan. She does a lot of American middle-aged women humor, and that was definitely the demographic that was there. Saturday afternoon.
American middle-aged women humor.
And the husbands and boyfriends who love them, who looked very uncomfortable, a little awkward, because there was a lot of menopause humor, and she was hysterical. And she did all new stuff. So the things that I've seen on TikTok and on Facebook and YouTube, she did all new stuff Saturday night, and it was just hysterical. We went to Blackstone, Teresa and I, before we went to
Blacksmith?
Blacksmith, yes.
Blacksmith restaurant, the one downtown, okay. And it was funny.
It was.
Not Blacksmith, but what did you say it was at the Coral?
It was.
Okay. And her name is?
Leanne Morgan.
Leanne Morgan. Hey, laughing is medicine. It really is.
It is, and it's a great distraction.
It is.
When you have things going on, just
when
to go
life will get up in your face.
And for me lately, it's been like front and center, right up in my face. So going to a comedy show.
Yeah, I know.
And laughing till your cheeks hurt. That's the
a
way to
good
kind of
thing.
get over stuff.
That's a good. I tell you, as we get started, every morning's like a blank canvas where you get an opportunity to paint a masterpiece or just throw some paint on that canvas, right?
I agree.
And you've known me for a long time. I've really got busy working on me.
I think that's wonderful.
On my head.
Because you needed to a little bit.
Did you notice?
A little bit. You need to work on Dan.
I wasn't sure that anyone noticed. And so I'd read where if you just read a little bit every day, at the end of the year you'll surprise yourself. You would have read like 50 books.
Yeah, I think it helps maintain cognitive function too.
Yeah, well, it does. Let's see, where's that at? Oh, this is Juneteenth. That's coming up in June. We'll get to that. Let's calm down and think. That's the hardest thing to do today because we've got. That's the hardest thing to do today because we've got iPhones, iPads. Yes. We got stuff coming at us left and right, and I've somehow gotten a habit of watching YouTube. I don't watch TV,
I do too.
But instead of reading, I used to read all the time. I watch YouTube.
I've been doing the same thing, and I'm obsessed with this Alec Murdaugh case. Did you see where he obviously was? He got a life. I think 2 life sentences Friday.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to really take care of himself in order to fulfill that one. Jeez, I know.
Obama!
I'm not sure where that came from, but it's. Can you believe this? I tell you, human beings. That's what I'm saying. If you let down, you may surprise yourself on how far you can fall. I mean, any of us.
Well, and I agree wholeheartedly. This Alec Murdaugh case is just a case study in how to screw up your life. Like if you really want to just take your whole family down with you.
He was addicted to what? Opiates? Oxycontin.
Supposedly spent $50,000 a week on. That's a lot.
$50,000 a week.
That's what he. Yeah.
Jeez, Rush Limbaugh called. He thinks that's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. He stole $10 million from his own law firm.
A nice chunk of change from his settlement.
$10 million.
From where his housekeeper accidentally died, and he told her family to go ahead and sue them so that the insurance would pay, and he stole their money.
Shoved her downstairs, I believe, right?
So there's all kinds of bodies all over the place, and I got on the back kind of toward the end of this story with Alec Murdaugh, but over the weekend I wasn't feeling well, so I got on YouTube and did a full-blown obsession.
I know way too much about it now.
I know way too much about it now.
You you binge watched the Murdaugh trial?
I did.
Did you watch it, or have you ever watched Forensic Files?
I love Forensic Files, although I get
do
scared
too.
and I start hearing noises in the house.
I see dead people. It amazes me what humans are capable of doing to other humans. And most of the time, it's with someone that they once at least said they loved.
Oh, yeah. If a husband and wife, if one of them are murdered, it's my understanding the first person they look to is the spouse.
That's right, yeah.
The one who loves you the most.
I loved her so much I had to kill her. I mean, look at OJ.
Yeah, exactly.
He said, man, I loved her too much.
Too much.
The arrogance, as I get older, the arrogance of someone to take another person's life. That's, jeez. The only thing that people ever have and would ever have is their life.
Exactly. And all of these people that worked with Alec Murdaugh and a lot of folks that they interviewed, all they had to say before all this was that he was such a good guy, ethical, great businessman, great family. And the speculation is that he killed his wife and his son to detract from a lawsuit where his son had been involved in a boat accident and he was being personally sued for millions. So the commentary is that he murdered his wife and his son to get out of trouble from pillaging his own law firm.
He may be a sociopath.
I
do believe he checks the boxes, yes.
All signs point to yes.
Can you believe that? I tell you, man, I don't know how people like have a child that's murdered. I don't know how they ever get over it.
I don't think they ever do, and we're kind of taking this conversation a little dark for 8:26.
What do you mean,
Monday morning?
But that's a national story that everyone's talking about. It's a world story. They are something else I read over the weekend, or I actually saw it. On a friend of mine sent it to me, and it was good to see. How soon we forget. John Stewart got crossways with a politician, I think from Arkansas, about legislation on stopping these drag queens. Here in Tennessee, we have legislation. We're going to get to that. 1/6 of 1% identifies transgender in Tennessee. And the point that was being made was, we were touching on last week about if we want to protect children, okay, that's 1/6 of 1% in Tennessee identifies transsexual. Now, how many children have actually attended a drag show in Tennessee? I don't know anyone. I don't know many adults that have attended a drag show in Tennessee. But I do know that we have a childhood obesity epidemic. And I do know that what takes kids' lives, number one killer of children in America, gun violence.
Oh, definitely.
And what Stewart was, when he got crossways with this politician, it was the severe case of hypocrisy.
Exactly.
But maybe infringing on freedom of speech when it comes to a drag queen, which this ain't not going to affect me at all.
Well, I mean, it could affect me and my girlfriends going out for a good time, I've been to many drag shows. Well, I mean, they're everywhere. Nashville, Memphis, Paducah.
Paducah?
Oh, yeah. And I was talking to my girlfriends over the weekend about
But it
this.
would be at a club, right?
It'll be at a club or, different venues. I've gone to drag shows. We don't live in a very cosmopolitan area here in West Tennessee.
Paducah's not very cosmopolitan.
Not at all.
No.
But my point is, a lot of people don't know what a drag show is.
What is a drag show?
A drag show is when men dress up as women and perform in a very...
well, no, unless it's a politician, that'd be called a womanless beauty review.
Which is still a man in a dress, right?
Okay, so the same thing.
The epitome. And then the argument there from Bill Lee was, well, I was in a womanless beauty review back in the 70s. That's why I was a man in a dress. It's still a man in a dress. I mean, what's the end game here with this legislation? Is it to not have men in dresses? Is it to, according to Chris Todd, quit drag queen show participants from recruiting our youth into homosexuality? I mean, what is the end game here?
Chris is a friend of mine, and he works really hard, and I get a lot of respect for him. And we got to get him in here. I talked with him week before last. He called in to us. We'll get him in, and he's always willing to come in and talk with the people. We'll ask him his thoughts on it. Because I wouldn't take let's just say I don't have any kids, but if I wouldn't take my niece under 18 to a drag show, if I even went to one, I would. But I wouldn't take her to Hooters either.
Exactly. I mean,
are we going to go after Hooters next?
Of course not. We'll never go after Hooters.
Well, they must have a. Well, no, let's greet it with a wink and a nod. That's right.
Exactly.
They're recruiting these kids to Hooters.
To dress scantily and serve French fries.
This may be a time to calm down and think for 25 minutes. Because I almost got crossways with Starbucks this morning. I did a mobile order.
I gotta hear this.
I did a mobile order. I did it around 7:20 or so.
You planned ahead.
I did. That's something that I've been working so much, and I hadn't recovered that I've got off of the things I used to do to stay disciplined, because it's easy to do.
Yeah,
I didn't realize, and so got back to that and setting goals every day. My goal this morning was to have a Superfly, which is a triple espresso.
That sounds good.
With 4 raw sugars. It's the closest thing to Cuban coffee you can get around here. I love Cuban coffee. I fell in love with it in Miami.
That is a lot of sugar, though.
Yeah, I know, but that's all I do all day.
You sound like John Langley.
You sound like John Langley. I can rationalize anything.
That's another way of saying it, yes.
It tastes good, so do it.
It tastes good, so do it. That's the motto.
I'm a very intelligent person.
And so it wasn't, they didn't have it ready.
Oh, no.
And,
first world problem.
Oh,
no.
I didn't freak out. Yeah, that's right. First world problems, folks. I didn't freak out on them, but surprised me. And she said, if you can wait just 5 more minutes, I'm like, I can't. I'll just come back later.
Oh, you didn't get your coffee.
I didn't get my coffee, and I didn't freak out.
That's a victory, then.
Because normally I'll just come right off the hinges. What do you mean it's not really?
I called it in an hour ago.
Yeah, and so they said, if you can just wait.
And they were out of oatmeal, too.
And they were out of oatmeal, too. I was going to have to. You got to be kidding me. What did I do? What did I? They were personally attacking me because it's all about me, you know.
I know that, actually.
And so I said, I can't wait and they said, oh, just 5 minutes of it. I've got to be on air. Normally, if you're late for a job, you want to come in under the radar.
Exactly.
But if it's live radio or TV, you can't come in under the radar.
No, something has gone wrong.
Something has gone wrong. We got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. So, I had to go. I keep this notebook, as you know, all day, every day, make notes. And so I said, can you wait just a minute? Because I got to think. And so I had to flip it open and say, calm down and think for 25 minutes. And I'm like, I don't have 25 minutes. And so I did.
Have similar Monday mornings.
But I did calm down. And I said, hey, it's no problem. I can make some coffee at the office. I'll come back later today. And they said, thank you very much. I said, yeah, whatever. No, I said, you're welcome. I said, you guys have a good day. And I walked out and just started beating the snot out of my headrest in the car. But nobody saw that. But
I'm glad I didn't see that.
It's that bravery.
That would have been awful to see that.
The bravery of being out of range. Where people will say something to you, they'll flip you off from the safety of behind their windshield.
Yes, they will.
Never.
They would never say to your face.
Never.
Not to my face.
And it's civility.
Not to my face.
Let's see what
to find out what a screen door tastes like. Oh no, wait. That's John. Punk boy is
Punk boy, John.
Punk boy. Boy,
that was a good
don't ever
story.
call him that.
Don't ever call him that.
And don't forget about me.
It's always about Dan.
Don't you? Yeah, forget about me.
We're going to loop back to Dan.
When we come back, we're going to take a look at the legislation in Nashville. We want to hear from you about the drag queen legislation, how it affects
Our day-to-day life.
nearly no one. I just don't know how many kids have been attending drag shows and taking that decision out of the hands of parents. But more than that, when it comes to the transgender or the surgeries, or because there are, I've done some research on this. Parents have to make decisions.
Right.
Some children are born with both male and female, and so they have to make a decision on which way to go, and they have to do it. They can't wait till the kid's 18, till they're an adult to make a decision. And for some parents that feel like they may have made the wrong decision for their kid, they never get over it.
Right.
And now the government, a conservative legislature in Tennessee, is going full tilt boogie big government and taking that decision out of the hands of parents. So
I'm torn on this. I'm very torn on this, so we can talk about that after the break.
we'll do that, and we've got a lot to talk about. We have got a lot to talk about on this Monday morning. It's 8:35 and it's 56 degrees. Hey, listen. If it's going to be either global warming or cooling, I think I'll take warming. 81 degrees will be the high this afternoon. We'll run down the weather in detail. Larry Newman.
Where is Larry?
He's in this afternoon.
Okay.
Along with Dr. Mark Fowler.
This guy is brilliant.
He starts on this radio station today.
Oh my gosh, this afternoon, right?
He's a doctor and he's a lawyer. And he's brilliant.
I'm sure he is.
He's a staunch conservative with an open mind, and he listens. Yes, he is. He is a. Look, I'm a conservative.
He's got an open mind.
He's got an open mind and a big heart, and he's brilliant. He reminds me so much of me. In no way whatsoever. We'll be right back. Stay right there.
Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. The Southside Hawks play here, 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee, NewsTalkWTN.com.
Jump back in for a second. We got a traffic alert. This came in about 45 minutes an hour ago, just to make sure that That's your alerts here this morning. Is traffic alert 79 mile marker. 79 mile marker. That's all the information we have this morning.
When we come back, headline news.
I'll look at weather, headline news, and the phone lines will be open at 731-265-6496. It is 8:39, and it's 56 degrees in Midtown and J-Town.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional Showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Walker Talks with Chuck Walker. Weekdays 10 to 1. Only on 96.5 FM. News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalkWTN.com.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee, NewsTalkWTN.com.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. We're glad you did that. It is 8:47. It's Mel Blunt past the hour. 60 degrees, Mel Blunt.
I don't know what that is.
He's an NFL Hall of Famer and a close personal friend of mine.
Okay.
By the Pittsburgh Steelers. They
that
had to
explains
change the
why.
rules.
I don't know.
They had to change the rules because he was so good. No kidding.
Really?
The Mel Blunt rule, yes.
What's the Mel Blunt rule?
That you can't touch a receiver once they're 5 yards down the field.
You can't touch a receiver
In the NFL.
once they're 5 yards down the field.
That's right. Because before that, you could anywhere on the field as long as the ball wasn't in the air.
So you give them 5 yards to get ahead and catch the ball?
No, you can hit them within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Once you get past 5 yards, you can't hit them.
See, that's the thing about football. There are just a lot of rules.
That's life in general. You
I'm not
you get a problem with
questioning it.
rules,
I'm
don't
merely
you?
acknowledging it.
I may be ultra sensitive. I detected a little bit of, jeez.
Well, I notice how the conversation goes back to I and you, Danny. It seems like we talk about you.
I can only
a
speak in
lot.
first person, and I happen to be here to speak for myself. But I tell you this though, you got something in front of you. Now, what's going on here with it's open house coming up? We're going to be there, by the way, for
You're
this
kidding me.
live and direct. Yes. And so this has to do with a new jail. What's going on there?
Madison County SO. What is SO?
Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff's Office hosting open house for jail expansion. So we get to go to an open house in the jail? Is that what this is? Jackson Madison County Sheriff Julian Weiser had a key update on the expansion of the jail at the Criminal Justice Center at last week's County Commission meeting. It's been close to being ready to open since he took office before September of 2022, and it's had time to pass a number of inspections and hire personnel eventually house inmates there. So we can go to an open house, Danny. There's an open house scheduled March the 9th from 5 until 8 p.m.
March 9th?
5 till 8.
Oh, that's this week. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see a lot of. Seems a little dark. Seems a little dark. I don't know, Danny. I'm putting that out there to go to the open house of a new jail. Now, is this a privately owned jail?
No. It's counted. No, this is complete. This happens. This will just let the people know where their tax dollars are going, and that they're being used in a very responsible way.
I understand that. I do.
You've
it
got
just
to.
seems like I don't know.
Well, we could pretend that we don't have it, but then the questions would come up. What'd you do with the tax dollars? Where'd the money go? So it's called doing it, based off of the need, and then also doing it right out in front of everyone. That's the way it should be.
So this isn't a wine and cheese open house with maybe like a little jazz band going.
Yeah, one thing that's a must is, and with the type of blowback, or maybe that's not the right word to use, but these people, the sheriff's deputies, law enforcement in general, they're real people, and this offers the community a chance to meet them, to understand they're real people, and what that leads to is better opportunities to solve crimes where people actually, hey, the man in blue is a friend to you, where they all talk with them. So this is a benefit for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all the above. All the above. It's not like going to the Carl to see a comedian perform. It's vital for the health of the community. And I tell you this.
That's a hard sell.
Have you not at all? If you notice the traffic is picked up, Jackson is growing.
Yeah, this morning I did.
But yesterday, Gina, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, I mean,
people are out.
People are out and about, and where it widens, I-40 widens into 6 lanes on both the east and west, and on the 40. Yesterday was, I'm talking about 7 p.m. It was jam-packed, and I thought, geez, they did this just in time. It wouldn't have made it with 2 lanes.
No. Did you get your motorcycle out over the weekend?
I did. I rode out to the tower. On the bike, on the Harley.
I bet it was beautiful.
It was nice.
It was so pretty yesterday.
It was. It was absolutely gorgeous. Windshield time is what I call it on the bike.
Clear your head.
You need that.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
This open house at the jail is hard sell. It is.
What's your problem with that? What do you want to do? Put them in Tent City? If there were tents out there, you'd be saying, hey, they deserve air conditioning, heat and air.
Yes, people are really plugged into the community and where our tax dollars are being spent. An open house for the jail.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, it's not just the jail.
Sure.
Well, it's not just the jail. It's the sheriffs and the deputies. They've got to have a place to eat donuts and organize.
Yes, they do.
I've known Julian Weiser since we grew up together. He's a great American. Yeah, and
I haven't met him.
Very responsible. He takes it very seriously with tax dollars. He was chief of police, had a great run there.
Right.
And it parlayed then into sheriff of Madison County.
Well, maybe we need to go to the open house, Danny.
We are.
We're broadcasting live. Is that what you said?
That's the plan now. It may be a bit interrupted because of
screaming inmates.
No. The state tournament, the girls' state tournament basketball will be there tomorrow afternoon. It'll be me and the G unit from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, the Jackson Southside Lady Hawks, 30-0, ranked number 1 in the state in 3A. It's a rematch of last year's championship game. where Upperman knocked off Jackson Southside. But tomorrow, 2:45, approximately, will tip off. It's 4 classifications now. It was 3 forever. And the state tournament normally starts on a Wednesday. But not this year. They've expanded, so Tuesday through Saturday. So if Southside wins tomorrow at 2:45, they wouldn't play again till Thursday. If they win Thursday, they'd put them in a championship game on Saturday. We'll have all the Jackson Southside games right here on Newstalk 96.5 FM and on our apps for Apple and Android. And wait, there's more on our TuneIn Radio app and on our website, Newstalk965.com.
Does anyone at the state level have a chance against the South Side?
Oh, yeah. Upperman is all of them. Everyone there is really, really good.
They have the best record, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 30-0. They're the only team left in 3A unbeaten.
It's going to be hard to beat them.
Oh, yeah. They're fantastic. They get it all. I mean, the coaching, the talent. That's when it all comes together.
Is the talent younger, or are they mostly seniors?
It's a mixture. They get 2 or 3 senior stars. One of their superstars is a sophomore.
Okay.
Jaden Askins is, she's got about 6 foot, beautiful jump. She elevates. And for girls basketball, for a girl to elevate, and then on their jumper, you don't see that just all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when a jump shot, they call it that because why? Because you jump and shoot.
Right. So she can elevate hers?
To elevate and then shoot. A lot of times girls will do a set shot. But the terrific athletes are able to elevate before they release the basketball. That way you get above, if someone's guarding you, you can rise above them to shoot over them. Michael Jordan was pretty darn good at that.
He could fly.
I do
Actually,
that.
he could fly.
In the driveway.
You can do that in the driveway?
Oh, yeah.
Michael Jordan could fly.
He could. He could. You seen him lately?
I haven't. How's Michael Jordan these days?
He's old. Well, I mean, he looks older than he is. I mean, the guy's a billionaire, though.
Yeah.
You got to really stay disciplined if you're a billionaire, because you got plenty to eat.
So he's chunking up a little bit?
Yeah, cookies taste good.
That happens to the best of us.
And I mean, a lot of these former professional athletes put on a lot of weight because they've had a professional dietitian, their career.
Right.
Yeah, just playing 82 games of basketball a year would keep you in shape.
Demanding.
Yeah, because it's 94 feet up and down. Yeah, it can be rather taxing on the body. But those girls with Albany Collins is a senior, the point guard for Southside. Mm-hmm. She's about maybe 5 foot tall.
Oh, wow.
And she is so fast, Gina. She scored a 1,000th point this year for Southside. That's rare air. She can knock it down from 3-point range, and she can dribble, drive, and she distributes the basketball beautifully. Anderson, I think, is a senior. The other guard, Curry, is a post player. She's a junior, and she's terrific. And defensive specialist, I tell you. Then Tamia Lawson, a senior. She's about 6'1". She's a finalist for Miss Basketball, one of the 3 finalists in the state.
That's so cool.
Oh, yeah. And then Jaden Askins, the sophomore, she is just brilliant. She was the tournament MVP of the district tournament.
Oh, wow.
Over in Medina. And then coming off the bench, they all look the same. Freshmen or sophomores, because of the coaching. Same thing for the boys team, but they were freshmen and sophomores only with Coach Damon Fuller's team.
Right.
They'll be challenging for the state championship the next few years. He's already won one of those bad boys. And then the COVID year in 2020, they were unbeaten, headed to the state tournament.
Wow.
And it got canceled.
Yeah, that was a rough year.
Now, I don't know how you deal with that.
Well, proms. We didn't do proms those years, graduation. A lot of weddings were postponed or...
Yeah, but we're talking about serious stuff like the state tournament.
Right. No,
if your wedding was canceled, hey, give you a little bit more time to think through. Yeah, that 25 minutes to think about. You might want to think about this. No, it's tomorrow 2:45. Tomorrow 2:45. You're listening right here. We'll come on probably around 2:30. And with the pregame, and then it's Jackson Southside versus Upperman. Jeez, I can't stand stinking Upperman. I tell you what.
Is this in Cookeville?
No, it's in Murfreesboro. It's the Murphy Center, Monty Hale Arena, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Gina, the Roundhouse. It's a great place for the state tournament.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I've not called a state tournament game at the Murphy Center in probably, 10, 15 years. I have with USJ in Division II, but it's been over at David Lipscomb. Just not the same. Doesn't have the same atmosphere.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A lot of Democrats in one traditional swing state are not happy with their party's leader, and apparently they're not the only ones.
Many New Hampshire rank-and-file Democrats are upset with President Biden for supporting South Carolina's successful bid to hold the nation's earliest presidential primary. Concerns in New Hampshire run deeper, in line with polls that show Democrats nationwide oppose the 80-year-old's re-election plans. Voters cited Biden's age, his lack of support among progressives, and the messy withdrawal from Afghanistan. Former New Hampshire House Speaker Steve Shurtleff campaigned with Biden in 2019 and 2020, but on the eve of a new election season, asked if he wants Biden to run again. Shurtleff says, in my heart of hearts, no. I'm Jennifer King.
Meanwhile, on the Republican side of the aisle, the GOP presidential hopefuls starting to focus on Iowa now, the lead-off Republican voting state in the 24 campaign.
Fresh off their appearances at the Conservative Political Action Conference outside Washington, Donald Trump and Nikki Haley both will be traveling to Iowa. Haley will be there in the coming week for a 3-day tour featuring 2 rallies and a foreign policy event. The following week, Trump will go to Davenport, Iowa, to deliver remarks on his education policy. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis, who is not yet a candidate, has scheduled events in Iowa later this week to promote his new book. Greg Clugston, the White House.
GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley proposes requiring all politicians over 75 to take a mental competency test. Asked about that by CNN, First Lady Jill Biden calls it ridiculous. When the crowd at last night's rap concert in Rochester, New York, thought they heard gunshots, they rushed the exits. A crowd stampede, leaving 1 person dead, 8 others injured. Rochester police say there is no evidence to support a shooting having occurred. On Wall Street, Dow futures are up 61 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 57. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And it's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
Thousands of transport workers across the Philippines have started a nationwide strike, upset about plans to do away with a traditional mode of transportation.
For many in the Philippines, the home-produced jeepney minibuses are a fond reminder of days past. Jeepneys were originally fashioned out of the military jeeps left behind by American troops after the Second World War. They were converted into brightly painted, cheap and cheerful minibuses. But the government's determined to get rid of them now. It's saying the jeepneys are unsafe and responsible for urban smog. Many jeepney drivers have already rejected a government offer to partially subsidize the purchase of new vehicles, saying they still can't afford the switch.
And that is BBC correspondent Celia Hatton reporting from the Philippines. News and analysis, townhall.com. Ukraine's presidential office reports at least 6 civilians killed, 5 others wounded. The latest round of Russian attacks.
In the Donetsk region, the Russian shelling struck Bakhmut, Kramatorsk, Chasiv Yar and other towns and villages, killing at least 1 person and wounding at least 5 others. Donetsk governor Pavlo Pyrylenko says civilians are fleeing the region to escape Russian shelling continuing round the clock as additional troops and weapons are being deployed there. In neighbouring Luhansk, regional governor Serhiy Haidai adds Russians have been targeting villages in the region with heavy artillery, and in Kherson in the south, Russian shelling hit a church during Sunday prayers. I'm Charles Thuladesma.
Rioters attacked a public safety training center under construction in Atlanta over the weekend, throwing bricks, fireworks, Molotov cocktails, 3 dozen people arrested. More on these stories at townhall.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager.
Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM. The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee, NewsTalkWTN.com.
This is not headline news. Tennessee banned drag shows on public property. From now on, they'll have to tuck it indoors. Sorry, that was take it indoors. Experts say a bug discovered in an Arkansas Walmart is a Jurassic-era insect, now sadly with a crippling addiction to meth. Researchers say a full day on Saturn is only 10.5 hours long, but you can make it seem 10 times that long by playing a continuous loop of Adele's greatest hits. And today is National Dentist's Day. You know the drill. This is not headline news.
On the air in 3, 2... How long is this going to take?
Morning, friends. Maybe it's time to head out. Gotta head to work. On Monday. Monday?
Yes, Monday.
Monday? Who goes out on Monday? Listen, I don't have time for this.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm on my way to breakfast.
Who's ready for some Java?
I could stand some coffee myself.
Are you ready? I'm ready.
Well, here we go.
It's showtime.
Good Monday morning. It is 9:11. 11 minutes past 9 Central Standard Time. It's 60 degrees. My name's Dan Reeves, along with Gina Langley. Good morning, Gina.
Hey, Danny.
How are you this morning? I love that ride from Gene Langley Ford.
It's pretty, isn't it?
It is. That's a 2021 Explorer, huh?
It is. And it has a third row seat for all my grandchildren. It's a big old Gigi ride. That's what that is, Dan.
Third row seating, and man, Explorers have little things that you just can't live without.
Very cush.
They are love it, and the interior is black.
It is.
Leather.
It is, and it has the heating butt warmer and then the air conditioning for your butt too. It's
I
very
love
nice.
butt warmers. I really do.
The air conditioned butt's good too.
It got a hole in the roof.
It does, all the way back.
Oh, boy. Jeez, I love it. The official color, it looks maroon. Is there an official color on that bad boy?
I'm not sure. It's more of like a candy apple red, so like a darker than just red. But red is my favorite color, and it's a gorgeous ride from Gene Langley Ford. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service built. That liner was fun, Danny.
But it's all, everything she said is true. 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt, Gene Langley Ford. .com. You can shop online 24/7. You can build a vehicle from the ground up. You want an Explorer? Maybe it's that's a gorgeous Bronco or Bronco 2. You can go topless with either one of those bad boys.
Yeah, those are fun.
Great looking vehicles. What is it, the Maverick they brought back? This
They did.
home run hits?
They did.
Ford's on a roll.
They
and
are.
by the way, Ford's our friend. They're dumping over $5 billion into West Tennessee.
Go forward.
And Gene Langley Voigt has been our friend for a long time. 3500 East End Drive in Humboldt. Now straddling East End Drive on one side of the street is the new car division. The other side, the pre-owned division of Gene Langley Ford, where you can shop online 24/7. Don't even have to do your hair. You can build a vehicle from the ground up, secure financing, even set service business at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can join us here on the phone lines. They're open right now. It's 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496 to join us on the phones. And you can text the program Advanced Rehab and Medical text line 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398 to text the program 731-800-8398. Advanced Rehab at Jackson.com. Dr. Shannon Bone ranked in the top 10 for chiropractors on planet Earth. The Career Fair. The Jackson-Madison County Schools Career Fair. Venue change, in case you haven't heard. This is coming up on Tuesday, March the 21st at Ullman Arena. From 3 till 6, we'll be there live for that one as well. Because they're hiring for all positions in all departments. Academics, technology, food service, transportation, athletics, safety, special education, and more. You can visit jmcss.org/jobs now to apply. Hashtag choose us. Hashtag JMCSS. And that was Coach DeMond Fuller, the state championship winning coach for the Jackson Southside boys. He's been on the air with me and the unit doing those girls games. And I was reading this on the air, and I was saying they're hiring for all positions, all departments, academics, technology. Jackson Southside's looking for a boys' head basketball coach, transportation. He said, huh?
Whoa, what?
I said, I'm kidding.
Yeah, he's got job security.
Yeah, he's a Southside alum. And as is the girls' coach, Brent McNeil. As is the principal, Anita Tucker.
All right, let me ask you this. I have
They hire from within.
knowledge about basketball. What do you attribute the Southside girls' success to? Obviously, talent, the coaching, and the ability for the coach to see the talent and develop the talent. I mean, what is the secret sauce for them this year, Dan?
I think you touched on the high points, Gina. It starts with the head coach, Brent McNeil. When he took over, it was okay, that program. Pardon me. I'd send my kids to play for him.
Right.
He's a disciplinarian. Like, I was interviewing one of the girls after the game, Saturday night. In the sub-state where they put a rented mule on Murfreesboro Central.
Now, let me ask you right here. Is a rented mule worse than a government mule?
No. It gets no worse than a government mule. Actually, it was a government mule.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 30 points or more to reach government mule territory.
Okay, and that's just basketball?
No, that's across the board.
Okay.
Now, for soccer, it has to be adjusted. But other than soccer. But it's, during that interview, a couple of things from Saturday night that answer your question. Jaden Askins, they both were on the air with me, Coach Brent McNeil and the super sophomore Jaden Askins.
Right.
I asked her a question, and she said, yes. And he said, yes, sir.
Very nice.
And she said, yes, sir. And it was tight. I mean, Murfreesboro Central came out. They had a great team, and they were just punching Southside in the face. It was very physical. The game was tied at 16.
You're being figuratively speaking, right?
It was very physical, yes. And so 16 apiece with Gina, probably 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half.
Exciting.
And Coach McNeil called a timeout, and Southside went on a 12-0 run into the locker room, and it game over.
That was it. And that was the end of the first half.
Yes. So took a 12-point lead into the locker room, and Murfreesboro Central never recovered.
Gotcha.
The man's brilliant. I'd send my kids to play for him.
You don't have children. You have 2 kitty cats.
I didn't mean it literally. It was if I had them, I'd send my nieces. I'd send everyone I know to Southside
Those
to play for
angels.
McNeil, and Same thing for Damon Fuller. Same thing for Lonnie Starks at Liberty.
Just
with
talent.
Preston Barbie, the head coach, and then Kendall Dancy's at JCM for crying out. Geez, look over at, what's the young man's name for Northside? I'll get his name in a minute. Great young coach of the boys. Ken Northcutt coaches the girls at Jackson Northside. Do you know that? And then Madison Academic has a husband-wife team. They're fantastic. I tell you, they have brought in some wonderful people to the Jackson-Madison County school system.
So we have basketball coming, good basketball for years and years, it sounds like.
Yeah, but if they teach these young people about life, not just sports.
Exactly. And you and I have talked about that. John Thomas plays football. I went to the parents' meeting when he was in the 8th grade rising, and the head coach said that here at USJ, we don't just make great football players, we make great men. And I told my husband, John, that's what we're signing up for. That discipline, that camaraderie, all that good stuff that comes with the sport.
Yeah, and with Jackson-Madison County Schools, tuition free.
Now, that's very nice.
I'm telling you, they have really hit their stride. And speaking of hitting their stride, BioTE, bioidentical testosterone and estrogen. You can find your power. I know I have. Hormone optimization. The balance of nature and science coming together and producing extraordinary benefits. With BioTE, this mimics the natural hormones. T stands for testosterone, E stands for estrogen. So, ladies, it's you too. Gina, I'm talking with you as well.
We've talked about this, you know?
And so you can find your peace because studies have shown optimized hormones are necessary for good health. You know, the average age, the lifespan in the U.S. is like 70-something. It's going down. You could easily live to 100.
Oh, yeah.
If you just watch what you eat, cut out the 3 whites.
What are those?
Well, flour, sugar, and what's the other one? Pasta. Yes.
So what am I going to eat?
Well, you could eat things like vegetables, like broccoli.
I do like broccoli.
Or cauliflower.
Cauliflower has come a long way lately.
Well, cauliflower
really has.
is related to broccoli. I think it's broccoli's college-educated cousin, maybe. They're almost the same. But
it went to vocational school.
In vegetables. But today's vocational school. But BioTE, I know a lot of our friends, they do the testosterone shots. They're synthetic. Right. They get a boost from it, but they may have to do 2 a week or two. It just depends on what the doctor subscribes. You get that boost and then you bottom out. They told me. With BioTE, it's a 10-minute procedure. It lasts it lasts me 6 months. And it's tiny pellets placed just under the skin, testosterone. And they release these pellets release bioidentical testosterone into my bloodstream.
And
so when I take off, I take off, it's like I hit 40,000 feet, cruising altitude, and I stay there for 6 months, and then I come in after 6 months for a nice, smooth landing and do it again.
I like that visual.
Twice a year.
Super easy. So
and my testosterone's 1,200. That's what it was at when I was 23.
You've brought that up a few times.
Well, yeah, I have to. But
I'm really happy for you.
And but you could enjoy the same thing. If it can do it for me, it can do it for you.
Well, and you and I talked about that. Women don't realize that we have testosterone. We have regular testosterone, then we have free testosterone that our body can access. And if that starts bottoming out around, I don't know, menopause age for women, you start gaining weight, tired, lethargic, and you really don't know why.
And for guys, you're tired, lethargic, put on belly fat.
Right.
Belly fat's hard to, that's your old friend. It's hard to, I mean, you can do some jumping jacks, but you're going to need to testosterone. It could be that you're low in testosterone. When you start talking about not being as sharp as you once were, not having the same energy, the magic disappearing from the bedroom. Hey, we only get one go around in this life. Quality of life, that's the key. Well, reduced energy and reduced sex drive is not much fun. So optimize your hormones to help you with your energy, with your sex life, with an overall quality of life, do what I did and call Dr. Shannon Bone at Advanced Rehab and Medical at 731-503-8254. 731-503-8254. Find your power. 731-503-8254. And ask if BioTE is right for thee. That's what I did. And that's the first step in enjoying a quality of life. Because, Gina, that's what it's all about.
It is. I went to see Michelle Bone, Thursday or Friday.
Oh, at Beauty to the Bone.
Yeah, Beauty to the Bone. Lovely, lovely people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now she's got a great operation there, doesn't she?
She really does.
It's a med spa, by the way. Beauty to the Bone med spa is what Gina's talking about. It's right next door to Advanced Rehab and Medical, where I get the BioTE. Then I go next door and get the laser facelift.
Yeah,
so,
I want one of those. So she's been doing these lunch and learns, and there's one coming up next week, Beauty to the Bone, where you're sent an invitation, you accept it, and then basically go and have lunch and hear about, for instance, they're going to be talking about melasma and hyperpigmentation Tuesday, March 14th at 12 noon, 153 North Star Drive in Jackson, and that's Beauty to the Bone with those fine folks, Michelle Bone and her staff. So you go and have lunch, learn about skincare, learn about some of their latest products that they're bringing to Jackson, and some of them exclusively at Beauty to the Bone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's...
They have this new filler. Christina and I went 2 weeks ago to their lunch and learn. Their new filler, you have this procedure done, super easy. It's all at their office, and instead of the fillers lasting, because they're hyaluronic acid, only lasting up to a year, her new fillers that you can request actually can last up to 5 years and help to regenerate collagen in your face, Danny. In your face, Danny.
In your face.
Which I'm not excited about that or anything. It's amazing. No one else has brought it to Jackson. They're the first, and I'm looking into that for myself.
That's a Beauty to the Bone. Okay. I'm excited about that. By the way, did you see Walgreens will not sell a popular abortion pill in some states after they have been threatened legally? Medication abortions account for more than half of all legal abortions in the U.S., and Walgreens said late last week that it will not distribute abortion pills in 20 states. And this announcement follows a threat from states' attorney generals, all Republicans, to take legal action against the pharmacy if it sold these drugs, continue to sell them. Medication abortions account for more than half of all legal abortions in the United States. And in a bid to expand abortion access after the fall of Roe v. Wade, the FDA decided in January that approved drugstores could carry, mifepristone? I've never heard of it.
Me either.
Of course, I'm not. Which
it's the morning after pill.
That's the morning after pill?
That's the morning after pill.
Which it had previously only been available at clinics.
Right.
But now Walgreens, the second largest pharmacy chain in the U.S., said it would like to become one of those pharmacies, or that it would become one of those pharmacies, but quickly saw pushback from anti-abortion lawmakers. So now Walgreens says it will not sell the pills in those states. And the list of states is, let me get that list for you. I don't have it right in front of me, but I would think Tennessee would be one of those states. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah. What is the end game here, Danny? I don't understand. We're going to make women have babies they don't want as a society. That's where we're going with this.
Well, I think what the Republican lawmakers have said, if you don't want to have a baby, then you know what causes pregnancy.
So it's kind of slut shaming then. Is that what we're doing?
What? That didn't. What do they have a point though? By saying, okay, what if you know what causes pregnancy?
Well, what if you're raped?
Well, that's a different story. You're not answering the question though. But I mean, what about if you do they have a point when they say, well, you know what causes pregnancy? I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, but that's one of the questions that, or one of the statements they're making, saying, you do know, it's kind of a rhetorical question, you do know it causes pregnancy. There's an easy way not to have a baby that you don't want to have.
So, again...
Now, people are going to keep having sex. I think we've determined that.
I think we're safe to assume that, yeah. So, my response to that comment would be, what about incest and rape and, allowing
that's different, though. Let's
not in Tennessee,
before we address that, though, what about do they have a point there?
No, they don't.
They don't?
No, they don't. Because, underage girls are raped. And
but you're going to the rape.
Okay.
Let's take that out of the equation for a moment, then we'll cover that as well.
So where are you going with, how babies are made? Yes, I do. I have 4.
Yeah. So that's the point they're making. Say, because you said forcing women to have babies they don't want to have. In response to that, what I'm hearing the lawmakers say, there's an easy way not to have a baby that you don't want to have, and that's to not get pregnant.
So not everyone who's pregnant wants to be pregnant.
No, I got you there. But you're still not addressing that question.
I don't, because it's a moot point. I know how babies are made. I would dare to say people who are pregnant know how babies are made. So just to make that statement doesn't answer any questions.
Well, why do women not just take birth control? Now, I've read or I've heard women say that birth control can mess up kind of their female health cycle, sort of a thing. Is that any truth to that?
I'm sure there is. The bottom line is, if a woman gets pregnant and she doesn't want to have a baby, she's not going to. And that could be for a variety of reasons. But shouldn't that be between her and her doctor and her God? Everybody likes to throw around, the moral aspect of it. Isn't that her God and her decision?
Oh, yeah. I would agree with that.
We know how babies are made.
By the way, these are mostly men making these laws.
They're all men. Yeah.
It'd be different. What if it was a man that carried a baby for 9 months?
If a man carried a baby for 9 months, you could get an abortion at a CVS clinic.
You may be right.
I feel confident. On an app, probably.
But, the religious overtones here. And, again, there's that separation of church and state, which is not worded that way. And right now, that's the thing that people are... It's not in the Constitution. Actually, it is. It's just not worded exactly like that. We have a secular Constitution that protects the church from the states, but it also protects the state from the church.
Who protects us from the church?
And the Constitution does.
Okay.
It's supposed to.
Supposed to.
Yeah. Now, so from time to time, I've noticed it's been taken out back, and they're working it over pretty good.
I want to say something too. I am definitely a pro-choice individual as far as women should be able to make the decision for themselves. Me personally, I would have never had an abortion, but that's just my choice, and I can't make that for any other woman. The state legislature surely should not be making those decisions for women in the great state of Tennessee.
I wouldn't argue that at all.
I need to know the end game on this.
Now we have some data that shows that before Roe v. Wade, the number one thing that determines abortions is the economy for women.
Oh, I'm sure.
And women were having abortions when it was illegal in back alleys, wherever they could, and they were dying from it. And that's one of the reasons why that it was legalized in the U.S.
Well, and when
to save lives,
exactly. When they overturned Roe v. Wade, immediately the commentary went to the unintended consequences, which backroom abortions, or to your point, you were saying that most or half of the abortions in the country are done medically with chemically. So now Walgreens is not going to distribute this abortion pill in states where the GOP is prominent. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the end game here. What are we trying to accomplish? Because just because we outlaw abortion does not mean it's not going to happen. It's like prohibition. They can outlaw it, but people are still going to drink wine.
Well, this I'm looking at a list of states, but you can include Tennessee. I'm pretty comfortable with the group of Republican attorneys general who argue that Biden and Biden administration is misrepresenting the laws around mailing and dispensing abortion pills. Also wrote to CVS, Rite Aid, Costco, Walmart, Kroger, demanding they too refuse to dispense the medication. And Walgreens has already tapped out on it. They said, we ain't gonna touch this in these 20 states.
So again, what's
and
the
that's
end game?
That's the morning after pill,
if you
right?
get pregnant, no matter what, this society is going to make you have this baby. That's why I kept looping back to if someone is raped
here's the
or
thing,
incest.
though.
There's no exception right now in Tennessee.
It's the overwhelming amount of Americans did not want to see this law changed.
No, over
the overwhelming
70%.
amount of 70.
Over
The overwhelming
70.
amount of Americans do want to see the healthcare system overhauled.
Yes.
So I think the representative republic's out the window because if this was a representative republic in which we elect leaders to write laws that what basically the majority want, that'll put them there that they want to benefit the American people. Well, when the bulk of the American people see politicians going against the grain, going against what they actually want and what they think is best for the American people overall, not based off of religious beliefs, then we got a problem. That's not a representative republic. It's not a democracy any longer.
I agree.
It's dogma to a degree. They're shoehorning their own beliefs in while they enjoy, for example, Cadillac health care paid for by who?
Us.
Yep. The commoners while we eat cake. That's a problem. That's a big time problem. What's easier, pie or cake? Piece of cake, easy as pie. Which one would be easier? I like
Easy
pie.
as pie. Yeah, I like pecan pie.
Oh, geez, I tell you, they've got some over there with dumplings. They got the best key lime pie. Jeez,
The
it's so
cakes
good.
over there. There's
Jeez.
strawberry cakes at Dumplin'.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I got to remember now. I got to take 25 minutes to think that through because that's something that, I think pretty much anything in moderation though is okay, don't you?
Yeah.
In moderation.
In moderation. That's what kind of messes people up though, especially
But
with
I
the
have addictive
Dunkin's
personality.
strawberry cake.
Yeah, it's their fault. It's just too good. The perpetual loop. Yeah, hey, an evening with the Rocket. Oh, by the way, happy birthday to a good friend of ours, Keith Hatchett, is celebrating a birthday today. Do you know Keith?
I do.
That's a great American. I tell you, this guy, you were talking about a hard worker. Now, he's not just a pretty face. In fact, he's not a pretty face. Yeah, actually, he is. Keith is, for years, was just brilliant in the car business. He switched gears just a few years ago, and now he's a home builder.
I didn't know that.
And he puts a little extras in every house that he builds. And like he's doing a development out there, Gina, just north of the ballpark area, across just north of I-40 in that area.
Yeah.
And I've been out there looking at the houses he built. Jeez, he put a little extra stuff all over the place.
Like the custom stuff?
Yes, it's just classic.
I like that.
Keith Hansen. I mean,
that's
you
nice.
want to talk about a guy that's been there and done it, works hard. Keith Hansen. You know, you can really tell it's benefited him to be around me and Bill Lindsay all these years. He's really paid attention, picked up some really good habits.
I saw how you loop back to yourself right there real quick.
Not just me, but Bill Lindsay as well.
Okay.
And way to go, Keith. Paid attention. Happy birthday. Keith Hatchett celebrating a birthday today. How old is he, Melissa? She don't know. I was thinking 68. She says 58.
Oh, my goodness.
It's,
You said that out loud on a hot mic.
He's, I guess Keith would be about 58 years old. Keith Hatchett, you see him today? Tell him happy birthday. Brother Hatchett, by the way, his twins are down at University of Alabama. His daughter has already, what? Melissa Rotide, that's spelled R-O-W-T-I-D, I think is how they spell it, yeah.
Our office manager just said roll tide.
She did.
Can you not do, you're the boss man. Can you not say something to her about that?
Well, we go back to, it's a democracy.
I thought this was a dictatorship here at News Talk.
Well, you're right about that. No more roll tide, Melissa. That license plate's coming. Need to see that power T on the front of you, that sled of yours. And she said she's dictating. Forgot about that, yeah. Yeah, roll tide.
Hey, okay, totally pivot here. Are you keeping up? I'm sure you are, because you're so into this, the whole royal situation and Prince Harry and Meghan Markle and the coronation. You're not?
No, man.
This is a textbook example of what not to do with your life. We were talking about Alec Murdaugh earlier.
Right.
This is not as bad, but it's a train wreck. Is what's happening with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
We'll get to that when we come back. I know a lot of people. We don't want royalty here in America, but we're fascinated.
Why is
by
that?
the English royal family. I guess same reason the English are, I guess. Precision Auto Body, 146 Milan Highway in Medina. They've been in business over a quarter century. And that new, beautiful building out there, it's kind of between Milan and Medina. Milan Highway depends on which direction you're heading. If you're leaving Medina headed towards Milan, well, it's Milan Highway. If you're traveling from Milan to Medina, then it's Medina Highway.
That makes perfectly good sense
But
to
it's
me.
Highway 45. That's what it is. And between Milan and Medina, you'll find a Precision Auto Body. They replace headliners and carpeting. Complete collision repair on domestic and imports, including BMW and Mercedes. And the Maximus computer, the WEEP systems, producing amazing results. They've invested in the latest technology, and they have rental cars on site. They will actually drive to you with the rental car, pick up your vehicle, repair it, and deliver it back to you looking brand new. Now that's customer service.
That's
Mark,
customer
Michelle, the
service.
entire gang there, it's a family-owned and operated business, whether it be snow, hail, deer, whatever it is. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com. Precision Auto Body. Great Americans. It is 9:41. Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holtz coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, and then Dave Ramsey, and then we'll be back in this afternoon with Dr. Mark Fowler and Dr. Larry Newman right here. And then tomorrow at 2:45, we will be broadcasting from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The Jackson Southside Lady Hawks open up the state tournament at 2:45 tomorrow afternoon. We'll get there about 2:30. They take on Upperman in a rematch of last year's state championship game right here on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online. Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free Solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today:
the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
The Southside Hawks play here 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Good Monday morning. It is 9:49 Central Standard Time. 66 degrees, Gina. 81 this afternoon. That'll be the high temp. Can you, but geez.
It's spring.
Settling into this, I tell you that. Out at the tower yesterday. Bumblebees, wasps, here they come.
Here we go. The mosquitoes are going to be like pterodactyls this year.
They can stand flat-footed and trying to kiss a turkey. They're going to, it's going to be pretty nasty.
Did she say it on Twitter?
The weather, it's, okay, 81 this afternoon, mostly sunny skies. Tonight down to 53. Tomorrow, 65 and 47 the extremes. Wednesday, 52 the high. It's going to be cold.
Yeah, that'll be chilly.
52 and 46 the extremes with a 60% chance of rain showers. Thursday, rain. High 56, low 55. Then come Friday, 63 and 44, 30% chance of rain showers, and then clearing out. Saturday, 61 and sunny. Sunday, 64 and sunny. Well, shall we recover nicely? Doesn't get cold, just cools down more. We're still above the seasonal norms.
Did you see all that snow in California?
Yeah, I did.
That's crazy.
Well, you know, in Southern California, at my buddy Shaggy's house, for example, he lived at the time out in the Inland Empire, and you've heard of Rancho Cucamonga, I'm sure.
Yes. I don't know why, but I have heard that.
Well, it was in the movie Fridays. That's where Friday, it was filmed at Rancho Cucamonga.
Mm-hmm.
Shag lived in 5 minutes away from the airport out there was Ontario. He lived in Ontario, and just beautiful. And it was 105 degrees. We were hiking climbing this mountain behind his house, and you could see the snow-capped mountains of Big Bear.
Oh wow, I've been there before.
Oh, yeah, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We drove up there, and there's always a wildfire, and watch those helicopters coming and squat on Big Bear Lake to scoop up the water,
right,
and then take it over and dump it on the wildfire.
Well, I guess all the snow and rain has helped the reservoirs out there, and that 5-year drought they've been experiencing has almost been completely mitigated, hasn't it?
It's helped a lot.
Yeah.
But they had a lot to make up. And, you'd have people out there, you're talking about first world problems, when they would say, hey, look, guys, don't water your lawn because we need to drink this water and we need it for agriculture to eat. And you think that, because I don't know what some of these morons out in California thinks underneath that grass. I think they believe it's a ceramic tile, but it was a desert out there.
Yeah, it is.
But
well, then they dammed up the Colorado River, and then reverted or diverted the water so that it would go to farms in Arizona where they're growing almond trees, which take a ridiculous amount of water. So that they're taking away the water from the citizens and then sending it to be used for agriculture to grow almonds.
It's good to be the status quo. That's all, because they can charge you quite a bit for some almonds. And America's in an almond craze with almond milk.
Yeah.
Because evidently cow milk doesn't do a body as good as they told us.
Right.
But almond milk, we're good with that. let's check local sports. It's that time to check some local sports because we got the state tournament. The girls' basketball state tournament begins tomorrow morning. The Jackson Southside Lady Hawks in AAA. They're unbeaten, 30-0, ranked number 1 in the state virtually all year. Open up against Upperman, the Bees. It's a rematch of last year's state championship game. Southside versus Upperman. South Gibson is in that tournament as well in the state tournament in AAA. Dyersburg's there. West Tennessee's got Dyersburg, Southside, and South Gibson in the AAA girls state tournament. Then let's see. I know that McKenzie made it, and Gibson County made it. So South Gibson in 3A, and I think Gibson County's 2A or 1A. Those girls made it as well. Who else made it with the girls? I think nearly everybody that was playing for the girls in the sub-state made it. I don't know if Peabody ended up winning it. I know Riverside's going to be there.
Wow.
In the state tournament. So way to go, West Tennessee, when it comes to girls high school basketball. We'll have the brackets up for you so you can keep up with it at newstalk965.com, which is one of the better websites in North America. Isn't that great?
In the Globe, in the Globe.
Local, state, and national news, weather, and sports at newstalk965.com. And sports being presented by our friends over at Marco's Pizza. Marco's Pizza in North Highland and Marco's Pizza location on South Highland Avenue. They're hiring for all positions right now at Marco's Pizza. You can apply online at marcos.com and Marco's Pizza in Jackson, North Jackson on Van Drive, and on South Highland in Jackson. And the Dyersburg location are part of this group that's number 1 in America for Marco's Pizza. Marcos.com. They're hiring for all positions. Applying online at Marcos.com. Also presented by Jackson Madison County School System. And don't forget now the career fair is coming up on March the 21st at Ullman Arena, 3 to 6, and we'll be there. By Mulligan's of Jackson, mulligansjackson.com. Also presented by King Jewelers, the king of bling, with Drover, Blue Eyes King. 16B Conrad Drive, kingjewelersjackson.com. By Lifeline Voice and Data. It's not just a phone line, it's a lifeline. By Cambridge Men's Store, next door to us. Scotty and Jonathan Casati, Mantoni, Bertolini suits starting at just over $200. That's tailor fit with a seamstress on staff. By Southeastern Termite Pest Control and Service Company. 731-660-1052. Get that free home inspection. Hey, Melissa, ask Chuck if termites are swarming yet. I bet they are.
Stink bugs are.
Yeah, Chuck said yes. Termites are swarming. And get Southeastern to go ahead and spray that your backyard, so you can let little Fluffy out there without getting fleas and ticks.
Right.
They can spray it, and those fleas and ticks will stay away.
Yeah.
And if you've not had an infestation of fleas in your house, holy moly, and bed bugs.
What's up with the little stink bugs right now? You know what I'm talking about? They're everywhere.
It's spring, man. And they're springing.
They're everywhere all of a sudden, and they're gross.
Well, you better call Southeastern, 731-660-1052. Also by Jackson State Community College. Reconnect with Jackson State Community College. BioTE, Advanced Rehab and Medical, 45 Urgent Care, and Beauty to the Bone Med Spa, along with The Range, Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Go to therange.com, and Carico's Pizza. Carico's Pizza in the columns, Thompson Farms. That's a family-owned and operated operation. Grandma Carico's. Her original family recipe. So, the state tournament in Murfreesboro will be there tomorrow. It's Jackson Southside at approximately 2:45. They'll open up in the state tournament against the defending 3A state champion Upperman Bees. Oh, what a matchup for round one. Upperman?
Where's that?
It's in Middle Tennessee, East Tennessee. Where's Upperman at, Chuck?
He doesn't know.
He don't know. It's in Tennessee for sure, and that's who Southside plays. It could be Mississippi, according to the TSSAA. South. What's that school? South Haven. There's North Point. Yeah, they're the only school out of the state of Tennessee that plays in the TSSAA.
Gotcha.
So Southside will have all their games beginning tomorrow afternoon. I'll be there along with the units, the G units.
That'll be fun.
Southside versus Upperman. If Southside wins, when they win tomorrow, then they'll play again Thursday. Once they play Thursday, they wouldn't play again until the championship game on Saturday. We'll have all those games.
You're going to be busy.
Yes, I know. Well, and that's going to do it for us, Gina. We're out of here. Here comes Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holtz. Great show. 10 to 1. That's up next right after the news. And it's Bob Ney. Yeah, Bob Ney's terrific. He'll join Chuck and Julie right after the news. So stand by for news. Gina, had a good time. Hope you have a great day.
You too, Danny.
And thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. It's 66 degrees. It right straight up 10 o'clock. Have a great day.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. News Talk WTN.com.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Powerful storms that slammed parts of the Midwest and the South over the weekend have left a lot of electric customers in the dark and are blamed for more than a half dozen fatalities. A total of more than 180,000 utility customers without power this morning in Michigan, Kentucky, and Tennessee, according to PowerOutage.us. We've heard a lot about the Republicans who are
governing party. Hogan says there are several competent Republican leaders who have the potential to step up and lead, and he decided not to run to avoid, in his words, another multi-car pileup that could potentially help Trump recapture the nomination. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The Republican-led House Oversight Committee will hear from the Treasury Department about why it's refusing to release to Congress suspicious activity reports on Biden family business activities. Those reports are generated by financial institutions. They flag especially large transactions that might contain evidence of criminal activities. More lawlessness on the border.
4 Americans have been kidnapped just across the border in Mexico. The FBI says the 4 U.S. citizens had entered Matamoros, Mexico Friday from Brownsville, Texas. They were traveling in a white minivan with North Carolina license plates when the FBI says gunmen opened fire on the vehicle. The FBI says the Americans were placed in a vehicle and taken away by armed men.
That's correspondent Donna Warder. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 54 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're entering a time of
well, this life that I live took me everywhere. There ain't no place I ain't never gone. But it's kinda like the saying that you heard so many times. Well, there just ain't no place like home. Did you ever see a she-gator protect her youngs, or fish in a river swimming free? Did you ever see the beauty of the hills of Carolina, or the sweetness of the grass?
Beautiful Monday morning to all of you out there. We can't make any changes, Julie. We can just write about them in a song.
We might be able to make some
changes. It's been my experience, very little. It's been my personal experience.
Let's
but
under-promise and over-deliver.
Done. Do you have any idea why I'm playing that song?
He died.
He did. And the he being Gary Rossington. He's the lead guitar player. Well, I don't know if he's the lead. He's the rhythm guitar player. I know for sure on Freebird and maybe a couple of others. But yeah, he passed away today. So you don't have to twist my arm to play Lynyrd Skynyrd.
That's right.
And this happens to be my favorite Lynyrd Skynyrd song. It's called All I Can Do Is Write About It in a Song. Yeah, when you grow up in Crockett County, they put Lynyrd Skynyrd in the bathwater. Like, I mean, it's... Now look, perverts, you know what I'm talking about out there. Yeah. I'm talking about like it's as common as baths. Like, I love Lynyrd Skynyrd. And I was an outcast in Crockett County.
Were you really?
I didn't have any farmland or anything like that. I mean, we grew up like in a little... neighborhood or whatever. So we were, but no, I was there long enough for that to rub off on me. Gary Rossington of Lynyrd Skynyrd has passed away. I wonder if Bob likes Lynyrd Skynyrd. Bob, do you like Lynyrd Skynyrd?
I have a Lynyrd Skynyrd story.
Of course you have a Lynyrd Skynyrd story. Why would you not?
It transcends 37 years, but I'll make it quick.
No, let's go. I love it.
What year did they die in that crash? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, hush, Bob. I think it was before I was born. I was born in 81. Wasn't it in the 70s?
Everything was before you and Julie were born.
Bob, the French Revolution,
I was in college, so... But anyway, we had bought tickets, my friends and I, to Lynyrd Skynyrd. They were coming at some point in time somewhere near Ohio. I can't remember where. This was in the 70s.
Right.
Anyway, they crashed and died, so we didn't get to go. And we weren't going to the concert right before that, but they sold tickets in advance,
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't get to go. And that was in the late 70s at Ohio State University. And then, years and years later, I was going to the Republican National Convention, and John Boehner was our communications guy, and he had a private party. All these people do private parties. I did one at the convention, the leadership does them. And people playing were Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Wow.
So I got into the event and took my son, and finally heard Freebird.
Oh.
Finally.
The anthem of the South. Bob, when we do this, when we have you run for president again, and Julie is your running mate, and of course, am the campaign manager and head of security, that's what you're going to come out to.
And I'll tell you, one of my favorite songs is That Smell.
Oh,
I like that one.
Now that's a good one. Now that's gonna work here. We can't play that at CPAC.
No, but it's about addiction, and it's just a good song. Yeah, I finally waited all those years
to finally see them. Yeah, what an awesome band. And Netflix, I know you're a documentary guy. They've got a really, really good documentary about Lynyrd Skynyrd and just the starting of the band and how tragic. You really need to check it out because it's so interesting. It's really, really good.
I'll do that.
Well, Bob, I'm going to tell you this. If you could see my notes, what you send to me, and I print off, and I make little questions on here. It is covered up today more so than it's ever been with us. So I cannot wait to get into this. You don't mind if we jump around a little bit, do you?
No, wherever you want to go. It's good.
All right. Well, I do want to start off because I think what's happening in Israel is so important to what could potentially be happening in the rest of the world. But I thought this was probably a good thing, but I was surprised, and maybe like you, when they were considering, and they being us, the United States is considering denying an Israeli minister a visa.
Right. It's been thrown out there. Now, one thing about Israel and the United States, no matter what has happened, it's not like a divorce. We still,
right.
We have maybe a rocky relationship. Obama era was a rocky relationship, but Israel politics has changed, and we do have to remember something. Israel, of course, is the democracy of the Mideast, and the Israelis have a democratic society where people have different opinions. And I've been to Israel several times, and some of the Israelis don't like the minister. They don't like what he said about the Harawa village, where he made a tweet about it. Basically everybody could be, the village could be done away with and everybody could be killed.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that's not what he meant. But so we have considered denying him a visa. Now, we denied the current Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was actually denied a visa under the Obama administration in Europe years back under an old antiquated law to deny him because of him encouraging some riots, they said, into Gujarat. Now, once he became Prime Minister, we let him in. We undid that. This is not Prime Minister status, but this is a cabinet status. So even if we let him in, probably the White House is not going to meet with him.
Okay. And, I may have misread it. This is not a prime minister. This is like a minister.
Minister. This is a minister. Now, Modi was prime minister, and when he got elected prime minister, we had a problem. Modi was the governor of the Gujarat, wanted to come to America. We said no because he, quote, incited riots, forbid him from coming. Once he became prime minister, though, it's hard. Now, this minister's kind of, not a prime minister, but kind of the same deal. He's got a diplomatic passport.
Okay.
So, it's a little bit of a problem for us to say no because you said this. Then all of a sudden other countries say, well, when your Secretary of State wants to come over here, we don't like something he said, we're not going to let him come over. So normally when we have relationships with countries, and like I said, Modi was a kind of a rare exception where they pulled out an old law to keep him out of here, but then once he became prime minister, he's been here, he's been to the White House, et cetera.
Right.
So I'm just saying there's a few steps to this. It's not as simple as, okay, you said that, we're going to ban you from coming. There's a few steps here. Now, Israel internally would prefer he actually doesn't come here.
Is he known? Obviously this was a gaffe, and I don't know how you can walk that back on Twitter. I understand you probably have to do something, but is he known for this in Israel? Because I know that there's been this power struggle in Netanyahu's cabinet and what he needed to do to get elected. But is this guy known for these type of crazy gaffes or whatever you would call this?
Absolutely. Let me give an American comparison. I think this will set in with people. Let's say we had the same system to acquire, the power to be prime minister. Say we had the same system in the U.S., right?
Mm-hmm.
This would be comparable to Nancy Pelosi wanting to be the speaker, and she has to pick Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
I'm down for it.
I'm down for it.
Yeah, that's it. Same comparison.
Oh, yes. You know what? You've made my day because I'm going to be, that's the world I want to live in, Bob.
Right.
Oh.
Right. There you go.
Oh, my goodness. Well, as we move on, as we get a little bit closer to home from Israel, I don't know if you caught on the Sunday shows, but I saw like a snippet of Senator Joe Manchin, who I think Republicans have gone kind of back and forth with. Okay, we kind of like this guy. Wait, we don't like him. Wait, we do like him. We don't like him, from West Virginia. He was on a Sunday show, and he said that he will not make any decisions about what his potential political career will or will not be until December. But more and more Democrats are coming out again saying Biden should not run again, should not run.
Right. Well, Joe Manchin, of course, I'm on the border of West Virginia. Joe and I, Senator Manchin was the chairman of the West Virginia Insurance Committee, and I was chairman of the Senate Ohio Insurance Committee. So we actually went to events together way back whenever. And you need to know this fact. When West Virginia was a rabid Democratic state, his uncle, A.J. Manchin, was the first Italian-American to be elected statewide in West Virginia's history.
Okay, I
and
can see
A.J.
that,
Manchin, he would go into his office as Secretary of State, and they would open the curtains up, and he would dance with a hat on, an Italian tarantella, and he had a Dolly Parton pinball machine, and he gave you cookies.
That's awesome.
And he was a trip. I mean, you wanted endorsed by A.J. Manchin. So that Manchin name held. Well, when the state went from blue to horrifically red, Manchin was kind of a lone survivor, basically. And he's always been a survivor. Now, if you talk to Republicans, my sister's from Wheeling, West Virginia, and she's a staunch Republican. But if you talk to people like my sister, they'll be like, well, he did this, but he voted this way. But they're Manchin supporters. If the governor of West Virginia, Justice, runs, it's going to be drag out, rip down to the ground election.
Mm-hmm.
But Manchin's still pretty secure because he's a tough cookie, and he's been around a long time, and he will weigh supporting Biden like the rest of them are going to weigh, although most of the elected officials are in the Biden camp. The problem that the Democratic side has is very clear. A lot of the constituency of the Democratic Party are not in favor of him running again. Only 37% of the people are in favor of him running again.
Well, and that's why I brought Manchin up, because we've talked on here, and then Julie have even talked after, interviews with you, like, who else would it be? It can't be Gavin Newsom, because Gavin Newsom is not electable, right? The 4 or 5 states that are going to decide this, it's not Gavin Newsom. But Joe Manchin, he very well may be electable. And so that, when you get on Biden, but Bob, I played a little game. I put, how you have like a little stopwatch on your phone?
Right.
I gave myself 10 seconds, and I wrote in print, not even cursive. I was like, what are some things that I would write down that I think that Biden has handled poorly? And this is what I came up with, very poor penmanship, but in print to the side of these notes here. I wrote Afghanistan, the economy, COVID, China, Ukraine, Hunter, border, and then just regular old everyday gaffes. That's what I got to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 things I could think of in 10 seconds.
Right.
It's been rough, hasn't it?
Well, it is, and here's the other thing, and a couple of things. One, the left of the Democratic side would go crazy over Manchin. They consider him an enemy, but here's a fact that progressives have to look at. And my cousin in New York, by the way, I love her. She's fantastic. She's a progressive. She was a Hillary Clinton person, would have crawled across glass for Hillary Clinton. And I was trying to tell her at the time, Hillary, it wasn't because of a bunch of chauvinistic, males. 69% of the females had voted for Trump at that time. Here's the problem. If the progressives had a majority say within the Democratic Party, Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders would have been the nominee. Twice.
Okay.
Joe Biden won, and Joe Biden was the biggest moderate you could find on planet Earth on the Democratic side, and he won. So if they say, well, we wouldn't support Joe Manchin, that might be true in the primary, but they've got to watch who they put up in the general because, although Bernie Sanders is a formidable candidate, he couldn't win the primary, neither could Elizabeth Warren, because the majority of the Democratic side went for a moderate, which was what Biden is. Now, Biden has a whole other set of problems. And the gaffes, Trump had gaffes, no question about it, no doubt. But Biden's gaffes are becoming more and more and more. And part of the polling is kind, and it says this. Pure Democrat polling, by the way, and this isn't Fox News, this is AP and Reuters. Pure Democrat polling says, we think he's done a decent job, but they're questioning his age and going to another term.
Right.
It's it's what the polling shows.
And I mean, honestly, it just for the things that I listed, and then there's more, it seems like it would be a tough time. I wasn't around, paying attention to politics when Jimmy Carter was trying to get his second term and, Reagan ended up beating him. Was there anybody that went against Carter when he was running for his second term?
Well, I didn't. If my memory serves me right, Ted Kennedy tried.
And didn't get it.
I think he tried. There were a couple of people that tried, and they just didn't get it. It is tough. This is the other thing I'll argue. Look, the inside baseball system, the elected members are going to tend to support Biden, period, unless something really bad happens. The political consultants are telling everybody, and I know this for a fact of life, the Democratic political consultants are saying, got to find a way he steps out gracefully. Like Governor Sununu on the Republican side just recently in New Hampshire said, okay, thank you, President Trump, now move on. And he's expressing what some other Republicans are saying. Well, on the Biden case, the system now said, well, you had a decent State of the Union, this and that, but they're overlooking, some weak spots, including the vice president. If Biden runs again, I can't fathom that he will be able to continue with Vice President Harris.
And he
can't fathom it.
He's made it really hard for the whole, bow out gracefully, because he said, I'm intending to run. I mean, he said it, and then he's like, okay, well, I'm going to talk to Jill. But, I mean, he's kind of put it out there that he's going to run again. It's going to be tough for him to bow out gracefully and not make people that do support him upset, I would imagine.
Right. And so time will tell. I mean, I believe that if you have Trump versus Biden, you're going to have a lot of people throwing their hands up in the air. I don't care what anybody says. They're going to throw their hands up in the air. And then that becomes a real time bomb as to who gets elected and who can continue on.
Well, and okay, good. So that leads us to our next topic, which I'm telling you, if I'm just reading this, if I'm hearing what Trump said over the weekend, and Julie, I don't know how much of the little sound bites you've heard, Trump is appearing to be in mid-season form to make a sports analysis there. He's saying, making big promises, going after people. I mean, he's kind of, to me, this is feeling like he's back.
I think he's
back. Well, 2016, and the governor of Ohio has been a long time friend of mine. I've known him forever. I volunteered on his state Senate campaign in '78, if that tells you anything. John Kasich.
Right.
And John Kasich, and I don't mind saying this, is a very aggressive type of politician. I have watched him tell people, I don't care what you think, this is what I think. I've watched it. Very aggressive. All of a sudden, he kind of turned into Mr. Rogers in 2016. And it was the time for an aggressive John Kasich, because Trump came on the scene, super aggressive, got away with things that, Jeb Bush would sit there and say, I can't believe you said that, you're a horrible person. And next thing you know, Jeb Bush bows out. And I could see the trend. You all could see the trend. Filling stadiums with 30,000 people, it was there. Right. And I don't care what Trump said, and he even said he could shoot somebody in Manhattan, at Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Well, Trump got away with a lot. That style of time, a lot of people were didn't care. They were up to here with politics, period. I don't know that style, which he exhibited this weekend, I don't know if it's going to hold out. I don't know. Times change. People are fluid. And it's to be seen whether this aggressiveness will hold out. Will he scare people out, or will they remain in?
Here's what would make me a little nervous, I think, is in here it says that one of the driving themes of the conference was fighting wokeness. But then somebody who spoke all the time at the conference was Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I would contend she's as woke on the right as these people are, just whoever you want to, throw a name out on the left who come up with this crazy stuff. I mean, this is the same lady who wants a divorce, wants the United States to get a divorce, like red states, blue states. And, I just don't understand, and I know that Donald Trump, he loves you if you love him. Like, he's really good to you if you're like, he's great. But that's the part to me that, because I'm reading some of this stuff and I'm like, hey, he's back. And, we weren't Russia had not invaded Ukraine during his 4 years.
Right.
All these things happened and seemed to be rolling pretty good until COVID. But then I'm like, oh, man. They say that you're, what's the old saying, that you're the collection of the, 5 people you spend the most time with. And I know he probably didn't spend a ton of time with her, but I wish he would distance himself from that kind of crazy.
Well, and the problem with this, I think, look, there are personal issues out there, whether it's, gender issues, whether it's guns, whether it's abortion or not, those issues are out there, and people intensely, I understand, some people intensely, are feeling either way on these. Here's, though, the problem with wokeness on the right or wokeness on the left, because, yes, it does exist. Marjorie Taylor Greene says things, all day long about this and that, and here's the problem. The average, I call them, and this is flattering to me, it may not come off this way, Don and Susie six-pack, I call them. And these are regular Americans who woke up this morning, they're feeding a couple of kids breakfast, they're probably both going out working, they're trying to figure out how they beat the price at the grocery store, the gasoline, et cetera, how are they going to pay for college that has just blown up like an atomic bomb, the cost of college. These are people that might care about guns and transgender and bathrooms and on and on and on. But their number one focus is how are they going to take care of their family? So if you don't hit those bread and butter issues, then it's just completely about, other social issues, and it's not going to bring a candidate to life. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene can't be a candidate. She's got kind of one path. Ilhan Omar on the Democratic side, one path.
Right. Yeah, and that's it. And maybe their role is to just be crazy on both sides, like Ilhan Omar and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe that's what they're there for. But Trump made some really big promises, and I highlighted a lot of this stuff here. And he's getting aggressive, and this is what I'm talking about mid-season form for Trump. He's getting aggressive and saying, we're not going back to these rhinos. Is there a real power struggle? Was there a real power struggle at CPAC with the people Trump listed?
Well, I've been to CPAC when I was an office holder, and I've been to CPAC as a news reporter for Talk Media News Service at the time. So I've been there, and CPAC used to roll them in. CPAC, I don't think the crowds are where they used to be, but there's a lot of division.
Right.
And so when you talk about Jeb Bush, George Bush, and Paul Ryan, and Donald Trump is mad because, and I just wonder, how many of your listeners know who Paul Ryan is?
See, I remember him when he ran. I do remember. He was from Wisconsin, right? A senator, is that right?
Yeah, right. Well, no, he was a House member, but he ran for president.
Right.
He was vice president with Mitt Romney.
Mm-hmm.
So, but here's the point about Ryan. Trump is mad at Ryan. Ryan said anybody but Trump. Ryan was Speaker of the House. I knew Paul Ryan from the first day he came in. He's Speaker of the House. And he finally said, I'm done, and he left. But when Trump starts to lash out about Rhino Paul Ryan, a lot of people, even in the Republican Party, really don't recall Paul Ryan or where he was at, on
I
certain
forgot about him being
issues.
the speaker. I just remember
He was the speaker,
crying John.
He
I
was
just
the
remember
speaker.
him. Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah, John Boehner, everybody remembers because he cried constantly. And he cried when I attacked him. So, not physically attacked him in my book.
Yeah, it was just so emotional. Yeah, that guy was a train wreck.
Yeah. But the thing about Trump, I don't think that you want to completely go after Jeb and George Bush and Paul Ryan. I don't think just because Paul Ryan says anybody but Trump, I would tend to ignore him personally. Ryan.
What it does, and it's kind of like when he goes on. I know he said over the weekend again that he won the election, right? The people that everybody's fighting for. Nobody's fighting for Democrats or Republicans at this point. Everybody's fighting for those moderates, right? The independents or the moderates, or the people that are on the fence. And so the thing it does do, especially the election thing, that I'm afraid for, Trump, if he is potentially the nominee, no moderate person is going to say, I think the election was stolen. The people that believe that are probably on the right anyway. I think normal people say, okay, well, they've looked into it. They're telling me it wasn't stolen. They're not going to do, the copious amounts of research from the MyPillow guy that you would need to read to, to be convinced that it was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, I think I worry that you isolate them out. Same thing with having Marjorie Taylor Greene speak for you anytime. I don't know these people who keep putting cameras in front of her face, but Lord help.
Well, it's entertainment. It's like Ilhan Omar on the Democratic side. They go AOC. They had AOC's head so big when she got elected that they made her think she was the speaker.
I can't
and
her.
Look what they've done to her now. Yeah. She's kind of backbencher.
They flipped on her, and she said some dumb stuff. But you're right. In the beginning, she had cameras in front of her everywhere she went.
It's like they were trying to make politics cool or something, but at the end of it,
no substance.
Gosh, it was so bad. Like, she was painful to
watch. Barack Obama, they took it off. And I wrote this in my book, Sideswipe, which was just a shameless promotion of my book, by the way.
Keep doing it. We'll sling those.
I know. But in there, when I met Barack Obama, he walked into the Mansfield room, and two Democrats, senators, turned and said, who does he think he is? He'll understand the pecking order here. They said that. And I turned to my chief of staff and I said, he's going to be the first African-American president. I said that because the media was just, unlike what they did to AOC, they kept with Obama. They took him, they have made him rise up, and they gave him every break. Now with AOC, they toyed with her. They made her think she was speaker, and they made her make these statements were made, and then they dropped her.
Well, because
the media will do that.
But Obama had a little bit more aura about him. Whatever confidence, whatever it is you want to say about the man. You don't have to love his policies. If you're just, we've talked about this on here. As far as an orator, and I would imagine even in a one-on-one environment, like you've met people like that, and you know people like that who can just light up a room and just from their energy and what they say and
right. Yeah. And AOC is no Obama, but I'm just saying the media did that. Yeah, Bill Clinton, he could just look at you and put one hand on top of your other, and then he'd put his hand on your elbow, and you knew you were in. That was it.
Right.
You got the hand on the elbow, man. You just won a lottery.
Bob, this comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. This says, now, and I want to get into, these are the statements I've really been wanting to get into. It says, Trump talking about throwing out the Warhawk neocons in the White House to stop Ukraine conflict. That's big talk from a guy who hired stinking John Bolton and ex-Bush administration goons. I don't believe him. So what about these statements that Trump made?
Yeah, well, on this, let me just say something about John Bolton, and this is what I'm about to say is the absolute truth. You can ask my children. I used to put John Bolton's picture on my refrigerator, and I told my two children, if you misbehave, this is your babysitter. Okay? I did.
That's awesome.
That's true.
That weird mustache.
When John Bolton met with me in my office at his request, I always said, because Bush said he looked into Putin's soul, I always said that my meeting with Bolton reminded me of a quote from Shakespeare. When I feel the twitching in my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. So I just wanted to make it clear. John Bolton never saw a war he didn't want, and when he got appointed by Trump, I came on Facebook and some of my really good friends said, how can you say that, Bob, blah, blah, blah. Now, by the time Bolton was leaving the White House, they're like, that scumbag.
Right, yeah, right.
Because Trump had to fire him. Bolton manipulated Trump, and Bolton manipulated Trump into getting rid of things. For example, just carte blanche, get rid of the Iran nuclear deal when he could have approached and tweaked it with the Iranians, and he just convinced him to get rid of it. Bolton wanted pure power. Bolton has had a history that's horrible. So the person texting in the line makes a good point. Donald Trump never wanted John Bolton. That is a fact of life. Donald Trump used to make fun of John Bolton.
How did he get stuck with it?
Well, because some very powerful, wealthy people said you got to take Bolton, and he took him. So I think on this issue, which, by the way, I love Trump's approach on China. The first president was honest about it. The first presidential candidate that did what he said he would do. So there are some really good things. But I think it's fair game to ask Trump, would you put somebody like Bolton back in? Because John Bolton was a war waiting to happen.
For sure. And everybody knew that. Even as soon as they were hired, Fox News, CNN, MS, they all said the same thing. This guy is a war hawk for sure. And so I'm very surprised that Trump was intimidated, forced, and whatever the word is there. I'm surprised that he acquiesced to that.
So I think it's a fair question to ask him if he's anti-war. Would he again put people in like Bolton and Pompeo?
Mike Pompeo,
yeah, sure.
What about when Trump made these claims? We're about to go to World War III here. I could get us out. It would be very easy. I could get us out in a day. I could work it out. And I get it. I know that his bravado is some of what people love about him, but that's really big, right?
Well, it's big, I think, and we'll never know, but I personally wonder if Trump was president, what move Putin would have actually done. Because, deep in and forget the Russians and the election and all that, I'm just saying, with Trump, one of the things with foreign leaders was like, if we get him out of sorts, what's he going to do? I mean, there was always that, always that uncertainty about Trump. The Chinese miscalculated Trump. He kept to the tariffs.
Right.
When the Chinese tried to get the farmers to turn on him, he kept to the tariffs. So I think there was a strength there that probably, and again, we'll never know, that, would have maybe contained Russia at some point in time.
But that doesn't do anything about what's happening right now.
No, because now is a different strategy. We're either, in this, obviously the American desire to continue on with Ukraine is starting to change a bit, because they're wondering where's the exit. Are we going to send troops in there? We did that twice before with countries. So I don't know. Trump can only say what would have happened if he was president and how he'd speculate what would have happened. And he'll say that Putin made these moves because Biden's weak, is what Trump will say.
Well, but he said, he did say he could get us out of this in about a day. He said, I've got good relationships with Putin and Zelensky. I just think that's such a big promise, because China, who is a large contributor, about 20% of Russia's economy now is from Chinese companies, just over the past year, went from 1% to 20%, so 19% increase. It's from Chinese-owned company, and they said, hey, look, we need to talk about it, and Russia's like, we don't even want to talk. And
this has went so far, I don't think he can get us out of it in a year. Of course, he didn't get us into it, but I don't think he can in a day. This might be solved internally, I have a feeling anyway, in Russia at some point in time, that Russia's had enough internally and somebody cools Putin's jets inside.
Do you think that... Okay, so do you think there's some civil unrest in Russia? Because, when you see Putin speaking, which I understand he speaks at, places that they're friendly to him, and you're not going to say anything to him there because you'll end up without your head. But do you think that there's a lot of civil unrest in Russia? I don't hear a lot of those reports.
I don't think so, but you never know in a country like that, which has evolved from the Soviet Union into a supposed democracy that's back into an authoritarian rule, is what it is. You never know what somebody in the military looks at and says, this is going in a wrong direction, we better change this. You never know.
Yeah, no, I agree. One more thing I wanted to get in, just because I thought this was funny. And it's not my job to be Trump's marketing manager, but if I were, then I would want to do something a little bit better than this. You and I talked last week. He's on the Ron DeSanctimonious, which is really hard to say and really hard to spell, but that's his thing. But it said that he's running Facebook ads showing DeSantis and Trump with a caption of "Pictured, an apprentice learning from the master." The only problem I have with that is, do you know how many movies, from the Karate Kid to every other movie, that we have of where the apprentice becomes the star? Like, I think it's a dangerous. I don't know that that's going to evoke the right emotion.
Right. At this point in time, Trump is attempting to scare, obviously, the candidates out of it. And if DeSantis is going to remain, he has a delicate balance. One is, he can't completely trash Trump, but he also can't be a doormat for Trump, and he's got to stand up, and no matter what happens, don't back down. That's one thing about Trump that was absolutely amazing. I don't care what he said and who he said about it, and the media would say, well, you said this. Well, okay, so what? He just kept going. And you got to watch as a candidate, if DeSantis says something about Trump, it needs to be calculated what he says, but if he says something about Trump and pressure's put on him, you got to watch him. Oh, I'm sorry I said that. Once you do that, kaboom, you're
in trouble.
You're in problems.
One last thing, Bob, because I'm curious your opinion on this. So what's going on Fox News? We've seen now Tucker Carlson's, text messages in and out. A lot of that's been released. Is this going to make any difference at all? Does anybody think that these cable news channels are really sincere anyway?
It's going to come and go. Fox News right now has a legal problem. And they're by the way, Fox is on the winning side of defamation, whether it's Dominion, whoever it is. Fox is on the winning side, as most of the media are. Now, the whole defamation, the Supreme Court ruling years back, I think has personally some flaws in it because, the media can do a lot to people And, remember Bubba the Bomber?
Bubba the Bomber? No.
The guy was accused of bombing that music festival, Bubba, and they practically just destroyed his entire life. And it was sort of like, oops. So there's cases out there where, people are just run over like a Mack truck, and they can't do much about it defamation-wise. And if you're a political figure, forget it. They can say about anything they want.
Sure, yeah.
So Fox has that on its side. Now, what Fox is worried about, though, you have Trump and DeSantis who are calling for the Supreme Court to look at that court case and see how much immunity the media should have. So you have Donald Trump kind of after his own bread and butter. Now, Fox News, on the other hand, obviously doesn't want that before the Supreme Court, because then Dominion voting machines could take Fox apart.
Right.
And they've got all these private emails. Well, what are we saying? This isn't true. And, Roger Ailes is dead, but he had all these, Roger Ailes wasn't involved. Murdoch, who's alive, had all these emails. And so Fox could have a real economic legal problem here, and Fox is going to look after that economic cash side of it. This is going to come and go. I don't think the Supreme Court's going to make massive changes, and so it will come and go. But Trump and DeSantis are going to continue to say, hey, the media's got to be more accountable, and the media is going to continue to say, we don't need that Supreme Court case. They're all going to be the same on that. CNN, Fox, I don't care who it is. They're all going to support each other on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, protect the, what was it, like Wizard of Oz, protect the guy behind the curtain.
Right, exactly. And the media does that, and they absolutely do it. By the way, just for a little nugget, like I always like to say that I give, members of Congress can basically, on the floor of the House, say anything they please and not be sued.
What, some kind of congressional protection?
Anything, yes. It's the cloaking rule. Anything. It's in the Constitution. So you can be haphazard if you want to be.
Well, you might as well give them that. The lifetime health care after 5 years, pay, all that kind of, might as well just let them say whatever they want.
Well, so people have threatened to say something about the media, but then I remind them the media can come back because they're pretty immune too.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob Ney, the absolute best in the business, author of Sideswiped. Find your copy on Amazon today, Bob. We look forward to talking to you again Wednesday, my friend.
Thank you, Chuck and Julie. Thanks.
Have a good one, Bob. Sorry, I had you potted down there when you were check writing.
You didn't want people to hear me ripping a check on air.
Like Tony, when Tony comes in, he just shakes his drink. He's like shaking the drink in front of them. Tony!
That's hilarious.
Couple of messages to get to. I didn't have time to get to everything when Bob was here because we had 6 pages of information to get to. We only got to a couple of them, though. We can dig deeper into that if that's what you guys want, or we can take it in any direction. Did you have a good weekend, Julie?
I did. Any direction?
Any direction. All the directions. This comes in. It says, immunity in the media sounds about right. Absolutely. Yeah, it is right. This comes in. It says, when I hear a smooth-talking politician, I automatically think they're criminal. It's probably a pretty good assumption if you're going to be one that lives by assumptions. This comes in. It says, AOC is a young Nancy Pelosi. Ugh. This comes in. Says, I remember when Trump called out Zelensky to his face when they met in 2019, I think. Trump was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. Yeah, there's all kinds of whoever measures these things and said, yeah, Ukraine is the most corrupt country in the world. This comes in. It says the working people of Berlin, London, and Paris have been protesting the Ukraine war. I'd like to see that. I haven't seen that yet. Send that over. Good, good for them. This comes in. It says Trump's own cybersecurity director said it was the most secure election in USA history. This comes in. It says Trump's a lying con man, a failed businessman. Nah, he still makes some money.
Yeah, he
who
does.
in their right mind would have thought he was going to be a good president? Which part of his presidency didn't you like? Tell me, was it the peace or was it the prosperity? Which part pissed you off the most?
I think some people just cannot like him because of his mouth.
He's a jerk.
Yeah.
He's a jerk.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
But I would much rather a jerk in peace and prosperity.
Right.
Than bumbling and stumbling.
I don't even care about bumbling and stumbling.
And
the
high
peace
gases.
and prosperity. The peace and prosperity is what I'm looking for. Bumble, stumble, call people names, do whatever. Give me the peace, give me the prosperity. I don't need a ton from my president. You know, I really don't. I don't need tons. Give me peace, give me prosperity. Those would be nice. And say what you want. It says we have an uninformed electorate. How lucky for governments that men don't think. Now, I agree with that. This comes in, it says, what does secured election mean? Very controlled? No. It means that, you only get one vote per person, right? It doesn't mean controlled, right? That's not what it means. Does it? Surely not.
No.
We're going to get into a lot of things when we come back. We've got to take this break. You are listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Women's Night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional Showdown. And secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling."
And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CR-V over the threshold for $11,900. Pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit CaricosPizza.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
That's a really good call, Julie. I got to give you credit for that. I have not heard this song in forever. Lord, I couldn't even think of the name, and when I was typing that in, I was like, who are these people? Oh, yeah. I love this song, though.
Yeah.
Did they have anything else? This is Dishwalla, Counting Blue Cars. That's all they needed.
Yeah, they did good with what they did.
They just need the one. Like, you know what, guys? We're done. We quit.
Exactly. We made it.
We made it. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. If you'd like to get in with us, shoot us a message over 731-800-8398, or you can call us 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. This says secure election means the votes can be verified, which they were over and over in recounts. Trump's own lawyers told him that he lost the election. He is still lying and saying it's fraudulent. That's the part, because even if it was stolen, right? Let's just play this out. Okay. And look at worst case scenario. Even if it were stolen.
Okay.
Is it doing him any good to continue to talk about it now?
No.
Because we're not going to rewind time. Right? All these things, from us pulling out of Afghanistan haphazardly, from, that whole list of stuff that I had, we can't undo any of that.
Right.
The war in Ukraine, all these things that are happening. I don't know that it serves him well with the people that he needs. You hear the saying, you're singing to the choir.
Yeah, or you're beating a dead horse.
Right. Well, depending on the choir, in this case, would be the people who are election deniers, saying we don't believe that, we believe this election was stolen. We don't believe this is a legitimate election. We believe this election was stolen. Well, they don't need to hear you say it anymore because they've already decided that that's what's going on.
I mean, reality is perception.
Right. Now, conversely, the people who think it was a legitimate election, they're not going to change their mind because you keep talking about it. So then we move on to our third point, which is what Julie said. It's the beating of the dead horse.
Yeah.
And then I think the 80% of the people who are in the middle are like, this is what we had.
Yeah.
This is what, let me plug this back in. This is what we have. This is where we are. Let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah, let's just go forward.
Because we've got real problems. We've got real problems with inflation. We've got real problems with food cost, utility cost, fuel cost. All of these things add up, and Bob's very right. What do you call them? Joe and Jenny six-pack?
Yeah.
And that's a great point. The average citizen is no longer caring about this particular
that mean
election.
Tweets, none of it. They're over it.
They're on to the things that are affecting them every single day. Every single day. So we'd love to hear from you. 731-265-6496. Give us a call. 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text line number is 731-800-8398. Julie, what did you do over the weekend? Did you do anything exciting?
No, well,
you met some famous people.
I did. Friday, we went out with some friends.
Yes.
And had supper and ended up hanging out with Trey Smith for a little bit.
Nice.
And he was so nice. We weren't going to take pictures and bother him, but he was, by the end of the night, he was like, let's take a picture. Like, come on.
Right.
And he was so nice, so humble. And then Saturday,
he's a really good guy.
Yeah,
really good guy.
And he loves
Easy
Jackson.
To root for. He does.
I did say, do you know that you've caused kind of a ruckus in an area you probably don't think? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, people are arguing. I said, people are arguing over, are you Jackson? Are you Humboldt? Are you three-way?
You're talking about.
And he starts laughing. He's like, I'm Jackson.
Well, if he says it, then all of you other people out there, y'all need to say it too.
And there's Trey Day now in Jackson. So, I mean.
That's right, Humboldt.
Yeah.
I don't see a Trey Day in Humboldt.
I don't see a Trey Day in three-way.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
but
y'all just keep taking care of that park.
He was super, super, super nice and fun.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, we didn't really do much. And yesterday, I worked.
Work.
Yeah, real estate.
I took Knox to go see Creed 3 yesterday, which is a good movie.
How was it?
It's good. I mean, it's not life-changing or anything. It's fine. I mean, it's what you expect at this point of a movie. It's very fine. I liked it. People clapped at one point of the movie. Like,
well,
I mean, I don't want to give anything away, right?
But, was it that moving?
No, not at all. So I'm curious, why do people clap now at movies? Because I've had that happen before. Now, people clapped in Top Gun at the end of Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
And I didn't clap, but I could have. That was a phenomenal movie. It was amazing to see it in a theater after COVID. It was the first big blockbuster release. It was, Steven Spielberg has credited Tom Cruise saying, look, you saved the entire movie industry with this, is what he said. And, I'm going to trust Steven Spielberg over me with that. Coming right to these phone calls here. But yeah, it was
I don't know how
it was a very okay movie. I don't know why you clap in a movie.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
why you would do it.
No, it's not like they're going to hear it. I mean,
that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
I don't know.
Good morning and welcome in.
Well, I clapped on that video you sent me.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Over the weekend, I found a thing on TikTok, and I thought about one person immediately. Julie, this was, you know how they do these interviews and stuff like this on the movies now?
Yeah.
Not movies, on TikTok. They were interviewing. They're like, hey, what's something you never told your ex-boyfriend? And there's all these girls, and they're all like, I cheated with his friend. And there's like 5 of them. So it made me think of Bull.
Ugh. Sorry, Bull.
Yeah, one girl said she cheated with 10 of
in practice. Bull, these people from California, they weren't even from here. That's not a common practice.
I was playing basketball with 20 other different guys years ago, and I think what year it was. It was 1986, 1987. I could still dunk it, and so anyway, we'd all go to Pizza Hut and eat after we played a few hours at the gym.
Right.
And sometimes it'd just be 10 of us playing, sometimes 15, sometimes 20. It was never the same number.
Sure.
But one of these nights we was at the Pizza Hut, and anyway, one guy, we would play shirts and skins, and one guy had scratches all over his back, and everybody looked, and they knew what girl it was. And so, anyway, we all went to Pizza Hut, and we started talking about who all we had been with. And there was like 8 of us that had been with the same girl, 6 of us with another girl, 4, with bunches of girls. And it was like, there's nothing special. If you go and you get somebody, you haven't really done anything, you're going to get with them anyway. And that's what that video you sent me reminded me of. They're judged different. But, when you can look at a scratched back.
Right.
And you can identify, it is pretty common. And that, the girl that had the guy with her when I came home, and
yeah, you gave him the open hands. Oh, Bull, do me a favor, buddy. Hold on, because we're coming right up to the top of the hour news. But I want you to let you finish your thought. Hold on. You were listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Determined to get to the bottom of the COVID-19 mystery, exactly where did it come from? A Republican-led House panel will hold its first hearing this coming Wednesday. This follows FBI Director Christopher Wray's admission that COVID most likely got its start in a Chinese lab. A public safety training center under construction in Atlanta firebombed over the weekend. Molotov cocktails, fireworks, and bricks flew. Heavy equipment was torched. Several dozen people were arrested. And not far from Atlanta, a large weekend house party turned deadly.
Authorities in Douglasville, Georgia, west of Atlanta, say 2 people under 18 were killed and 6 others wounded at a Sweet 16 house party where over 100 teenagers had gathered. A confrontation occurred and shots rang out sometime after 10:30 p.m. Saturday night. Ariel Gardner, who lives next door, told WSB Channel 2 Action News that she and her family suddenly heard gunshots and ducked for cover in their own home. Captain Trent Wilson with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office says investigators are still piecing together what happened, and they're putting out a call for potential witnesses to provide more information about how the shooting started and who was responsible. I'm Jennifer King.
Concert goers in Rochester, New York thought they heard gunshots at last night's rap music event. That triggered a rush for the exits. 1 person died in the stampede, 8 others injured. Police say there is no evidence of shots having been fired. No rest yet for winter weather-weary Californians.
We're going to stay in our cold and showery weather pattern here through the next 2 to 3 days through midweek. We're expecting several more feet of snow in the mountains and just some rain and maybe some afternoon thunderstorms in the lower elevations down in the Central Valley.
David Rowe at the National Weather Service. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 105 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 1 million families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the 2 of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud.
We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and The Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage.
That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection, so we're offering 50% off.
Visit legacybox.com/lbox to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/lbox to save 50%. legacybox.com/lbox.
South Korea and Japan hoping to revive a more robust trade relationship.
Senior official at South Korea's Trade Ministry, Kang Gam-shan, says the 2 governments have agreed to start bilateral talks to return the bilateral trade to the state before July 2019, when the export restrictions were imposed. South Korea's government has decided to suspend the WTO dispute resolution process during that consultation. Ties between Seoul and Tokyo have long been complicated by grievances related to Japan's brutal rule of the Korean Peninsula from 1910 to 1945, when hundreds of thousands of Koreans were mobilized as forced laborers for Japanese companies. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The fate of Bakhmut appears to be hanging in the balance as Russian forces continue to encroach on the devastated eastern Ukrainian city. News and analysis, townhall.com. Kansas may buck a national trend.
State legislators are considering a proposal that many disability rights advocates say could help employers who pay disabled workers less than the minimum wage. A Kansas House bill would expand a state income tax credit for goods and services purchased from vendors employing disabled workers, so the vendors could have some workers who don't get the minimum wage. Employers nationally have been moving toward paying at least the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. More than a dozen states have banned below minimum wage jobs for disabled workers, and a bipartisan proposal to do so is before Congress. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
A flight to Florida from Cuba forced to turn back yesterday after it struck birds. It caused an engine to catch fire and filled the cabin with smoke. WSVN-TV reports a Southwest Airlines flight hit the birds while the plane was gaining altitude. No injuries reported. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free Solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Welcome back in.
I swear
Walker
this is
Talks. Me. What, this song?
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh. Confession time. Truth time. It's a great song. I remember I was in high school when this thing came out. I love Tonic. That was a great album. That was their first album. It was totally killer.
I love Tonic.
Look at all these kids kissing in high school. Did people do that at the JC when you were there? Yeah, could y'all kiss in the hall?
Oh my God, no.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No.
I didn't think so. I don't know if people did it in Crockett County. I know I didn't do it in Crockett County. Wasn't nobody going to kiss me in Crockett County. It's very unfortunate. But I don't remember if I remember seeing people. Yeah, there were a couple people kissing the hall. Yeah, it would happen.
Nope.
You were listening to Walker Talks. Bull was kind enough to hold through the top of the hour break, so we're going back to him. Bull, go ahead, finish up, my man. I apologize about the break.
What do you think about what's going on with the COVID-19 now?
I think I think it's going to be, like you said, and a lot of other people said, a couple of years ago. It's something we're going to have to live with forever. I think that the government just now saying, oh, yeah, maybe this was caused by a lab in Wuhan called the Coronavirus Research Lab of Wuhan. Like, I think that maybe, they're saying what we already knew. I think the problem with it is, in case something else does come around, which will probably happen, again, hopefully not in the near future, but probably, maybe in our lifetime, but if not ours, then our children's. I think people are going to trust the government less on their advice now.
Yeah.
And so, not everybody, but some people will. And so I don't know. I think we're going to have to deal with it at some level forever.
I think we're also going to see a lot of people having some odd deaths for the long-term effects of the vaccination.
And I want to ask you that.
Hearts just stopping.
I want to ask you that, Bull. Do you think, because I have heard with the mRNA, and these may not be the most credible of sites or things, but there's a big fear out there that, like, heart disease, right? Yeah. My biological father had to have a valve put in, a couple stents and stuff like that a handful of weeks ago. So some kind of heart issues certainly run in my family, but I've heard that it could potentially speed up those when you were to get these vaccinations, things like that. What are your thoughts on that, Bull?
Well, that they were already here before this came out, but what my problem with everything is that our politicians can invest in these companies that make vaccines.
No, I gotcha. Yeah, then guarantee X amount of purchases with vaccines just sitting on a shelf that have a shelf life, and then more vaccines have to sit on a shelf. I agree.
How much money did Fauci make?
Oh, all of them. Lots of them. But tons.
I'm just trying to say that what we have right now is our politicians can invest in these companies that make vaccines if their vaccines are effective or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're expected to take them.
Uh-huh.
With thinking we can trust our doctors and our government leaders and the CDC when everybody is swapping money under the table.
Mm-hmm.
If the vaccine works, well, that's fine. And they're still getting rich on it. But when they're getting rich on it and it doesn't work, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I think people now are going to have a more skeptical eye if, Lord forbid, this happens again, something similar to this happens again. And so I don't know. I think it was handled hurriedly. I think a lot of people were probably trying to do the very best that they could. But I think that, the people that are skeptical have their reasons for being skeptical and are probably still going to be that way, if that makes any sense.
Well, I thought that you could, before everything got revealed, I thought you could trust somebody in it somewhere, but it doesn't look like you can. I think money corrupts everybody.
Yeah.
Corrupts everybody that can get any money out of it at all.
I've heard people say it's the root of all evil.
Mm-hmm.
It may just be, but
I think so.
Now they're saying 10% of the people that got the vaccine, 28 days after receiving the vaccine, some of the vaccine is still in their system, which is not supposed to be.
This comes in, Bull. Says, I saw a news report saying that an arrest warrant was issued by the government of the Philippines for Bill Gates for psychopathy and premeditated murder in mass vaccinations. I've not heard that at all. It seems like that'd be on mainstream news. I have not heard that.
Well, if we live in a world, see, everything copies everything else.
Mm-hmm.
We just lived in a world where they made vaccines to make a profit, not really to cure anybody or nothing. They made vaccines and then used, this is the way to go, this really works, to make a profit, which is just like football. Somebody created the football game, and now you have people making millions on the feeling that I have to watch that game or I'm not cool or I'm not manly.
No, that's not what you watch. It's really enjoyable. I could care less. I watch it because it's so much stinking fun. It's fun. It's not because of peer pressure. You're thinking about smoking.
It's that way with gambling. That's the way it's all set up. They make you feel like you have to be part of this or you're not cool. you know.
Right.
It's that way with music. And I guess I got took in on the vaccine stuff. I got vaccinated. Now I'm finding out, well, you know, the way it turned out, the disease mutated to where it's not as harmful as it was, you know.
Right.
Omicron's not the killer that.
But that's that herd immunity. Like, everybody kept saying, why are you taking it? Herd immunity. And people were just like, oh.
Well, but it was a hard mutate.
It was a hard time for everybody, and nobody knew which way. So either way, it was like you could be screwed. Like, I didn't take it, so I might die, or I did take it, and I may see some long-term effects. That was kind of one of those things where people needed to be able to make that choice for themselves, and that was closely taken away because, like, Medicare refused to pay out if your staff was not 100% vaccinated.
The military, you'd lose your job.
Yeah, I mean, so that freedom was taken away, and it was wrong, and that's the part that bothers me. Not that people got vaccinated or didn't, just that our freedom of choice was taken.
It's very unfortunate. I agree.
If the disease had mutated to be deadlier and it looked like the vaccine worked, they would have been considered heroes. But the disease mutated to be not very bad at all.
Right.
And so now everybody is mad that it's almost like they're mad that it mutated to be not as harmful as it was when it first came out of the lab. And the first thing I heard about it, this is 3 or 4 years ago, the first time I heard anything about where the disease came from, they said it was made in that, what is the unit, the 4 lab.
In Wuhan?
They say what?
You talking about the lab in Wuhan? Which lab are you talking about, bud?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I got you.
There's lab 1, 2, the stage 4 is where they really handle the bad stuff. And anyway, they said the animals had died. They're supposed to be burnt, but somebody took the animals
to the black
sold
market
them for food, and that's how it got. But people support over there anyway. They'll do anything to get an extra dime.
Right. And as bad as it was for a world, I mean, it's tough to blame a person for saying, "Look, if I can trade this for food," I agree.
It's kind of like, we was talking about girls for the break. If you had a Lamborghini, would you drive it, or would you just leave it parked in the garage all the time?
I would leave mine parked in the garage most of the time because I would tear it up.
It depends. Would I have to trade in my Lincoln for it? Because I only have one vehicle. So if I had to trade my Lincoln for it, then yes, I would have to drive it. I would have no choice.
Well, see, after my girlfriend left, with the other guy, I didn't go nowhere for 3 or 4 months. And so anyway, when I started going out again, I would see these friends of mine that I just knew from the nightclub. I didn't really know where they lived or who they was, but I just knew them from the nightclub. They say, "Hey, man, I went up that girl you was dating." I said, "I didn't know you was dating her." I said, "Yeah, I never took her to a nightclub because she was an alcoholic. And I was trying to get her, off alcohol the whole time I was with her. So that's why you never saw me with her." "Well, yeah, I went out with her. I didn't know she had a history with you, but I'm sorry."
Oh.
And guy after guy after guy would tell me that I knew from over there.
Well, she's a busy lady, it sounds like.
Well, it's like a woman is like, she's like a Lamborghini. When you are that hot and that awesome, that wonderful, you're gonna use it. You're gonna get out there and go until it needs trading in.
You got to use the blessings you were born with,
that's
or you purchase later in life. Either one, still tools in your
belt.
belt.
Another fella, a different girl. He says, "Man, did you just go out with Blank and White?" I went, "Yeah." "Hey, is it true about her and those guys at the women?" I says, "I don't even want to hear about it. I don't know that story. I don't want to hear about it. Still love her."
Your friends were rubbing it. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Don't bust my bubble about her. I don't.
Oh my goodness, Bull. Have a good day, my man. I hate that happened to you, and I hate it took you 3 or 4 months to get over it. Sometimes they say you just got to get back in the saddle, right? You ever have your heart broken, Julie?
Yes.
Did it take you 3 or 4 months to get over it?
It probably, actually, honestly,
maybe even longer, huh?
It took longer, but I just jumped back in the saddle.
Just to preoccupy your time.
Yeah.
I understand.
Didn't always work out very well.
Good morning. Welcome in.
Why, good morning.
There he is.
Good morning.
What's up, my man?
How are you?
Good. How are you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're doing well. Well, essentially, when you're talking about COVID, COVID came from a leakage from a Chinese laboratory.
Right.
That, you progressives, y'all just fell in line behind that foo-foo, what's that little midget's name that kept claiming you had to wear a mask and you didn't have to wear a mask, and it wasn't going to be any good for you, and then it was. And then
you talking about Fauci?
Then Chuck Walker decided he would go out into the fashion world and get everybody fixed up with all kinds of little fancy smancy masks to wear. And all that.
I don't know what you're talking about, because of the three of us talking here on this conversation, you're the only one that got vaccinated.
Yeah, the little sparkly foo-foo dust mask that you sold on the black market around here forever.
Did I sell it on the black market?
I didn't wear a mask.
No, I'm about to say, but I would have certainly, if I could have put my hands on a mask, yeah, I would have sold them for sure. I couldn't put my hands on it.
I'd only wear a mask if I went in somewhere and they forced me.
Yeah,
and they provided me a mask. Otherwise, I wasn't going to wear it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I wore a mask like when I went places that asked me to, but when I didn't, I wouldn't wear one.
During my young lifetime experience, I worked for the government.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned pretty swiftly what the government was capable of doing, especially to the civilian population.
Mm-hmm.
But primarily, when you sign blood contracts for the Armed Forces of America, you are lending your body to the government. So they want you as fit and as protected against disease as possible, because a sick resource is just that. It's a casualty in the time of war. Okay, so if all your troops get sick unnecessarily, that's why you don't get to be asked whether you want the shot or not. Up until your age group all of a sudden decided that you wanted everybody that we threw out or threw in prison because of deviancy to be allowed to serve America. So with that being said, COVID essentially killed people. COVID didn't kill people. The side effects of the disease killed people. For instance, if you caught COVID and your immune system was already compromised, which a large portion, as I see life continue, more and more people are sick from the inside out because of their food choices and their other lifestyle choices. So what I mean by that is that people were all about taking the shot, but see, the shot wasn't a cure shot. It was a preventive, lessening the potency.
That's not how it was sold in the beginning, and you know that. I mean, they literally had people on television, from President Biden to Fauci to everybody else, saying, if you take this shot, you will not get COVID. You remember that, because you and I have talked about this before.
Well, you're bright enough in your young age, Chuck, to realize most of the time that when politicians open their lying mouths, they lie.
That is true.
Okay? They're manipulators. There's, you folks choose to high esteem these idiots, and I've been around them a large portion of my young life, so I got to see them as the same dudes that put their britches on the same way I did, one leg at a time. So
I don't know. I think people like AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think they put their jeans on through their head, like putting, starting with the pant leg through their head, because they're both idiots.
Yeah, they're village idiots.
They are.
And so your age group just falls right in line with all that garbage and believes all that malarkey. So let's get back to the disease of COVID. COVID was profitable, okay, for your major drug companies, number one, okay? So if you'll do some research, and Julie, I'm still waiting on you to pick up a copy of Sugar, Salt, Fat, so that we can have a discussion about follow the money. The same major producer of medication also are the major owners of the fake food chain that America grovels to. So, I caught COVID for 2 days. The reason being, is I've got a brilliant nurse friend that takes extremely good care of us. Okay? And so essentially, the reason that I only had it for 2 days was not because of the vaccine that I took. It was because I started taking on a daily basis 30 days before I decided to hang out in Nash Vegas at a restaurant, and the older lady that was in our company came down with COVID. So, zinc,
D3,
elderberry, immune support, chewables, turmeric, is a daily routine.
D3.
And vitamin D3.
That's it. Yep.
On a daily basis. And so, if you keep your immune system in line, if you are bright enough to eat fruit and vegetables that are fresh in season, your immune system, regardless of your gene pool, will increase. It can't do anything else but people decide to eat garbage thinking it's food. And it's not. It's not even real. It's chemically induced.
It is, yeah. We talked about that last week.
It weathers down your immune system.
Yeah, we talked about that last week. I think it's time for us to expect our government to get involved with that. No kidding. No kidding.
Well, no.
Why?
No. See,
Why?
the government, why? Because the government, Chuck, created a food pyramid that you, even at your age, was probably taught
Sure,
is the right way to consume your veggies and your meats and your cheeses and all that. Well, it was inverted. See, now we know that we were taught to eat that and get sick. You have to invert the food pyramid. You have to turn it on its head.
Yeah, flip it upside down.
Okay, that's right.
I agree.
And that's the healthy way to eat. Well, you talk about cigarette smoking and vaping and all that. Are you aware, have y'all ever read the book, The Hidden Hand? It's written by the nephew of none other than Einstein. Okay? The nephew of Einstein wrote this book. And what he reveals to you is that doctors, medical physicians promoted cigarette smoking as a healthy habit.
Right. Oh, yeah. That was back in the 60s and 70s, I believe, or maybe the 50s and 60s. You're right. Said the same thing about aspartame and Diet Coke at first. They were like, no, this has killed too many lab rats and stuff. Yeah. No, I agree. Our FDA doesn't look out for our government doesn't really look out for us. This is my contention on real small government. They don't really care about us, right? They just make us think that they care about us. They can be bought. They can be bought and sold.
Well,
that's why we need limited governments.
Bottom line is, government has a limited role in people's lives.
Exactly.
If they're smart. If they're not smart, they fall into that herd mentality, and whatever the government says has to be true. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're being manipulated into the big boys that look. God gave us food to eat, and then the food industry turned around and stripped every nutrient they could possibly strip in their process
for things called shelf life.
That's why you end up eating instant crap, which means the nutrition has been taken out of the product. You know why? So that you will stay hungry and eat more product. See, if they left the nutrition in the product, your body would be happy all the time. But it's not, because you're not feeding your body. See, you're putting stuff down it, but you're not feeding what the body needs in order to run the engine at adequate capacity. Does that make sense?
Yes. We've talked about this. We did shows about this last week. Yeah, I mean, this is common information. Now, the problem is a lot of it falls on deaf ears. A ton of it falls on deaf ears.
Like I can't help that. You can't help stupid, Chuck.
It's not all.
Help.
It's not all stupid. It's not all stupid. It's so much cheaper to get the junk that's frozen and you could heat up than it is to buy fresh food.
Frozen vegetables are just as good nutritionally as fresh vegetables. Are you aware of that?
Ground beef is different. The ground beef, chicken, things like that.
We're talking about vegetables.
Well, yes, we can talk about you can talk about vegetables, but not everybody's not going to become a vegetarian. You know that.
No, you don't have to become a vegetarian. What I'm asking, why aren't you bright enough to eat what is in season? You know, the good Lord provides. He doesn't allow all vegetables to grow at the same time. Okay? Different vegetables are grown at different times of the season
which
of growing.
Vegetables grow in December and January? What are they harvesting?
All your cold crop, like your cabbages, your kale, your broccoli.
Those are growing in December and January here?
Yeah, man, that's the cold crop, yeah.
I did not know that. I would have thought that there wasn't anything growing that time of year.
No. Well, again, they don't want you to know. You got to study. You got to research. You've got to challenge and verify. Trust, but verify everything, okay? Especially in this lying world that we got spinning around. You have to work real hard to gain the truth of anything, just about. I don't care what product you're after. That's why, Miss Julie, I'm a shopaholic, girl. Let me tell you, I love to research stuff because there's so much junk that gets produced, and I chuckle at people's choices of spending their money on just stupid stuff. But anyway, I got news for you, Miss Julie. I did not find your coffee urn, but mark this down. I want you to mark it down on the 18th of March. Mm-hmm. You are invited to the largest auction estate sale ever had at the auction that I go to twice a month. And I'm telling you, this dude is selling out. He's got every collectible. You just never know. But this one person is going to fill the auction place with his stuff. And what he has is, Chuck, I don't know if you have a Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or soft drink 1949 in your basement, in your man cave or whatever, but all kinds of stuff like that.
That would be
going to be there.
Like those old
and you have
machines
to bring
and stuff?
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. I don't know Julie's taste in art, but
I love art.
I'm telling you, I just can't imagine. Every time I go, I just end up finding some treasure. This last Saturday, I was able to come by antique. I'm talking 1900 or 1800 holes. You know, the head of a hole that were still forged. Well, I got a pair.
You did.
Now I got to go find my handle.
What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? You going to use it?
What do you mean, man?
You going to work it?
I'm going to work them tools, man. They're the finest ever created.
So you the 1800
I don't buy that Chinese. You think I buy Chinese junk?
I didn't know hose came from China, but you're saying the 1800 hose are better than the 2023 hose that you could buy at a store?
Oh, absolutely. All that junk is junk, man. That's pig iron. That's not. Look, I've got hoe heads that are solid, son. I'm telling you,
some solid hose, yeah.
A blacksmith made these.
Hey, there's a guy in Jackson. I had bought a house and I was flipping it. He lived across the street. His name's Rooster. He actually owns part of Los Portales, and he gets that iron like you're talking about. But he's a welder, and he will melt it down and make all kinds of cool stuff. He ended up giving me some stuff. I mean, it's really neat.
But anyway, if you've ever wondered what happens at an auction, you need to just mark it down on the 18th
Do we
of the
bring
month.
cash?
Yeah, you can bring cash or check.
Okay. We're going
And,
to get some stuff, Chuck.
I don't mind an auction. I want to be there, but here's what I'm going to do in the auction, because I'm big time when I roll up in there. I'm going to pay a man to wear a suit with glasses on, and I'm going to give him a nod, and then I want him to hold up the little placard, because I don't want to do it myself. I don't want people knowing it's me. I may have him wear an earpiece. I can just phone it in from the back.
Well, the suit and tie deal probably won't fit.
And they probably won't fit there
of the auction house. These are good folks. These are not. A lot of the things that happen in downtown Jackson happen because you got a Greyhound bus that drops off these little dudes with alligator shoes in a fake briefcase.
Right, a pizza box for a briefcase.
They get to rob y'all. Yeah, they get to rob y'all about every 90 days on some kind of flim flam. But anyway, I'm serious about the 18th of March. And not only that, Julie, guess what happens 2 weeks from that day?
What?
Another massive estate sale is going to fill the auction house. So, we're on it. Yeah. But, it's just, like I say, enough is enough. I mean, Fauci, see, he was running totally without any oversight whatsoever by the Democrats. And so that's why he got to spew all that. 1 minute you didn't have to wear a mask, and then the next minute Julie's friends, Scotty Kongor and Jimmy Harass, decided they would shut down Madison County.
Madison County never shut down, did it? Madison County didn't shut down. I can remember still going to stores, still going to restaurants. We had what shut down? Help me remember. I mean, Lord, I know it's only been just a couple of years ago.
I don't remember anything particular shutting down. I just know that we had the mask mandate,
right?
And that was
maybe limited people, like at Walmart, maybe 150 at a time or something like that.
And remember, like Target and Walmart would do those early morning shopping hours for the elderly,
which I thought was a great. I think they should still do that for safety reasons and stuff like that, just because.
Especially with what's going on in the world now. I mean, look at how many shootings happened over the weekend and killed so many people.
It's awful.
I mean, not just I'm like,
not in Jackson, but we had that one at the fair or carnival, whatever it is. It's just heartbreaking.
And there was a concert that got shot up, and it was like 100 people got shot, 2 have died. I mean, there's all kinds of stupidity just running rampant right now.
That's insane.
See, the mask is worthless. Do you understand that? From a medical standard, the mask that you were, quote, forced to wear had absolutely no protective value whatsoever.
Yeah, unless you had an N95. There was zero protection. The cloth mask, it didn't work. None of that stuff worked.
Well, but see, Chuck, not only that, you had people wearing nasty masks. They'd get one mask, they'd wear it for 3 months.
I mean, I was guilty of that. I had
what kind of nasty?
Well, it was very nasty. I got a sty in my eye, but I wasn't going to go in and wash my mask. I wasn't going to buy like all those disposable masks all the time. So I had one that I would throw on. I'd keep in my pocket or whatever. You know, it was disgusting. It was a horrible mistake that was made, and because there was no definition of what a mask was. If you remember in the beginning, this comes in and says, Fauci said don't wear a mask when Trump was in office. But in the very beginning, it was because the N95s were in short supply.
Yeah.
I know that I had some because we'll use some with my pest control business, with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. I had like a case and we donated to a medical facility here.
I'm just not sure that
supposedly there was a run on them.
I'm not sure I buy the whole thing with the N95 because think of how much stuff we touched. And then we touched the mask and we touched our face.
And we get on there.
I guess maybe you were exposed to a little bit less, but I mean, it lived on the surface. The droplets were there. I mean, you could have the mask on, it be sitting on your mask, and you touch your mask and touch your nose.
I'd been alive 39 years, I guess, at that point. I'd never had a sty in my eye. I was getting them like every 2 or 3 months. I'm like, what is going on? And then I saw a report, because you'd breathe the air up and it would be dirty and it would kind of go up your face into your eyeball. Yeah, looking back on it, it was just not handled right.
Well, like I say, herd mentality is not good.
No.
Now, I was on worldwide deployment for my military career.
Mm-hmm.
Not one day was I not required to be immunized to the hilt. I've been shot up. There's no bug on the planet that I haven't been inoculated against. Okay? Now, while we were in the shot line, do you think the system asked us if we wanted these shots? No. Absolutely not. See? Because, again, we signed a blood contract with the government.
We got you there. You said that. We appreciate your service.
So bottom line here is, my point is this. Here locally, you had the health department lining up old, elderly, very sickly people in the dead of winter out at your Madison County fairgrounds, for God's sakes. You know, we had gymnasiums empty. We have 9 schools that are not in use. We had a multitude of structures. But some dummy decided that it was okay in the most appropriate professional way to get people tested in the dead of winter outside.
Yeah, they were in their cars.
No. Well,
they were.
Cars in line for hours, Chuck.
They were, yeah.
Yeah, so, again, you know, it just, it's kind of like the civilian people not understanding the buffoonery of your Joe Biden and your chief of staff of the military, Milley, and Austin as your Secretary of Defense. What dunderheads. You know, whenever you have cost the lives unnecessarily of young Marines and a Navy corpsman, see, America is America, and we don't allow anyone to tell us when we will retreat, because retreat is not part of the code. We don't retreat. We withdraw. Okay?
Well, that was the failed attempt. For your understanding, what happened in Afghanistan was absolutely the greatest military embarrassment in the history of our country, because the dunderhead that the American people elected did that operation entirely backwards. See, first of all, we know this, man, and you're singing to the choir here. I've never even heard a Democrat person defend that. That was still one of the worst things that happened in this horrible administration, was the withdrawal, the way we withdrew in Afghanistan. There's nobody, not in this planet or any other planet, that can defend that. Nobody at all. A couple of messages comes in. This one says, did you know that every commission that was authorized to study election fraud, in-person election fraud, had to be shut down? Could not find widespread fraud. A professor that keeps track of voter impersonation said that since 2000, there have been 45 cases out of 1.5 billion votes cast. 45 out of 1.5 billion. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. Says, come on now, COVID has killed 7 million and counting worldwide. The vaccine saved millions of lives. Rick or no one can say with certainty where the virus originated. We shouldn't say stuff like this without qualifying it with, in my opinion, sophomoric Sarge, the bloviating blowhard, better known as Big Rick. Now, I will say the Department of Energy, the FBI, more and more people are saying what everyone knows, that this came from a lab in China. Like, people are saying this now. This isn't news. This comes in, I think I read this one, I said Fauci didn't wear a mask when Trump was in office. This comes in, it says, you're ruining your show by keeping Rick on there so long. Check your ratings. I hope it's not ruined. I'll tell you what's ruining the show right now is this weather warning somewhere. This is so loud in the studio. I don't know how to turn that down. Hold here. We'll go here. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
We used to use cotton trailers on the cotton crop.
Yeah.
You don't use those no more. but every 5 or 6 years you'd have to paint your cotton trailers or they'll rust away, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would paint our cotton trailers, and we would wear those masks like you're talking about.
The N95s?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, you would try and make them fit on your nose with the little metal clip in there, you know.
It was tough, yeah.
But when you're in there all day long painting, when you take your mask off, you've got a real thick river of paint on both creases on the side of your nose, between your cheek and your nose, where you're sucking in paint, you know.
But not as much. But yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, we have a couple of products that we have to use an Actisol machine for, and we have to have the full face respirator, you know, with the little canisters on it. And, you know, I'm sure that would have sufficed if you go in a store with one of those.
Have you seen all the things going around on TikTok or on Facebook? And it's like, may we never forget grocery shopping in 2020. And it's those people with all that crazy mess on their face. Like there were people with like astronaut helmets, Tupperware taped to their head.
Because it was such a poorly planned out thing. And again,
terrible.
We didn't know. Like I'm sitting here, I mean, I don't want to have revisionist history. We didn't know. We had never gone through anything like this in any of our lifetimes. I know that, you know, there have been pandemics and stuff before,
right,
but we have never gone through them in our lifetimes. And so many of the decisions that were made, looking back on it, were wrong, but they just didn't know.
No, they didn't.
Tell the people didn't know. I hated the mask thing. Looking back on it now, I hope that we never get back to that. You know, but look at all the businesses that were born out of that.
I mean look at how many boomed because of that.
Oh, Uber Eats, DoorDash.
Yeah.
Restaurants have Instacart. Restaurants have changed the sizes that they have. People have learned, man, I can just eat at my house and save money. There's been a million things.
Go at Los
Margaritas to go. Think about that. There's been a lot of things that were born. Tiger King, just for entertainment values, although he is still in jail.
I heard somewhere that he was trying to get Trump to.
He did, yeah. Somebody had said there's like videos. They're like, give him a pardon, like on Trump's way out, but he never did give Joe Exotic a pardon.
I don't blame him.
Are you a big Joe Exotic fan, Bull?
Did he leave us?
Did he leave us? He may have left. That's all right. We are up against one anyway, so it's okay if you leave. If you'd like to get in, just like Bull and Rick and everybody else, so far this morning, we'd love to have you. Our Jackson IV and Wellness Clinic call-in number, 731-265-6496. Our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398.
I'm about to jam out on this break.
It's a good one.
I love Cumbersmith.
You know I'd like to believe this nervous step will pass. All the stones that are thrown are building up the wall.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services: stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Just a few minutes before 12 o'clock. Get lunch break ready out there. If you're in your office listening, take lunch at 12. Julie, what time did you take lunch? Like when you cut hair? Or did you? You just like work through it?
No, because normally I was blessed, so I would go in around 9 and I would slam through the day and probably wouldn't eat till like 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. You
just lived off Diet Coke and nicotine.
Can't imagine.
I know.
Can't imagine.
So much has changed.
Doesn't sound like you at all.
Yeah.
This comes in. I'll take a stab at this one. You pot in too, Julie. This says on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says wrong. The most criminal and unjustified event in recent history was the illegal invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, not the disastrous withdrawal. Where are the people at that were so vehement about the withdrawal of Afghanistan? Well, I'll say this. Now, I agree with you about the war in Iraq. That was crazy. That cost us trillions of dollars.
Yeah.
George Bush was a very, and I don't care
he
what
was
you believe.
Finishing his daddy's business.
Or was he manipulated by Dick Cheney or these war? I mean, I don't care, because all of the end result is the same. But the way that we left Afghanistan, do you not remember?
I mean,
a couple of years ago, and all the weapons that we left there that we did not blow up.
Yeah.
All the weapons. The military, we knew for a fact the military was not trained. We couldn't even leave them alone in security checkpoints because so many of them were drug users that just needed a check that would volunteer for it. They were immediately folded. We left some people behind. You don't remember the line. Some people couldn't get there.
Do you remember the airplanes and at the airport?
When they were taking off,
insane. And
people
even
hanging on to
there,
the plane.
Yeah, wanted to get away. I mean, we basically just armed the Taliban.
We destroyed.
Even more.
And supposedly, you're finding some of these weapons that we left now.
With Russia.
In Russia. Yeah, in Russia. No, it was the worst, most pathetic, horrible withdrawal. Now, should we have been there? Maybe not. I mean, we were going after Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, and he was chilling in Pakistan. So that was, that part wasn't good. But no, the way we left there was a complete joke. This comes in and says, is vehement against illegally invading a nation in Iraq, had done nothing to us. I know they weren't there, but I remember it well. I agree about Iraq. That was bad too.
But I also think the reason, though, is that we went into Iraq at some point.
They had chemical weapons was the thing.
And we were going to help the people against the Taliban, who anyway hated us. And now what we did is we just yanked out and we said, here, Taliban, have some more weapons of mass destruction.
What we did in Iraq, we were lied to. They said that there was chemical weapons there. Saddam Hussein, as bad of a guy as he was, he kept the Middle East in check. He kept a lot of the Middle East in check. And when we upended him, that allowed the Taliban and ISIS and things like people like that to grow.
Yes.
Quite a bit. Well, we got a few minutes here. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
Hey, I got cut off a while ago. Could I say this?
Sure.
What do you think about the practice of a drug company giving money to beautiful women? I mean, drugs to beautiful women to go to doctors' offices and push the drugs to the doctor's offices for them to give their patients, and then that drug company paid the doctors for using their drugs to, make a profit. Should that be illegal, or is that?
A lot of that has changed as far as the gifts and stuff that pharmaceutical reps can take. They don't have the same expense accounts that they used to. But I mean, here's the thing. Hiring pretty people to sell stuff, that's not new. And that's not just for the medical industry.
No, and I mean, that just goes to speak for our society more than anything.
Right. They wouldn't do it if they didn't work.
All that sells.
Yeah. No. I mean, they knew what they were doing. And everybody knows what they were doing. And that's, that is what it is. But that's saying that.
What about paying doctors to push your drug to the community instead of a cheaper drug that's already been used and it's still a good drug?
I think, though, they give them a bunch of free samples to get them on there. And so, of course, the doctors give out the free samples. But then by the end of it, you end up changing to the generic. But there is an app or a program called GoodRx. And sometimes the generic is not as cheap as the brand name when you use GoodRx. So, I mean, you can look at that.
Your pills,
you can look at that both ways. But they've got
if you're paying a doctor $200,000 a year to push your drugs over somebody else's, should that be illegal?
Well, I mean, it's the doctor's choice. But yes, if you can see them actually paying them, then
that's
yes,
different.
that would be illegal.
Now, do
but
they bribe them and bring them a bunch of lunch? And
I mean, lunches don't bribe them. They used to be able to have expense accounts, take them on vacations.
When my
and
mom
trips
had the
and
home
stuff
health
like
care
that.
company, there were more than just one home health care company in Jackson, Tennessee. So what made her stand out? There were things that they were allowed to do, just like realtors are allowed to do, lenders, termite companies, that is building the relationship with the prescribers, because you can't get on home health care without it being written. You have to have an order written from the doctor.
Right.
It's the same thing with medicine. They're building these relationships because 9 times out of 10, the people who are selling it believe that theirs is superior. Their product is superior than the other.
Yeah, if they're taking a check from them, they believe that. But they can't physically give the doctors money. There was never a time where that was legal. I'm not saying that never happened. I'm saying there was never a time where that was legal.
They might let them rent or go use their beach house, or they might have a party, a thank you party or something like that. There were ways that they were treated, but they weren't given a check for $200,000.
Well, I've seen on 60 Minutes where they were giving that big amounts of cash to doctors to use their drugs over.
Well, you just said it, cash.
Yeah,
because
it's been on 60 Minutes, and I'll look at it. But my research team just texted in to me. Do y'all remember the pile of crap that Colin Powell had to do before the United Nations to get us to go to Iraq to invade them?
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Was that he said that there? What was it? Mustard gas? What was it? They said something. This comes in. It says no terrorists were allowed in Iraq. If they were caught, they were killed. Saddam didn't play that yang.
They just didn't get caught.
Well, no. There wasn't a lot of terrorism in Iraq. He was the only terrorist there. But that's not. He didn't do anything to us. So there was. Looking back on it now, we were lied to. Everybody agrees that we were lied to.
Colin Powell said before, I think it was United Nations or some kind of big group of people, something like that. Mm-hmm. And he had cartoon pictures of his evidence that there was something going on over there. And I told Bill Wade next day, I said, well, he just give up his reputation, you know. Yeah. I mean, he's got nothing, and they're going to go to war on cartoon pictures. And made Bill Wade mad because he believed in the Republicans at the time.
Well, the dirty secret is we want to go to war. It's what I worry so much. I'm looking forward to our phone call tomorrow with Tom Scuteri to see what's happening. I was actually texting with Tom last night. He was in the airport flying back in to Washington. I just, too much money is made in these wars. I think too many people want to go to them, Bull. I think you're right. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Jason Walker. 4 Americans kidnapped in Mexico.
The FBI says the 4 U.S. citizens had entered Matamoros, Mexico Friday from Brownsville, Texas. They were traveling in a white minivan with North Carolina license plates when the FBI says gunmen opened fire on the vehicle. The FBI says the Americans were placed in a vehicle and taken away by armed men. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for the return of the 4 kidnapped. Matamoros is home to warring factions of the Gulf Drug Cartel, and the U.S. Consulate has issued an alert about the danger. I'm Donna Warder.
Also at townhall.com, at least 35 protesters under arrest in Atlanta for participating in a riot at a construction site for a new $90 million police and fire training facility.
Members of a radical leftist group called Forest Defender attacked police officers and the Atlanta training facility construction site again. After a rally, protesters shot fireworks at officers and threw rocks, bricks, and sticks. Construction equipment set on fire, orange flames and plumes of smoke rising over the site, which they call Cop City. Anti-police activists are trying to stop it from being built. Laura Winters, Atlanta.
1 person has been killed, 8 others injured after a crowd pushed toward the exits of a concert in Rochester, New York. That amid fears that shots had been fired. Police later said that there were no shots. After back-to-back winter storms overwhelming many in California's mountain communities, now more snow on the way toward the Sierra Nevada region. Still, a lot of people have not been able to dig out. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Everyone is talking about Jesus Revolution. Witness the untold origin story.
Our country is a dark and divided place, but now there's hope, and it's spreading.
Of the last spiritual awakening in American history.
This is your home, and I want you to tell all your friends about it.
Jesus Revolution, starring Jonathan Rumi and Kelsey Grammer. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. Jesus Revolution. Only in theaters now.
If you're with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, join the flood of people switching to Pure Talk. The average family saves over $800 a year by switching. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Or if you still want unlimited data, you can get that and still save a fortune. Go to puretalk.com, type in your address to find the coverage at your home, then enter promo code HALF-OFF, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's puretalk.com, promo code HALF-OFF.
In the Philippines, thousands of transport workers have begun a nationwide strike protesting against that government's plan to phase out traditional minibuses. BBC correspondent Celia Hatton has the story.
For many in the Philippines, the home-produced jeepney minibuses
are a fond reminder of days past. Jeepneys were originally fashioned out of the military jeeps left behind by American troops after the Second World War. They were converted into brightly painted, cheap and cheerful minibuses. But the government's determined to get rid of them now. It's saying the jeepneys are unsafe and responsible for urban smog. Many jeepney drivers have already rejected a government offer to partially subsidize the purchase of new vehicles, saying they still can't afford the switch.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Members of Myanmar's anti-government resistance saying soldiers have rampaged through several villages, raping, torturing, and killing at least 17 people. It is the latest in what critics of the ruling military say are a series of war crimes since the army seized power some 2 years ago. A Czech company that produces more than 30 different inflatable military decoys, including tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, and howitzers, says it's seen sales soar over the past years. Inflatech executives will not say if the decoys are being used in Ukraine. Those decoys can deceive enemy cameras, thermocameras, and radar into believing they've pinpointed a valuable target, then use expensive missiles to wipe it out. Wall Street at this hour, Dow Industrial's up 142 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Kick off the new year with new home upgrades from Hiller. This month, when you buy something you need for your home, we'll give you something you want. For a limited time, when you purchase a new whole home generator, new tankless water heater, or select new HVAC systems, we'll give you a free 55-inch TV, free Solo smokeless stove, or a free Nintendo Switch. Pick your prize when you upgrade essential systems for your home. Don't wait. Book online at happyhiller.com today.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
King Jewelers is not your typical run-of-the-mill jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom handmade jewelry to suit your taste or melt down your old stuff and create something completely new. Grover has over 35 years as a certified jeweler with while you wait services that include free jewelry cleaning, fine jewelry, friendly staff, custom designs, quality repairs, and of course, Grover. KingJewelersJackson.com, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Grizz Nation, make some big Memphis noise. Join Ja, Dez, and your Grizzlies as they battle the Dallas Mavericks this Saturday at 7 p.m. for a women's night. Presented by Nike. Fans will want to arrive early. The first 3,000 will receive a Zaire Williams water jug. Get hyped. Get ready for a Southwest Divisional Showdown and secure your tickets today by calling 901-888-HOOP or visiting Grizzlies.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Welcome back into your lunchtime hour edition of Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Beautiful day outside. It's 73 right now. Expected high today of 81 degrees.
I love it.
But don't look at the extended forecast. It's cooling down a little bit. It's not going to be cold, but we got temps in the 50s and 60s.
I'm okay if that's at night.
No, that's like the highs during the day. Yeah, I'm okay if that's at night too. Yeah, I'm totally with you there. But that's not how it's going to be. So, I mean, it's beautiful today, and it feels like spring. If you want to get outside and play, today is the day to do it. Also, I had a few calls over the weekend that were termite swarm calls.
Really?
Yeah, we'll get some today too, I'm sure. If you come home and there's a million little black bugs with wings about twice as long as them, clear wings, laid out all over your house, usually by a window or door. Could be what it is. Yeah. Give us a call. Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. 731-660-1052 is our number. 731-660-1052. It's our number at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. But yeah, it is that time. But then they won't swarm again for a couple of weeks. You need a couple of good days, 76, 78 or above. For them to swarm out. But I mean, you'll know if you have a swarm because there'll be hundreds of them. You won't find one or two. That's very rare. Very rare. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, and I will get to some local stories that happened over the weekend. Some of them disheartening, unfortunately. This comes in, advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, make wars unprofitable, and they will be impossible. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan is no comparison to the invasion, not even close. You talk about a false equivalent. There it is. No comparison in human or financial cost. You do agree, don't you? We should have consistent outrage. The scabbard of justice is always empty. Y'all have a good rest of the day. No, I mean, again, this isn't an either or. This isn't either or.
It's a both.
It's a both. Yeah, it's a both. But how are you going to make wars impossible? I would contend that that's or unprofitable. I would contend that that's impossible. I mean, what are we going to do? The way that we're set up with our entire government, the way that it's set up. You heard Tony say last week when he was clerking for the Congress, he had, ink cartridges were $250 per. Was allocated. You could buy the same cartridge for $20 at that time at Walmart.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. And they, let companies bid on all of that, and those bids are ridiculously inflated, and that's how it's set up. But I don't know how we stop that, other than saying I wish we could stop it. I don't know how we actually stop it other than talk about it. All right, so over the weekend, I saw this first on Brandon Shields' Facebook page for the Jackson Post. You can find these stories at jacksonpost.news, but they called it a carnival, right? Mm-hmm. They called it, look who's here. They called it a carnival in by the fairgrounds, and there were shots fired. Now, I think everybody was fine. But I do hate hearing that, and that comes, and I have no idea. Right now, the police have just said, if you have any information, please contact the Jackson Police Department. Okay? So that's a good thing. And I have no idea if this were young people or adults or whatever. But I'm going to assume this was young people. And this leads me into my next story because, Julie, you and I have talked about young people just not acting right at all. Just, you can't get them together. Just not acting right at all. And I found this story. This is in a Pennsylvania Chick-fil-A. So we know for sure if this is happening at the Lord's Chicken, that we got a problem. This says a Pennsylvania Chick-fil-A bans unaccompanied kids under 16. So you cannot be under 16 years old and go to this Chick-fil-A in Pennsylvania. And again, if you guys keep acting out against the Lord's Chicken, you are going to lose the chicken. This says the Pennsylvania Chick-fil-A has banished kids under 16 from dining in its location unless an adult is with them after lousy behavior from the rowdy teens just would not stop.
But do you think that's going to fix it? Because, I mean, some of the parents are just as rowdy and ridiculous as the children.
How do your kids get to Chick-fil-A if they're not 16? Like, do they just walk into it?
Or you drop them off?
There you go. I bet that's what it is. It says the recent edict made by the Royals Field Eatery comes amid relentless misbehavior by unaccompanied minors who are too noisy and too vulgar to be trusted on their own. While it loves being a community restaurant and serving guests of all ages, Chick-fil-A wrote on its Facebook page, unacceptable behaviors by groups of children wasn't worth welcoming them anymore unless they're with mom, dad, or another adult chaperone. The only time a person under 16 can enter without supervision is if they order their food at the counter and then fly the proverbial coop.
Well, bye.
That's awesome.
I mean, I'm one of those parents. I don't drop my kids off at stuff. I guess I'm a helicopter parent, but like,
yeah, you can't drop them off at a restaurant, right?
I feel like if I dropped mine off, though, they would act. I mean, not Presley and Jackson, but Harper would act.
Well, it's probably not ideal to drop 2-year-olds off anywhere.
Harper would not. She'd be scared. She'd be calling me to come back.
I don't know. But again, I mean, and this is, we see this. We have no idea about what happened over the weekend, what the ages were of the people acting that way. But the bigger story is this. And we can say it, sometimes young people, I mean, we were young once, we made poor decisions, but it seems like the decisions are being made poorer and poorer and poorer now. I had a friend that I just saw on social media. He was at the gas station over there by Union University. Had 2 people try to rob him at the gas station 20 minutes ago. We just don't act right. And I don't know how we fix that. I don't know how we fix us acting right. 731-800-8398, our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Our call-in number, 731-265-6496. Good afternoon, Alex. How are you doing?
Doing well. Good afternoon, everyone.
What are you out and about doing today?
Well, I was on my lunch break.
Yes.
And I came by I thought I'd ask Julie a question about Frank.
Yeah, he's babysitting Frank while we go to the beach.
And
and you're gone next week, aren't you, Julie?
Yeah.
I'm going the week after for a few days.
And ended up behind a microphone.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Ask your question on air. Because a lot of the listeners are very concerned with Frank and his well-being. I can't believe you're leaving him with Alex.
Oh, yeah.
Alex, it's probably best if you just stay at her house. That may be easier for Frank. Less of a, less traumatizing.
Frank deserves a vacation too.
Yeah, he's going to get one.
Right. Frank
at Chateau Day Reed.
Exactly.
So watching the dog next week. What?
Yeah. He's going to cuddle so hard.
I know. I'm excited.
He's a good dog.
I don't know if your listening audience knows this or not, but about a month and a half ago, I lost my dog, Weezer.
And Weezer is a pimp.
Right.
We love Weezer.
He was great. But so my first foray into being around animals will be babysitting Julie's dog.
Julie's dog, and this is funny because our dogs do become part of our family. Obviously, anybody out there with animals knows that. They become part of your family. But I'm a big believer that dogs kind of take the personality of their owners, don't you think?
I agree.
And so, like, Frank is
Where's this
luckily,
going?
well, luckily, Frank is pretty laid back. It's pretty much like babysitting Chris Holt for a week is what it's going to be. Like, Frank seems laid back to me. Every time I've been to your house, he's very laid back. He's just kind of ho-hum.
He doesn't care. He just wants to bark when the doorbell rings, and that's about it.
Wants to eat,
sleep. Sleep, that's it.
It is like Chris.
Yeah.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Go outside to tittle. That's what we call it.
Is he housebroke? Because Alex can work on housebreaking Frank if you'd like him to.
Last night I went over to my mom's. You know, she lives across the street, so Frank followed me, and I had to take her something. It was kind of late. It was 10 o'clock, and then I got up to leave, and Frank was so lazy that he refused to go with me and get down out of the recliner and slept at my mom's all night. And I still haven't seen him because he would not come home.
That's funny. Does
He
your
does
mom
not
care?
No, he just does not want to be bothered.
That's awesome.
He's just not going to be bothered.
No.
Yeah, he's a very important dog. Well, Alex, any important news going on at the city? What have you guys got planned? What are we doing today? Anybody out picking up limbs, I would imagine?
Oh, yeah. That'll be the big thing for the next couple of weeks as people continue to clean their yards up from the winds we had at the end of last week. Make sure you report those in 311.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. So you can download the 311 app, which is just go to your app store, Google Play, App Store, whatever. Download 311, allow it to access your location, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And then you just report it under there?
Yeah, or give a call out to 311 and you can actually schedule a time.
Oh, you can call 311? Mm-hmm. That's it? Just 311?
311.
Oh, I thought it was just an app. Oh, heck yeah. I may call them on air one day.
You made a big mistake.
No,
Chuck's going to start calling
be
every
blowing
day.
them up. We had a limb situation a year or two ago that I was very upset about, but it finally got rectified.
I remember.
I was texting Alex every 30 minutes. I was like, we're going to get these limbs or not?
I remember it was, anyway, 311.
Yeah.
311.
Moving along.
Much better resource.
Did any of the government buildings, Julie, we were on air on Friday, and it got windy here, and we're just a couple of miles from downtown here at 2152 North Highland. It got windy here, like our front door blew open at one point. But I had no idea until after the show, the carnage that was downtown. I mean, it destroyed some roofs and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, at City Hall, there are a lot of windows in different places. And I went and looked at the one in Human Resources, and I saw all this debris just blowing across North Highland, kind of in front of Rockindoe and Grubb's Grocery.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out later somebody's roof that had blown off and it was
Oh,
blowing
Lord.
everywhere. And then in the midst of all that chaos out there, I see this huge 4x8 Scott Conger sign go flipping. And I said, well, that thing went to Oz.
Yeah. It went on.
Did you track it down? Is that part of your job to find the sign and then put it back?
No, I think it actually blew outside of the city limits and there's nothing to do there.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about your luck.
You have no jurisdiction there.
No, they found it and they worked this weekend to repair.
There were a lot I did see as campaign season is quickly approaching us. I did see a lot of people are getting their signs out and stuff like that. I wonder if I guess you would have to take into account the weather. You need to know where you're putting them. I'm not talking about the ones you put in your yard because you give them to somebody to put in their yard and they're responsible for them. But I'm talking about the ones that are in there's one on Van Drive. There's one like when you Van Drive, like when you're at that stoplight to turn right or left on Highland. That's kind of at the end there. I guess you would have to think about, okay, it's what storms have hit. We need to go check the signs, make sure they're not folded up.
Yeah, I mean, you always keep a master list. And I learned a long time ago from a guy by the name of John Boehner, Speaker of the House.
He was crying when he told you, wasn't he?
No, he was. He was very happy. He was very happy. This was right before the election of 2010. But he said, what you have to do, the important thing to win is just all in one night, go put out all your signs. Yeah. It looks like you have all the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I do. They sent me back 20-something years.
Really?
Yeah, and I always thought that was cool, And then, campaigns throughout the years, that's what we do, and it's
like Conger Christmas.
Yeah.
Conger everywhere.
Who are some, because we were talking about John Boehner earlier today with Bob Ney when Bob was on with us in the 10 o'clock hour, and he was talking about, Bob and John have had some run-ins. He said even when Bob wrote about him in his book Sideswipe, John Boehner cried. Like he's like, he does cry a lot. But who are some of the cool politicians that you've met? Like, I'm not talking about like you were somewhere and they were there. Because Alex he's been around politics for how many years now?
15, 20.
15, 20. Who are some of the cool people? Like, I'm talking about like Bob Ney, former U.S. congressman, got in a little bit of trouble. He's as cool as the other side of the pillow now because what's he care? You know what I mean? He said, hey, look, here's what I did. You guys know about it. You got Google. And so now he just talks about everything. Yeah. Who are some really cool people you've met off platform, not politicking, not, kissing babies and shaking hands?
Boehner was one of the coolest. He was a cool person to be around.
Really?
Yeah. Herman Cain, he was a cool person to be around.
I loved him.
Okay, so and he passed, didn't he?
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Was he a politician?
Yeah.
I think he was just a genuinely good, funny person that I enjoyed being around.
I remember, oh, shucky ducky. Knox will still say that every now and again. It'll kind of get stuck, and he'll say, oh, shucky ducky.
I drove him around one time. I was early in my career.
Where were you, in Arkansas?
Little Rock, yeah. And he was coming in to speak, and I picked him up from the airport and drove him around. And when he was done speaking, I was taking him back, and he said, Alex, you never believe what happened. He said, I was up there talking, and I got thirsty. I reached down for the water. I knocked that damn water all over the place.
That's awesome.
So can you believe I did that?
Yeah.
So he was he always appeared that way from just, watching him on TV and stuff. He appeared to be, he was, Trump without the insults and the charisma, but he seemed to be a good guy because he's a really good businessman, right? From the pizza
Godfather
thing?
Pizza.
Yeah, the Godfather Pizza. Yeah. Who were some other ones that you've met that have been?
Probably the one that has the biggest presence, I always say, whether you agree or disagree with him, that I've been in the same room with, was Bill Clinton.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about Bill a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Kind of like Obama. Like Bob would say, Bob was a Republican in the House, but he was like, look, Bill Clinton would shake your hand and touch your elbow. And he goes, you knew that you were like, he had that power to own a room.
Yeah. It's
not a lot of us have that. It's
nuts.
It's a burden. It's a burden.
And so I hung around talking about Bill Clinton, I hung around at the state capitol, it wasn't long after he was there, maybe 12, 13, 14, 15 years. And some people there that worked there around the Clinton gubernatorial administration, and they said that the place was always packed, and it was always packed with women. That they would just come to the Capitol, and there would be people out there, and it was a wild sight just the whole time.
Well, women loved him.
Oh yeah,
he was kind of like a little.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
how can I say this and not say SEX on the radio?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, there was a couple of things that everybody knows about Bill Clinton. I mean, I don't think that we're going to break. I mean, this has been how many years ago has that been now? 20 some odd years ago. We're not going to hurt anybody's feelings saying that Bill Clinton was a pimp.
Oh,
That's what a pimp does.
I mean, it's Bill Clinton. He, you walked in to meet him, and he said, "Hello, my name's President Clinton." Or I guess at that time it was Governor Clinton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he's like,
"That's what a pimp does."
Yeah, shake your hand and touches your elbow.
I remember him saying that
exactly.
at a press release.
People that are around now, I've met,
Nikki
Haley, Sarah Sanders.
What do you think about Nikki Haley?
Sarah Sanders and Nikki Haley.
What are your thoughts? Go ahead and say it. We talk politics all the time on the show. Go ahead and say it. Tell me your real thoughts.
About Nikki Haley?
Yeah.
My real thoughts is she was an excellent governor.
Okay.
I think she was very good at the United Nations.
Yeah.
That's a tough job. And that's a different job to give it a governor because a governor's not always involved in foreign policy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she took the job and she did really good with the job that she was tasked with.
What would you say if AOC walked in here right now?
Well,
and you can't say hey.
Yeah. Probably just hello.
Yeah,
hi, Congresswoman.
Yeah. What would you? All right. So let's go back to Nikki Haley, though. Let's go back to her real quick.
Somebody
that you've met, because I think this happens a lot, and you could see it in politics, and it's usually the people that don't perform well. So, what's the old saying? Sometimes you get promoted to your highest level of incompetence. Yeah.
The Peter Principle.
And so, do you feel like maybe she would be one of those? Because I do like her. I know Bob Nay's really, really high on Nikki Haley.
No, and I mean, just to hear her talk and to deal with the United Nations, you're going to have to be more than a wallflower. And the way that she did it, and the way that she took criticism, and the way that she returned it from everybody, including, she was one of the people that left the administration on good terms.
Yeah,
right. One of the few.
Right.
That was a tough thing. What about Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who I don't know why I don't love her? Maybe it's when she was doing all the press conferences and stuff. I don't love her as much as everybody else.
I like her.
I don't know why. Maybe it's a me problem.
Probably is.
It could be. Very well could be. Lots of things are. Just ask around.
The first time I ever heard the word Obamacare was from Sarah Huckabee. I think it was 2009, and it, you know, it stuck with me ever since, and it grew. So I credit Sarah Sanders or Sarah Huckabee with Obamacare, but she's very dynamic. She's very passionate about what and she's a great communicator, messenger, and deliverer.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Is that a key for? I mean, obviously for a candidate, we talked about, you know, Barack Obama. Like I love good speeches. I don't care. I never voted for Barack Obama. Calm down, everybody. Calm down out there. But I was really impressed when he was running even before he was running, when he just spoke at the Democratic convention.
Mm-hmm.
He was amazing. Yeah. I knew then. And then they're like, oh, this guy could maybe be on the ticket for Hillary. And he kind of was like, I think I'll just maybe do it myself. And he spoke at Mile High Stadium in Denver. His speeches are some of the top 10 greatest political speeches. Even if you don't agree with him, the way that he can grab your attention is unbelievable.
It's his charisma. I mean, his speechwriters were talented, but his charisma and delivery would, you know.
He made it seem like he believed it.
Yeah.
I saw a bumper sticker over the weekend that said, I miss Obama and I'm a Republican.
Yeah.
Really? That car, were the tires being taken off? But surely that wasn't in Jackson. No, it couldn't have been in Jackson. No. There's no way. Yeah, that car would have been totaled.
I mean, but no, let's be real. I would much rather Obama be in office than Biden. I would. I'll say it.
So some would tell you maybe he still is. I don't know. It's been tumultuous at best.
Have you ever met Pelosi?
Well,
no.
Julie and I are in different situation. The unopposed councilwoman-elect, maybe a little more freer
to say things. Who are some politicians that you've met that we may know that didn't leave as good of an impression as maybe like a Nikki Haley or a Sarah Sanders?
You really haven't ever met Pelosi?
No.
I
was in the Republican. I did Republican.
I know, but I figured y'all would, walk by each other.
No, we didn't walk by each other. Some people I didn't like.
It may be people that would be more behind the scenes that we wouldn't know of necessarily, probably, I would imagine.
That's going to be hard for you because me and Alex have grown up together. He sees a lot more positive in people than I do because I can complain and he'll be like, Julie, no, you got to look at it this way. So how are you? I mean.
Well, I think politics is so fickle. It's like I've made all the mistakes myself, so I hate to criticize somebody else because I know everybody's just trying to do the best they can with their belief system and their value system.
Right.
No matter how much I agree. I believe that there's room for everybody to talk and debate.
Yeah.
But, and I don't think how you believe politically is the most important thing in a person.
Agreed.
Okay, let me ask you this, because that's an interesting question.
And I used to.
We're not talking about local because it's so much different. Local is so much different than state and federal, especially when you get to to a federal, like a senator or a congressman. If you're Marsha Blackburn, it's very different than being on city council, right? I mean, those are two different things. I'm not talking one's more. I'm not saying one's more impressive than the other, but I'm just talking about what you would have to do.
So much better.
Yes, exactly.
What do you think? Because we say all the time here. I say it on the show all the time. That's like, these people don't give a damn about you. They don't care. They're pandering. They're placating. They're doing all this stuff to their base because it's easy. It's easier to we can take any bill, any legislation passed recently, but a lot of times bills become pandering until if there's a bill to protect children, until we say, hey, look, in the state of Tennessee, there's too much obesity with children, too much juvenile diabetes, things like that. What we're going to do is we're actually going to take all these foods off the shelf because we love children. We love children, right? Well, they never do that. It'd be way too hard, way too much money, stuff like that. So then you go after something else that's easier to pander at a base. Do you think that's by design on a national level? Like, all right, so say you're Congresswoman Blackburn, okay?
Senator.
Did I say Congress? I'm sorry, Senator Blackburn. I apologize. She used to be a congressperson. Senator Blackburn. Are there people around, and not just her, you can insert anybody in there. Are there people around and say, hey, look, this is a really, really good idea for the base to get everybody riled up? Because there's a lot more than just her personal belief system, because there's a ton of people around her.
Right. Yeah. Let me see Senator Blackburn, her staff, especially in the area, top notch. Excellent people.
Sure.
Excellent partners. I think that on the national level and on the state level, I know that a whole economy has been created just based on division and fear. And it's a whole economy that a lot of people are making money off of.
And when you say economy, what do you mean?
I mean, big money. Basically,
people donating, saying, look, I want you to push this particular agenda, or I want you to deflect, so push this. Look, what do you mean?
I think a lot of people are inclined to appeal to people's fears in order to stimulate and keep that economy generating.
Yeah.
As opposed to people's hopes. Because if you go to fears, that's sort of the sure bet.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Would you call this a change politically? Because when I talked to Bob Ney, Tom Scuteri too, but really Bob Ney, I was like, it doesn't matter what you think about Trump. He has to be, in my opinion, my limited, political knowledge opinion, he's got to be one of the most influential politicians ever in the history. I mean, I don't know who could have been, other than maybe a George Washington, just because he's number one. I don't know how a president could be more influential, because it seems like he has changed the entire political dynamic probably for the rest of our lifetime. Did you see a groundswell before that happened, working in politics and following politics nationally like you do? Or do you think he was such an enigma and came in, like such an explosion?
I think that the national parties throughout the years, they left a lot of people forgotten just through that economy. And they tend to focus just on the coasts. You hear coastal elites, and because that's the people that, give a lot of money, have a lot of money. And I think it made a lot of people in middle America very angry, and rightfully so. And I think, you saw it probably at the beginning in my world, 2009, with the starting of the Tea Party. And these were,
I remember that.
These are average people. They were just mad about what was going on, and they didn't really have a voice. And so they kind of started there. And I think they spent a long time kind of looking for their champion. And I think everybody kind of coalesced behind Donald Trump in 2016, because there were so many people running that you had the establishment kind of versus Trump. Well, the establishment was split 8-9 different ways.
Yeah.
And then you have him. Did you see that coming early?
Poor Jeb Bush.
Yeah. Well, Jeb Bush got abused. I mean, to the point to where he's just retired from politics completely.
I have a scarf that I was thinking it was probably 10 years ago, and it's signed by Jeb Bush when he was at state capitol in Arkansas for school choice week. And I was like, I remember when I got, oh boy, man, he's going to be president one day. And I got that autograph right here. And now I'm like, I need to put that up.
Yeah. Take that out of the shadow box.
Yeah. You don't really need that now. You can just throw that in the trash can if you'd like, unless you like the scarf to wear.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not cold right now.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean
I'll bring it out.
Didn't mean today.
It's yellow.
It's yellow?
Mm-hmm.
Like a canary or mustard?
Like canary.
All right.
Well, they just passed them out.
Oh, okay.
It's like,
so it wasn't like a scarf you had on that day and you were like, I want your signature. Oh, wait a minute.
Scarf.
Here's my scarf.
Here, sign my scarf.
Yeah. My Hermes.
Sign lining of my top coat.
Yeah.
They were passing out these school choice scarves, and I just got them to sign it.
That's awesome.
What made you think about politics? Alex Reed joining us for a few minutes, coming in here to check on the dog, but I don't let Julie take phone calls when she's at work.
Lunch break.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think got you involved in politics? Did you have a strong desire to do it when you were a kid, or is this something like, well, I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that, so I guess I'll do this?
I don't know. It's probably, just the fight for ideas that here's mine or here's ours, there's yours. Let's duke it out and see what the people think. And you get to make positive change.
You still believe that obviously on a local level, of course. We say all the time here how local elections affect us so much more day in, day out than nationals. But do you still believe that on a national level, that those ideas can be debated, can be argued, and people can be represented?
Yeah, but I think, frankly, we'd have to just clean house.
And just start again.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm afraid of, too, because we have real people. We were talking to Bob Ney today, and I was like, why on earth are we putting cameras in front of somebody like Marjorie Greene Taylor or Ilhan Omar? He made and that's a great point, too.
Right.
Why is anyone giving these morons any time of day? But he's like, Chuck, it's because it's entertaining, because it sells. And,
right.
I mean, I've talked about her. I've said her name 15 times on this show in Jackson, Tennessee. She's from Georgia. She's a blowhard. She's talking about a blue and red state divorce, where every other weekend we get Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, I guess. You just swap weekends with having those states as part of your country. But I don't know. And then you have Ilhan Omar, who said ridiculous stuff as well. Like, I don't know how you get all that back together again to where it's not, I don't feel like it's representing a person for either one of those two ladies as much as it is representing an extremist view of their party.
Yeah. You got 10 or 12 probably in each caucus up there that are on the extreme. Mm-hmm. Why do they get all the attention? I don't know. Because it sells. The people that are on the other side that are fearful, as we go back to before, that's part of the economy. The left hates who you're talking about, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, Lauren Boebert, people like that. The right hates
Ilhan Omar.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez,
yeah,
Rashida Tlaib, Nancy Pelosi.
Right. Yeah. And
Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough because when you really think about it, when you have, what Bob say today, Joe and Jane six-pack out there,
right?
They're at some point things are so bad right now. Things are so expensive, just the everyday living. I'm not talking about, well, we can't really stay in Hilton Head this year, so we may have to, go with those hillbillies at the Myrtle Beach. No, it's like we're having trouble with utility bills. We're having trouble with food. At some point, things really, really matter to them. And we're talking about something that Marjorie Taylor Greene knows isn't really going to happen. She just got traction with it on Twitter, talking about red state, blue state. Now she gets more interviews. It's almost like they're becoming celebrities. Is there a fault with media? Is there a fault with people watching? Is it a consumer-based fault?
It's all a part of it because the media is just going to do what people want to see, right? That's part of the free market. They're only going to run stuff that people want to look at and watch, or else they'll fold. So they're just kind of going to where the people are, and there's a lot of fear out there that's been driven by divisiveness through the media, and it's just kind of cyclical. And, I said that about Congress earlier. If every congressman was like our congressman, we'd be in good shape.
Yeah.
If everybody was David Kustoff, we'd be in real good shape.
I like David Kustoff. I've interviewed him a couple times. He seems nice. I like Bill Lee. I've interviewed Bill Lee a few times. He seems nice. I want to talk to these people off air. I need to get them. I need to have a recorder in my pocket and talk to them. They're probably not going to do that with me, are they?
Not now that you just said it.
Well, never mind. You know what? I'm going to hit the dump button. Julie, hit the dump button.
Dump.
Yeah, I'm going to dump that.
I think I need to be excused.
Yeah, you can be excused because we are actually up against a break. It's a short one. In just a few minutes, we'll come back, put a bow on today's show. Alex, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. A pleasure. Pleasure was yours. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
That cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. debates. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring forward?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling."
And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. 13 minutes left before 1 o'clock. Dave Ramsey follows us 1 to 3, then 1 to 4. Excuse me. We've had a programming change. Dan's back on 4 to 6 as we wrap you up. Tomorrow afternoon, they'll have Southside girls first game in Murfreesboro as Southside looks to bring home a championship, a gold ball here to Jackson. Let's go Southside. Let's go Hawks. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, do you think Green will get paid more money by lobbyists now since she made a name for herself? I don't think it'll hurt. I mean, she is in front of every camera that they're putting out there. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's always been this way, and I pay more attention to it now. But Lord,
yeah,
these people, and it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's the one I'm making fun of the most now because the whole get a divorce thing I think is awful. But AOC was terrible, is terrible. Ilhan Omar has said just insane things. I can't believe that these people get elected and then stay elected after what they say.
It kind of scares you about our voter base, our active voter base.
One of the most extreme ideas that I have is like, you know what? Maybe you should have to take a test to vote. I know that's not constitutional. I get it.
Yeah.
But do we really want everybody making decisions that affect us?
No.
I mean, I don't. Have we met people? Have you ever met anyone? You want them making your decisions? Decisions that could affect you?
Wasn't AOC a bartender right before?
And she caught fire. She was young. She caught fire. I don't know how she won that election. She had some good campaign managers around her.
Yeah, I love Candace Owens when she owns her. It just tickles me so much.
Did you hear?
And it's happened numerous times.
Candace Owens over the weekend was on an interview with former President Trump. And she said, hey, look, I'd love to be your running mate. And he goes, well, that's not a terrible idea. He's like, you'd be a very good one. Could you imagine?
I would be all about that.
What would happen on the left? When,
they would lose their minds.
Well, because what you would have essentially would be Joe Biden, who everyone says he's got to get rid of Kamala. If he runs again, he has to get Kamala Harris off his ticket, right? He has to get a new VP because she can't even not do anything right. Yeah, she's done damage. She can't not do anything right. And so, but what would happen? The same way that the first African American female vice president, everybody was so up in arms about it. Would it be the same way again if it were Candace Owens?
No, because it wouldn't be the first, but it would be the first Republican.
I don't know everything about Candace Owens, but there's nothing I've ever seen about her that I've not been impressed with.
She's a tough one, and I like that. I really respect tough women. I don't want to say that I think I'm tough, but I can relate to them on a level of just like, there's no crap. Let's just get to it. I really, really, really like her. But she's factual.
She is.
Like, it's not opinion, it's factual. Like everything with the Black Lives Matters movement and how they spend all that money on like hookers and mansions and drugs. Like
$6 million mansion in LA.
Yeah.
$6 million, which when you look at the house, you don't think mansion, but still $6 million.
Yeah.
That's money that good people gave thinking, okay, this is going to go
that money should have gone to people like Tyree Nichols' family. I mean, there should have been so much more done with that money than you buying a big old house to live in.
To have a landing spot for your headquarters.
Yeah, and to have hookers and drugs run in and out of. Like, and she took her time on it too. She didn't just come out
hey, this
swinging.
is what we think.
I mean, she cross-checked, dotted her I's, crossed her T's. I mean, she was...
Well, she has a vested interest in it. She is an African-American female. She wants to see it. I think we could do that with lots and lots of nonprofits, charities, because somebody sent in one day what it was, is that they only have to give 6 cents of every dollar given into the actual charity. The rest can be administrative costs.
I know, bad.
That seems really, really shadeball.
Yeah.
Really shadeball.
That's why so many people now don't want to give their stuff to Goodwill, because it's for so long looked like that, everything that we were donating was giving to these other people, and now the prices have gotten higher, and it's just not, it's not doing what it could be.
Or what you're anticipating when you give your money.
Right.
When
the CEO's making $20 million a year,
some organizations are so big, you know what? They need good, smart people in there. So maybe you do it now. 20 may be a lot, but maybe you say, look, $1.5 million a year is going to CEO, or $2 million, because we got to have a smart human being in here running this much money and organizing.
Absolutely.
I totally get that. But at the same level, I mean, this stuff's abused left and right. This comes in, this is insanely true, said there are people out there who are the reason we have directions on shampoo bottles. Some of these same people are voting.
It's the same people that they have the warning on your curling iron not to use it on your eyelashes and it's for external use only. Those people exist. Yes, it's very much on a curling iron.
Oh, well, you can thank the lady who sued McDonald's for the coffee being hot. You remember that? That was 10, 15, 20. No, it's probably longer than that. Maybe 20 years.
I was a kid.
Yeah, when that happened. That was a long time ago. But she's like, oh, this coffee's too hot. Now, it really did burn her skin. And I get that. And so, you do feel sorry for her. But you can't sue McDonald's for coffee being hot.
It's just different because now we're not allowed to have accidents without there being major repercussions.
Right. We make it really hard for business. Now, McDonald's is not a small business, so I'm not saying, your heart needs to bleed for them or anything. But we make it really hard for businesses sometimes to exist because there are so many people, so many lawyers, things like that are out there that all kind of, suckle on the same teat of these frivolous lawsuits, these, the word common sense. I don't even like using the word anymore because everybody abuses it. But, things like common sense get thrown out the window. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird world we live in, but everybody can vote. Everybody gets that right to vote. So, there you go. Do with it what you will. Hopefully, you research it just a little bit, especially here locally. Before you vote locally, hopefully you do, because we're on the cusp of really, really big things in our town.
Yeah.
And a lot of those things are going to happen no matter what.
Yeah.
Because the ink is already dry on those deals. But if we want to keep riding that wave up and get even more things here, more stuff, then we're going, more businesses, more growth, more potential, more things to do for you and your families, then we're going to have really, really good people in place. So that's why it's important for you to learn about each of your candidates. And we're going to start, when is early election? That's this month, isn't it? Early voting?
No, April.
Is it April?
Yeah.
Okay, it's March. April. Yeah, April. Okay. So yeah, we're going to interview these candidates. We brought some on here, but I'm going to get all the mayor's candidates in here to take your questions, your comments. We'll work around their schedule. But same thing for all of our contested city council seats.
Yeah.
We would love to have everybody in here, and they would love to hear from you, so you can hear what they're about, so we can hear what they're about. I know Dan's brought Ray Condrey on. He's had Daryl Hubbard on. He's had James Mercer on, and then I'm forgetting the lady's name. Oh goodness, that is my fault.
What's she running for?
She's running for mayor.
Lisa Lyons.
Yeah, Lisa Lyons. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I drew a blank on her name.
They posted today on the Jackson Post about her and kind of her background.
Yeah. Well, that's good. So we're going to talk to all of these people as well here on the show. And so you'll have that out there. But I think it's important for you to hear from these people and hear their ideas. Now, what you're looking for may be different than what I'm looking for or someone else is looking, and that's okay. Right. But as long as you know what their platforms are and what their stances are, then that's good, because that's important, because then at least you are making an informed decision. You don't listen to this show if you don't like being informed, right? We do way too much news coverage, way too much Bob Ney, way too much Tom Scuteri. Like, if you're listening to this show, you're in the percentages of people out there who are probably already doing their homework, and we appreciate that, right? We thank you for listening. We hope we bring you entertaining and informational talk shows every day. That's the hope of the entire station, except for G Unit and Greg in the morning. I think they just want to have fun, and they do a great job at that. Julie, I don't know if you're up then listening, but they have a lot of fun in the mornings. They do. Yeah, they're really funny. They're really funny together and good. Because again, you can't just do radio with everybody.
No, I'm usually listening to kids yell about that time in the morning.
Well, I promise you, they're more entertaining than that. Let Chris deal with them kids. Let him handle them kids.
He does, and he does very, very good.
Yeah, he does. Chris is a sweet man.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Ramsey coming up 1 to 3. We'll be back. We won't be back. I'm sorry. Dan will be back 4 to 6. I got to get that new time slot right. 4 to 6 with the Dan Reeves Show. G Unit is out tomorrow, so it'll be Greg Wood with Morning Break with Greg Wood, 6 to 8. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great Monday. Enjoy the beautiful weather.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts,